Like, share, subscribe. What's going on with everybody? I know I've been MIA, y'all. You know, I've been doing all right. Doing all right. Y'all hit that like button. We gonna talk about these NBA finals. And I don't know what's going on with my laptop, but they won't let me stream on my laptop. I've been trying to go. My laptop is not. I don't know what's going on with it, but anyway, what's going on? What's good with everybody? It's OHEAD Podcast. Y'all hit the like button. We got NBA finals tonight, y'all. We got NBA finals tonight. We got OKC, and then going against the Indiana Pacers. Uh, I got OKC winning. I think it's their time. Let's think it's their time and everything. I'm just waiting for everybody to come on in, and we just gonna go from there. So I figure out what's going on. That's why I'm just on my other phone right now, trying to figure out what's going on because everything else is hooked up. But my laptop, it's been like that for a while now, ever since I stopped going online. But we'll figure it out. I see it. What's up, Nate? What's up? All right, where you still at? OU B-ball fan? What's good? What's up, the real little T? What's good? So used to my, or you say you see it going seven? I don't know where it's gonna go to. I don't know. I don't know. Reed, you say you've been bored, man. I ain't been missing this, man. I just been, I ain't been missing it because I don't know what's going on here with this internet. All my devices. I might have to just go on my other tablet. But I was waiting for everybody out there since the LinkedIn to come on in. If they don't come on in, sure, you know, we'll just, you know, we'll just go from there. Oh, I kind of need to charge it up though. I need to get some juice in this thing first, and then I'll be able to just run off my other tablet here. It's crazy that I don't have any service on my last house. That's just even more crazier to me. I'll drop the link until I get everything going here. You might want to come up. We're just talking about the finals, man. Gonna drop the link in. Whoever want to come in, man. So I figure this out. Cause this right here is crazy. Don't understand this whatsoever. But anyway, yeah, but this is crazy. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm trying to fix my internet, man. My laptop, man, it's a little Aries. I don't know what's going on. This is crazy. What's up, T Tank? No time, no see, salute. Yeah, I've been all right. Okay, this is internet, so yeah, it's good. We good over here. I don't bet, man. Like honestly, I don't bet. So I think OKC is gonna win the series, though. I just think it's their time. They showing beginning respect from the media. The media, they always have to use the analogy. I'd rather be in LA than how they are. It's a good opportunity for both teams because they both mirror each other so well. And you want to talk about head to head? Well, they did beat them 2 games to 0. Because the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference only played each other twice, and both of them games, Chet Holmgren didn't play. Mind you, they are a whole different team. We got the two hottest teams left in the league right now. I just think OKC is going to get it this year. I just do. I've been saying it. These playoffs, they ain't be getting them. They ain't be getting their respect. You know. You know. And I've been on TikTok for like the last couple nights since I've been on listening to homies that over there. And man, you can't even talk about OKC. You can't talk about the teams here because they feel like. Yeah, I find it very interesting too that these players, you're not connected to any network. I don't know why. Yeah, you say you're good either way. Yeah. Again, yeah, you was told that, but I look like we've been on shout out to Ticket though. So I wanted to do it on Ticket Channel, so I won't have to go through this. But he's been doing this whole thing, so I just went on and did it over here. But I've been saying it ever since Ticket Channel that me and James, shout out to my boy Know Your Boy, we've been saying that the league is getting younger and younger, and it is. You know what I mean? And they still disrespecting, and they still disrespecting. Talking about it's still Jay Reed, and it's still stuff. Man, them players getting old, man. That's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all want to keep on holding on to something. Yeah, they're two young teams. Yeah, you fat. It's just what it is. It's two young teams. Hey, but the thing is, a lot of people don't be paying attention. Halliburton, OKC got some dogs, bro. Like they got some, like everybody, like man, both of these teams image each other so very well. I'm not disrespecting the Pacers at all. You know what I mean? You know, people I've been talking to, they don't even respect they don't even respect OKC. They said they didn't go through a hard path the Pacers did. I'm like, what? Nah, you got to play the teams who's in front of you. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's getting mad, getting upset because Steph Curry would have played match, but Steph, hey, get ready to come back next year. But I've been saying this forever. Even if Steph was healthy and everything like that, I didn't see them. I didn't see them beating Minnesota. That was just a bad matchup for them. It just is. And this is how much it is the disrespect and don't want to get these new upcoming players come. I've been trying to tell y'all these players are coming, man. I've been trying to tell y'all forever. I've been saying it on my channel. This is a young man's league now. 18, 10. I've been trying to tell them, man. Like it's what it is, man. You, yeah, that Paul George trade was a blend. Yeah, it's just amazing how PG is a part of all this. You know what I'm saying? For OKC, and then yeah, it's Shay's time, man. And we're gonna have another different champion this year. You know, the Pacers haven't won a championship in their history. Last time they won it was in the ABA days. You know what I mean? So hey, they're gonna have both teams play their bench a lot too. 'Cause you got Bennett Mathurin, he could give you 20 points off the bench. You know what I mean? Nate Shepard looked like, Nate Shepard's hey, I'm telling you, man, hey, Halliburton, man, he is the key. I mean, then you got Turner. Turner gonna be, he gonna have a pay entry part. But then again, the Pacers never played OKC this year without Chet Holmgren and Holland, and then they got Holland. I'm telling you, man, I just got a feeling that OKC is gonna get these boys. Now, I don't know how much they gonna get them by, but yeah, it's competition, Nate. You fine? Yeah, you right about that, Nate. It's competition again. You know, it's competition. And I don't understand why people hate Shea so much. That man don't bother nobody. Stay to himself, he prove it on the court. You know what I mean? And they talking about he foul baiting and all this stuff. And they don't be saying that with Jokic and Luca, Jay Reed, James Harden. The list goes on and on. But he don't even do all that stuff. And he's not even in he's not near the tier the top of the league in free throw attempts. He is, but he don't get the amount of he get less than anybody else that I see. Small market championship. I know Mid America meet him happy as hell. Oh yeah, without a doubt they should be. You said OKC in five. I don't know. I just got OKC winning the series. I don't predict how many games it's going into or anything like that. But Siakam gonna play a big part too. He's a champion. You know what I mean? He won. So it's gonna. They act like they don't. They're not used to it and didn't care. It, yeah, but yeah, exactly, exactly. Areas when they benefited from it, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just very pissed off. I can't get on my freaking laptop. This is what really just pissing me off here. Because ever since my last stream, I was on this thing, and then ever since then, we've been having a lot of bad weather and everything like that, winds and everything like that, and now all of a sudden now my laptop don't work. But I'm just letting the other one charge up, and then we gonna get so I won't be on my phone as much. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I dropped the link. Anybody want to come on in, man? You know it ain't about me. I don't want nobody to get upset when I get off of here. Like, man, why you shut the stream down? Hey, I'm not gonna be sitting here waiting forever. I'm not gonna be waiting forever. But anyway, um, it just I like it. I like it. I absolutely like it. Yeah, it's gonna be a good little final. So I like it. I know everybody is mad because they favorite player's not in it, but like we trying to tell, like I've been trying to tell y'all when these boys was coming, these young guys was coming. Y'all was still saying, y'all know, y'all fanboys and y'all fangirls were saying that no, it's still Jay Reed's league and it's still Steph's league. No, it's not. It's not. It's time. It's time. How y'all feel about the All-Star game being the world versus USA? How y'all feel about that? I got the link in it. I got the link. Get in. The Pacers. I disagree with that. OKC, man, that's their team, man. I disagree respectfully. The link is in the chat, man. Anybody want to come in? I disagree with that. I don't think the Pacers going to get these boys. Hey, the Thunder. It's the Thunder time. I respectfully disagree. I know a lot of people on TikTok is picking people that who I talk basketball with over there. A lot of them picking the Indiana Pacers. I'm like, whoa, like the disrespect for the Thunder is real. The disrespect for the Thunder is real. It is really real. The disrespect for them is really real. The disrespect for them is really real. But I don't care what they do in the All Star game. If the players don't take it seriously, the All Star game is going to continue to it's going to continue to go away like it has been. It's going to continue. Sure, I'm going to stay on here for about another 15, 20 minutes. Nobody will come in. I'm shutting it down. Straight up. I ain't got time to be waiting all day long. I said I'm going to shut it down. Shut it down. The link is already dropped in the chat. Y'all want to come in and chop it up. If not, the show's going to be over. I don't know when the next time I'm coming online either. I just did it just cause. But yeah, but everything's been all right over here. Just working, staying out the way. Just waiting on these finals. I'm just getting my tennis on right now. It's tennis time. So that's what I'm doing, watching this tennis, watching the French Open. If I know I'm a big time tennis fanatic, so that's what I've been watching, waiting on these finals to come on.
What
Diamond
up,
Twin.
Bryce? What up, man?
Hey man, I've been on TikTok, man, for a couple weeks, man, and them dudes over there crazy. I got some homies over there, man, but over there too, man. That be keeping it real. Shout out to y'all though, man. Just one homie I just disagree with, man. But anyway, who you got win these finals, man, and how you feel about the All Star game too, going USA against the world.
Um, I'll touch on the All Star game first. I don't care, bro, because I don't watch that shit anyways. Uh,
I
and
feel you, bro.
like they changing too much. Um,
Hmm.
they're just changing too much, bro. And so it's taking away from the game. So I didn't watch it before, and that's not gonna make me watch it again. The finals, I think we're gonna get a very, very competitive game tonight. I think, and it's gonna come down to the wire because it's the first game, or maybe it'll be competitive for the first couple quarters. But I expect once OKC gets their feet settled, they understand what Indiana wants to do and what they're doing. They'll make the necessary adjustments. And I got this being like I got OKC in six. If they feel really good, maybe even in five. You know, Indiana does a great job pushing the basketball,
Yeah,
playing
they
fast.
do.
So OKC is gonna have to get back on defense, get their defense set. You know, find guys in transition. Indiana will even push the ball after it made baskets.
True.
So
Yep.
you know, so
Yep.
OKC is gonna have to be defensively on a string. The one thing I do worry about is they run a lot of pick and roll, Indiana, and they're trying to search mismatches. And I don't think Chet Holmgren, plays the pick and roll the best. He's tall, he's lengthy, but he's flat footed and he's slow. So guys like
Mm-hmm.
Halliburton, Siakam, Nimhart, and these guys. So it's going to be important that OKC either pre-switches that, really, like pre-switches the pick and roll, and and and
Hmm.
and that way they don't put Chet in a disadvantage. Um, but and then too, like Miles Turner and Siakam, you're 4 and 5. They can shoot somewhat, and so
Yeah.
Hornstein and Chet are going to be pulled away from the basket at times. So this might be a series, and I think it will be, where we'll see a lot of Caruso. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel good about Caruso even guarding bigger guys like a Siakam at times, right? Not saying he can,
Right.
but
Stop them. Right.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so this might be a series where you're not going to see the combination of Siakam, I'm sorry, the combination of Chet and Hornstein that often, right? And so if OKC can just figure that out, because I think Pascal Siakam can get his shit off versus both of those bigs. And I think he's too fast for Chet. He's too shifty. But then I don't think OKC just goes down to their bigs to dominate. So, Pascal is not the size of Chet, but I don't think OKC uses Chet the way like that, where he's gonna punish somebody smaller. That like that's not their offense. But I got
Hmm.
OKC in six, man. You know what I'm saying? I think OKC's offense is very good. I think their defense is very good. I think they got a guy in SGA who is going to be hard to defend, and J Dub is going to have a good series. I'm predicting, and OKC competes on defense. So I got it in six. Can Indiana pull this off and get it done? Sure, they can. Of course, they can.
Right.
But they're gonna need some things to go their way. Like they're gonna have to shoot the ball well. They're gonna have to
Hmm.
play some, what I'm saying, some good defense. I tell you this, T Price,
Hmm.
Boston and New York, I don't think OKC does what they do, right?
Hmm.
I thought New York's offense was very predictable in the fourth
True.
quarter, with just going straight to Brunson at the top of the key and letting him isolate as a smaller miniature guard. Whereas OKC's offense is a little bit more versatile and unpredictable in times like that. So um, Indiana is going to have to rebound, shoot the ball well, keep it close. They can get this done, but they're going. OKC has more room for error than the Pacers do. The Pacers got to play good basketball. I don't think OKC has to play perfect or great basketball to pull this off. And so I get OKC in six, man.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you because I was talking to my homies on TikTok, and they was like, a few of us picked, but everybody else was like, the disrespect for OKC is really real, man. Like, just been talking to basketball with some of these folks, man. And I'm like, even y'all look at the past, though, even though you want to look, y'all want to say head to head, they didn't have Chet Holgren when they played each other, right? I know
Right.
Pascal is, yeah, and Pascal and Benedict Mathurin. I think he's going to be big for them too. But for OKC, they showed me a lot by beating the Nuggets. And that's another thing too. With these teams are young. when you're trying to win a championship for the first time, you're gonna go through your ups and downs and everything like that, you know. So you want to give the coaching edge. We're gonna see what Rick Carlisle he did win a championship in 2011. They do got the coaching edge aspect of it. I just feel like it's Shay's year though, bro. I've been saying it this whole playoffs. I just feel like it's okay. I feel like it's really his year, bro. And I just really think it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree too. I think he's having a historic season, MVP, scoring champ, and he's going to cap it off with a Finals MVP and a NBA
Hmm.
championship. And you know what's funny, man? I think like Indiana has very good players, right? I mean, I don't
Hmm.
think they have no legitimate superstars on their team. You know, I don't think Pascal or Halliburton is a superstar. I don't even think that those guys are even star players. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some may say they are, some may. I don't think they are. I think they're just very. I think they have a group of guys who just play ball well, and they're fast, they're young, they're lively, and it's being orchestrated by Tyrese Halliburton. And they're going to be tough to defend. And I probably would pick them versus a lot of teams out west at this point because they're on a rhythm, they're playing good ball. But I think OKC is too well balanced on both ends of the court. And I like what and T Price, just give me 1 second, bro. My wife, give me 1 second.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the only reason why I pick OKC too is because they got it on both ends, and defense wins championships. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm not knocking the Pacers in any kind of way, you know, but I just feel like it's just OKC year. I've been saying this whole playoffs, and they got a lot of defenders to throw at Halliburton too. Um, so it's gonna be interesting, especially when Shea goes to the bench. Then I think J Dub's gonna be huge though too. I think Chet gonna be big in this series though too though. Indiana definitely can. Indiana can definitely match up, but I know Rick Carlisle. I always respected Rick Carlisle. I think he's one of the last of the dying breeds of coaching, you know, of old school coaches. You know, that's still able to get that support from from the ownership and on down, and is able to coach. When you got that representation like that and got the back of the your organization and the bosses and stuff, yeah, you
Okay, I'm back.
this is what kind of
Okay.
team you get. Go ahead, bro. You ain't finished what you were saying.
Um, you kind of started what I was going to say. I think Rick Carlisle is a great coach.
Hmm.
And you're right. It's his way or the highway on that team, right? He's one of the
Hmm.
few guys who have structure, discipline, and you do what he says, right? There's no going around him to the upper management and trying to dictate certain things. Like, nah, he coaches and we own. And I like that they're hands off and they let him do his job. He's a very good coach. He's a very good X's and O's coach. People forget that he played with Larry Bird in Boston. Like this dude has been
Hmm.
around some of the best players and best teams
Facts.
and a part of a lot of good things in this league. So he's no slouch. So he definitely has the experience advantage over. And here's what's funny, bro. If you ask me
Hmm.
right now, what's the name of the coach of the Thunder? I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I know what his face looks like. I know who he is, but I couldn't even tell you his name, bro. I'm not sure I can even pronounce his name. But he's
Yeah,
been around.
Diagno, something like that. I
Yeah,
know who he is
yeah, for sure.
because only reason why I know who he is because you know I really pay attention. You know, OKC don't be on TV like that either. So that's why. And number one, at the main part of it is a small market. So this is two small markets going at it for a chip. I think it's great for the league. I think it's great.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. And not just that, but we say that we want to see good basketball and we want to see good matchups. I'm not sure that this isn't the possible best matchup that we could have gotten.
Hmm.
People are too hung up on names and resumes and oh, I want to see Steph, KD, LeBron, or somebody in Luca in the finals. But that wouldn't have meant that we would have got the best matchup. Like, isn't it time to like let's like isn't it time to showcase some of these young guys? like Tyrese and SGA, and what bigger
Mm-hmm.
stage to do it than the NBA Finals where everybody's watching. So there's a lot of fans out here, T Price, that are hypocrites who don't know shit about
Yes.
basketball, and they say one thing, and then when they get it, then they're still complaining. I heard all
It
year
is.
that they're renting
Go
more.
ahead.
They're trying to
Mm-hmm.
get old heads. Let's. Nobody's talking about SGA. Nobody's talking about some of these young guys. Well, we got it. We got two young guys who listen. We got OKC, a young team. I think they're the youngest team in the league, and they play
Mm-hmm.
offense and defense. You got Indiana Pacers, who's having a historic offensive postseason by the numbers. They play fast. They play good. They play exciting ball, and you guys still aren't satisfied. Like, which one is it? Like,
They
if you
want to. You can't have it both ways, twin.
that's
They
a
can't
fact.
have it both ways. Hey, you remember twin? Like we used to sit there and chop it up on Ticket Channel. And I've been saying, man, look. Remember when they started this player empowerment stuff? And what I was saying then, I do. It's the league is getting younger and younger and younger. And look at everybody that's in the league now. Look at everybody that's on these teams. They young.
Right. They're
They
young,
young.
and the teams that are competing, the Houston Rockets, young. OKC in the
Yes.
finals, young. Indiana. I mean, outside of, I mean,
Even the Pistons.
around, but they're still young enough, right? They're still considered young, in my eyes. You know what I'm saying, and so like young teams are doing things the right way, and it's paying off. Like we need to get away from the old heads. Some of these 18, like the Chris Pauls, the KDs, the Kurt, the Currys, the LeBrons, like their time is up, bro. It's time to like let these and not only is their time up, but the media and the NBA needs to do a better job at marketing these young kids because they're still trying to hold on to some of these old names. And yeah,
Those are
so
facts.
I'm
You
excited
know what? I'm
about
glad you
some.
said that because even this week, right?
Yeah,
Well, on Get Up,
go
I
ahead, T.
forgot that
Price.
dude's.
I'm gonna mute, bro, but I'm listening, bro. I gotta make a phone call real quick.
Oh yeah, you good? That even like the hop on what my boy said there and said it's really true, y'all. Because even look at all these sports shows this week. They're gonna get up. They still sit there and say, "Oh, this is still Steph Curry and LeBron's league." No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. And it really is not. Really is not. It's about these young guys, man. And then I find it very interesting too. Jay Reed, you always want to say, call us old heads. Ain't you an old head? You in your 40s too. I find that very interesting. And I also find it very interesting that Jeff T, you said that your Hawks will beat the Thunder. Come on, Jeff. You was an okay player. I respect what you was an NBA player. You did something I never did, but I just I disagree. I find it very interesting though too. And shout out to Two Raw too, because Two Raw pointed this out too, and he said it years ago too. That they're gonna be hating on these new players now. It ain't your time no more. It just ain't your time. It's not your time. It's about these new age of these players, man, coming into their own. That's what it's about right now. It's about them. It's gonna be about them, and it should be about them. Because Jay Reed went home in the first round. Oh, and that's the only reason why I don't mention it because I'm talking about it because they made it out. Bronny James is gonna get minutes next year, right? All right, so he's gonna get minutes next year. So he's gonna get more minutes than Dalton Connect, or they gonna trade Dalton Connect. I'm just asking questions. Hey, yeah, I seen that article, man. Hey, look, real little T, man. Hey, man, people know what it is, man. People know what it is, man. That man use it, man. We already know, man. Look, it's crazy, man. A lot of these players and all that. And man, Rick, well, what's his name? Rick Buchner. That's his name, Rick Buchner. He's standing 10 toes down. He said, "How this man is able to do this stuff? Yeah, it's structured, but they want to sit there and say that this man is so clean and so uncut. Man, the playoffs been beautiful without this man. It's been beautiful. It's been great. It's been great, and they still got to bring him up every once in a while. You can't even sit there and have an OK. You can't sit there and talk about the OKC Thunder and this, and then be like, oh, but Jay Reed this. You put a J. He's home. He's not the standard. He's not the standard. He's the standard of cheating the game. Man, come on, man. We ain't got no time. Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. That's why he's behind home right now with him and his son, making a big mockery of the Lakers. Like I said they was going to do. Man, these dudes better stay away from me, man. That's why a lot of these homies don't even come, don't reach out. Stay the way you are. You ain't been reaching out, talking to me, and came on this channel or anything like that. Don't even come back. Cause y'all know deep inside I've been right. But you can't be man enough to give me a solid and be like, now you give me a solid. Just be like, you know what? Man, you was right, bro. Nah, I don't even want that. I told y'all, man, he was going. By the time he leave the Lakers already got nothing to stand on. They can make all the moves they want to. It still ain't gonna benefit nothing. And look at all the teams. The West is a gauntlet. We don't know what Jalen Brown gonna do. We ain't got Dame. Uh, Dame is out. Everybody predicting where Giannis should go. Yada yada. I've never just seen the media got too much. The media too. They got so much power too. They can dictate where a player should go and all this other stuff, man. Back in the day, the media just did their job. And the reason why basketball the way it is now, for this specific reason, the media, the media, especially ESPN. ESPN used to be a standard, and then all of a sudden, this man comes to the league. Then it started making. This is when I knew ESPN was going down. Was going down when Jay Reed lost to the Spurs. What they say? What Stephen A. said? Oh, I ain't gonna count that against them. How you not gonna count it again? That's when the downfall of the excuses. But they set everybody else such a high standard. They ridiculed Michael Jordan. They killed Kobe for playing with Shaq. But they never killed this man for all the Buffalo players this man has played with. You can't make this up, bro. That's why his ass is home. I guarantee you, let somebody have a. I guarantee you this. Let somebody have a triple double or anything like that. They're gonna sit there and gonna mention Jay Reed. Man, that man's home. Period. He's home. As he should. Mr. I never cheated the game. Cut this off, man. They just need to stop. It's about OKC. It's about the young guns. It's about these Indiana Pacers. That's what it's about right now. It's about them. I keep telling y'all, man, the truth always come out. The truth always come out. And the truth steady, steady, steady coming out. You got people every day you start hearing stuff. I know so much stuff that I don't even want to mention. And I know and it's already stuff that I've been saying for years. As people have been saying too. But they ain't gonna mention that on ESPN because that's their cash cow. That's how they see it. That's just how they see it. Hey, has anybody's heard from Wilts? Hey, Wilts, man. Hey, Wilts, man. How you been, bro? Hey, anybody heard from Wilts, man? Has anybody heard from my boy Wilts, man? Hey, Wilts, man, you ain't in witness protection, are you, man? I'm gonna ask my twin. I'm gonna ask Twin a question when he come back. Hey, I'm gonna ask everybody in the chat. Do y'all think Thibodeau? Hey, shout out to Martavian, because Martavian did say this on my channel. He was like, if they don't lose, if the Knicks end up losing, they're gonna fire Tiz. And boy, was he right. Boy, was he right. It's about these OKC Thunder. In my opinion, just by just even go by matchups, right? And this is another thing too. I don't understand with the media. See, the media contradict themselves, right? A lot, right? They always sit there and say, "Oh, you see how they blown leads, OKC blown the lead." It's a learning process. Yeah, like these dudes already won a championship already. They ain't won nothing yet. I think they going to. My boy Ron was good.
Peace, peace. Matt,
Hello, fellas.
bro, what up with you?
What up, big dog?
I need
I'm
to start
good.
cooking up the stove, man, because everybody been messing me like, Chief Price, man, you need to start cooking the stove, man. We've been bored. I'll start cooking it up again, allegedly. What's up, Tony?
What we on
But
today,
hey,
man?
hey, I want to ask you a question about I'm gonna ask Moss questions too. Y'all felt like the Tiz fire was valid?
The what?
Thibodeau.
It's for me. I don't know how Mass feel. I don't like Thibodeau's style of coaching, and I still blame him for D Rose. But making it to the Eastern Conference Finals with a point guard who can't play defense and a 5-man that can't play defense, yeah, I'm not a fan of his, but I don't think he deserved to be fired. I think they should have ran it back. They should have altered. They should have altered the roster a little bit because I was just pointing out to my brother-in-law yesterday. He didn't realize Mikal Bridges got traded for 5 first-round picks, and that OG Anunoby had a $200 million contract. And
I agree with Ronton. I think the roster is
yeah,
flawed. I think the expectation is too high. I think guys like Mikal Bridges, he's a role player. He's nothing more than that. He's just a role player. I think Anobi is another role player. And so I think Cat is a inconsistent star player. And Brunson is a miniature guard who is very predictable in the fourth quarter offensively. And so, yeah, I mean, Tom Thibodeau is a demanding coach. I actually appreciate his style. That's what I'm used to, right? I mean, he won a chip with Boston. He was in Houston with Jeff Van Gundy. He's a defensive-minded coach. He has old school attributes and ways, but unfortunately, Ronton, in today's league, those ways aren't perceived like that no more. And so, guys don't want to be held to a standard. Guys don't want to be called out. And here's my last point: when Tom Thibodeau coaches, just look at his face. Every possession, he treats it as if it's a game 7, in the fourth quarter. Like, he's so intense. And in today's league, you just can't approach every possession that way. But, I mean, I'm okay with that. But obviously in today's league, they're not. So, did he have been fired? No. But, I mean, yeah, it's the NBA, bro. I mean, they do a lot of weird shit.
And who did the Phoenix Suns hire as their coach? I didn't know the Suns. Who they hired as coach? I heard that they who's their new coach now? Anybody know?
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch his name. But before we go away, I completely agree on with Mass, like to an extent. Like Mass, his style of coaching from what we grew up with, even when I played high school, I had a coach, rest in peace, Coach Trent Jackson. Like, we only practice basketball out of a 2.5-hour practice. We only practice basketball maybe 20 minutes. Everything else was conditioning, bro. But guess what? when we stepped on the court and that motherfucker said 94-foot press, like we was one of the few schools that pressed the whole game, man. So I get it. I just don't think what he does is conducive to the star. Cause like we all agree, these stars soft as hell today. You feel me? And I just think I like, and I ain't going front. I'm biased against Thibodeau because I'm like, bruh, y'all was up by so much and you kept Derrick Rose in the game and you took D Rose from us, bro. You feel me? But like, I don't agree with him being fired after this run. So we agree on that, man. I didn't agree with him being fired. Not my first round draft pick if I was my coach, but he didn't deserve to be fired. I give him that. He didn't deserve to be fired.
Listen to what you just said. You know, your coach had you guys conditioning, and there's something to be said about that, right? Like, look at today's league. Teams aren't pressing 90 feet consistently because it takes too much energy to do that. And so now we're mad at a coach because he wants to challenge his guys not only physically but also mentally, right? Like, this is basketball. You run up and down. So you got to be in tip-top shape. Look how the Pacers are in shape. The Pacers are in shape, bro. Like, they run up and down. And so, I mean, and then here's my last point. I know that Tibbs gets a lot of disdain for the Derrick Rose thing, bro. But what's meant to be is meant to be. And D Rose said it himself. I mean, we forget that. If I'm not mistaken, I think D Rose was actually missing time already that season. He had came back because I think he had something going on. I think an ankle injury or something like that. And so he was just getting minutes just to get himself back into rhythm, you know, back in the lather. And so it happened. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. The Bulls are up big, but I mean, I don't put that on Tom Thibodeau, bro. I mean, what's meant to be is meant to be, and that was meant to happen. But yeah, man, like, coaches can, bro. Mike Malone called out his guys, and he got fired. And so you no longer call out your players because it's a players' league, bro.
Mass, do you think New York gonna look at Mike Malone direction?
Shit, they would want to. I mean, why would you not?
Foolish not, right?
You go get him.
Yeah, they'd be foolish not to. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, we on the same page with that. Okay, go ahead.
I agree with y'all that too. They should go after Mike Malone, but then again, Mike Malone will have the same problem as Thibodeau, though. You know what that is? They don't have no who their best defender is other than Anunoby.
I would probably say Josh Hart.
Yeah, I forgot about Josh Hart. Shout out to Josh Hart. And then another thing too with the Knicks, though, the Knicks did it to themselves though too, bro. Like when they they got on the podium, right, and said we let the foot off the gas. I said to myself, y'all ain't gonna win the series. You ain't gonna win y'all ain't gonna win no series. You let your foot off the gas in the conference finals. That's unacceptable, man. That's unacceptable.
And also too, T Price and Ronton, I think their offense is a little, Brunch is gonna put up his 30 or whatever, but it's when it's time to really run offense and make a team pay in the fourth quarter when it counts the most, their offense is very predictable. And I'm very uncomfortable with a guy of that size, Brunson, being the main ball handler, dictating things. And he's too much of a scoring guard at that size. There's a reason why Isaiah Thomas, the second Isaiah Thomas who played with Boston, like, he can't be your best player and compete for a championship. He just can't. They're too predictable. And so I think the offense needs to be changed. And I think the offense needs to be a little bit more, player friendly, where the ball moves more. The ball sticks too much with Brunson in those key moments. And it's easy for a defense to guard Ronton.
Hey, yo, and I agree with that, Max, because if you're his size and you're not ultra athletic like Allen Iverson, you feel me?
Right.
You got who can depend on his athleticism to get through a lot of the game. Like they don't call him Big Body Brunson for nothing. You feel me?
Yeah.
He lacks that athleticism, and at that size, if you lack that athleticism, like you said, your game get kind of predictable. We know it. For your size and your stature, it's only, where a dude 6'6" might have 3 counters out of a move. You only got 1 because you're 6'1". You feel me?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a
So
fact.
Mass, we on the same, and you know, most of the time we on the same page, bro. We on the same
Of
page.
course, bro. Wonton, bro. I mean, listen, bro. I mean, T. Price and yourself and Trayvon, bro. I love talking hoop y'all because you guys talk logically and it's a good basketball discussion, bro. Like I'm
Hey,
not gonna
you know what I say to Mass? Even
talk
if we
basketball.
don't agree, when I listen to you, I'm like, damn, I ain't never look at it like that. You feel me?
Yeah,
Like, damn,
exactly. And that's how
I
we
ain't
should
never
be
look
as
at it the way
teammates.
bro just presented it.
Right. Yeah. Because Ronton, I'm not listen, bro. I mean, I said this a few times. I don't get excited and up in arms over guys putting up stats. Right. I don't. Like, listen, like a guy can
Mhm.
go 2 for 15 and doesn't mean he had a bad game. Right.
Right.
I mean, go look at MJ in the 96-98 finals. He shot in the low 40s, like 41% from the field and 42% from the field. And so there's other ways to impact winning and impact your team than just putting the ball in the basket. Kobe grabbed you 15 rebounds and led his team in assists.
I
And
was just
so,
about to say that, Mass. We seen Kobe go 6 for 24, but he had 15 boards like
right,
this
exactly.
that game.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna
Mhm.
flip the script, T Price, and say, like, I can look
Yeah.
at Brunson and say, yeah, he had 35 in this, but I don't think he played well because playing well to me is just because you can score 35 doesn't mean it's the best thing for the team far from a winning standpoint. If that makes sense.
Right.
Facts. I agree with that. And I like Jalen Brunson as a player, but I say this too, and Ron Tom said it too. I've been saying this forever, man, though, too. These guards ain't point guards, they shooting guards, man. And this is what's wrong with a lot of these teams, though, right? Like, look, like SGA, because he's not a point guard. He's a two guard and a half that's to play a point guard, right? Do I think SGA can play off ball? I think so. But at the same time,
Yeah.
Okay, Price. So let me ask you a question. You and Mr.
yeah,
Mass.
go
How
ahead.
many, how many 2 point guards you think we got in the league today?
Other than Halliburton, you got Halliburton, that's one.
Allie one of
Uh,
Chris
uh,
Paul.
Chris
Chris
Paul,
Paul,
the point
Chris
guard.
Paul, point
Yeah.
guard. And I think, and who,
And
and what?
that might be
I
it.
think that's it. I think that's it.
You can't be
If I,
serious, y'all. That's
That
all
might
we
be it,
come
bro.
up with. Damn, that's crazy. Okay,
And
Mike Conley Jr.
yeah, Conley, yeah, you could say that.
And,
He's
and I'm
older though.
and I'm going back to his Memphis days. You feel me? What we seen with him.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, about them.
Okay.
That's a three. Again, that's only three.
Right. Out of 30 teams that we can
Right.
think of off top. You feel me? And we talk about 3 basketball heads here.
Because one, I don't think. Listen, because you can rack up 9 or 10 assists. I don't look at you as a point guard. Like to me, Chris Paul and Tyrese and those guys that we just mentioned. It's more than just the assists. It's the way that they control the pace, control the offense. They know who to get the ball to, when to get the ball to them. They understand the score. And here's the key right here, bro. They do a great job at manipulating the defense, right? Because LeBron James drives downhill and makes a corner pass to the three, and the guy makes it. That's a basic NBA pass, bro. Like I'm not getting excited over that nonsense. But if you just watch Chris Paul and Tyrese Halliburton, I'm going to leave Mike Conley out this discussion just real quick. Those two guys do a great job at understanding pace, time, and score, and they can manipulate a defense like no other. I've seen Chris Paul and Tyrese Halliburton be the
And
best
Lonzo
player on the
Ball.
court
Thanks for that one, Nate.
without even scoring 10 points. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. How we forget Lonzo?
Damn, you're right about yeah. I mean, okay.
But we was going off top, bro. We was going off top.
Yeah. Okay. We can throw Lonzo in there too, bro. I mean, I'm not a big fan of his because he hasn't done it consistently, but that's fair. I'll throw him in there.
Just his skill set as a pure point guard.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, I don't know about you, Ron Tom, but I don't want my point guard scoring 25 a game, bro. Like, I don't need that from you. Like, you're not a scoring guard. Like, you're a point guard. Like, you're an extension of me, the coach. Like, go run my offense, manipulate, get guys the shots. And here's last point. Point guards know who needs the ball and when they need it, bro. They're not just passing the ball to somebody for the fuck of it. Excuse me, my bad, T Price. They're not just passing the ball to somebody, Ronton, just because. It's like there's a purpose behind the pass. if that makes sense.
And
And
yo, it
so,
was crazy. They were just talking about one of the guards, Mass, that you made that point. And Patrick Ewing in the interview and said, yo, Mark Jackson was
oh
the
my
greatest.
God, bro, love his
And
game.
he said he knew who needed the ball, when they needed the ball, and where they needed the ball. He said it didn't matter if I was rolling and Mark seen something. He said I would never dispute him. He like because he knew how to get dudes involved in the game. He might be come down court like, all right, we're losing him. Let me get him a quick.
Yeah, great point, bro. Grunt time. You just made the best point I heard today.
Yeah.
Because a point guard understands what his team needs and he understands his guys. Hey, you know what, bro? T. Price ain't touched the ball in 5 possessions.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Get your, you know what I'm saying? Go. Or it's just under because I know if he touches the rock, I'm gonna get T. Price to play some defense. He gonna rebound. It's like you have to understand the game of basketball, bro. Like that's what I say. The game is mental as well as physical, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And this is why another thing too, that point guard, like I've been seeing it in these playoffs, looking at these teams that lost big leads and stuff like that. You know why? That's why a point guard is very vital. Is vital. Yeah, we see the evolution of the big men coming back, yada yada yada. But they need to start to get point guards back in the league though too, like a Rajon Rondo.
Yeah, listen, like Matt said, bro, point guards control the pace of the game. If we up 15, guess what we about to do? We about to slow this bitch down.
Right.
You feel me? If we down 8, guess what? We got to pick it up, fellas. You feel me? We got to get some quick, easy scores. But if we up, we about to slow down, go to the half court. I'm gonna call the right set, and we about to get us the bucket. Slow the game down. We don't even want to look to take a shot to like 7 seconds left in the shot clock. That's when we should be looking to make our move. But like you said, as we're seeing against Indiana, Jalen Brunson and them up 15, he coming down taking shots with 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Bro,
yeah,
what are you doing,
part.
bro? What are you doing? All you got to do is milk the clock. If you milk the clock, they don't even got enough possessions to catch up, bro.
And you made a great point because look when Halliburton, when they had that big lead, what did Halliburton do? Sat there, wasted the clock, run the shot clock down, and then they end up getting an offensive rebound, running down again. You know, that's how it's supposed to be, man. But then again, they want this positionless basketball. But then again, point guard play is they need to start bringing these dudes that really have point guards, man. Stop making this positionless basketball is not hard. It's really not hard. You got to have a point guard, and you got to have a coach that can be able to coach. Because like, as we all iterated, point guard is another extension of the coach. A shooting guard is not going to get that. I've been saying this forever too, just about Luka Doncic, right? You should get into it with them dudes about Luka Doncic. Just because you dominate the basketball, like Jay Reed, just because you dominate the basketball doesn't make you a point forward, whatever the case might be. I'm like what Matt said. Oh, he's standing in the corner. He's supposed to do that. Swing and kick, he's standing in the corner. You ain't supposed to sit there and just watch a player just dribble the shot clock, dribble the air out of basketball. That'll not win you no kind of championship. It doesn't.
That's a fact.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? You know, we've seen certain guys, you know, as point guard shoot the ball early in shot clocks, not move the ball around. Like these guys act like they're not gonna get the ball back, bro. Like Brunson, like give it up, move off the ball, and then come back and get it, bro.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, and it's crazy because, and if you go back to what I say, and that's why I say, I was happy about the Luka trade because I knew that set us up for post LeBron. You feel me? Just for that reason, just only that reason. Because I was worried, like, damn, AD 31, LeBron 40, he don't know when to quit. So are they going to be able to get another star in here with AD before his prime exit so they can take advantage of it? Nah, I mean, but if you look, dudes like LeBron James, Jalen Brunson, Luka Doncic, them dudes that sit there and pound the ball like that James Harden shit, bro, that don't win you shit. Like, that don't win you nothing, bro.
Kobe said that.
Listen, he had to learn the hard way. People act like, I said, man, Kobe could have averaged 35 any year he wanted to, bro. I said, but in his later career, the number 24 part, after number 8, number 24 part, he started understanding how much he needed his teammates. You feel me? Like he knew he could go out and score 81. He proved that. You feel me? But that's not going to get him what he wants. So like Phil Jack said, bro, you're going to have to trust these dudes, bro. And along with trusting them, he brought dudes' games up to a level that they didn't believe they could play at. Dudes like Shannon Brown, dudes like Sasha Vujacic. You feel me? Even like I'm talking about stretches, mass where I remember DJ Mabinga playing an 8-9 minute stretch, playing great basketball. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, yo, he always had the talent, but once he learned what he needed to learn, like, you know, I know we all done seen it because we from that era. You done seen The Last Dragon, right? Bruce Leroy. The infamous Black Karate movie. They had this villain in there named Shonuff, the Shogun of Harlem. And he got the glow. Once you got the glow, that means you are the ultimate master. You can play you can do anything once you got the glow. Certain players got the glow. You feel me? Certain players got the glow. Where the game just slowed down. Like right now, SGA playing with the glow, bro. The game just slowed down for him. Everybody moving in slow motion like he in the Matrix. And he's seeing shit 2 or 3 seconds before it even happened. That's when you know you evolved as a basketball player. It ain't because you can score 40 points. When you can manipulate the game any style that you want to, that's when you got the glow, bro. That's when you that highest level, that you that final boss type shit. You feel me? Now, everybody game ain't the same, so everybody glow gonna be different. But once you mastered your craft and you like mastered the whole game, you feel me? I'm gonna tell you a player. Dennis Rodman had the glow, even though all this bitch did was rebound. You feel me? But he was the upper echelon. It's like he mastered all points of that game, and it's just like, yo, he the final boss of that shit. And right now, I like Jalen Brunson don't got the glow. You know what I mean? They might be 3rd degree black belts and all that shit, but they don't got the glow. You feel me? Luka Doncic don't got the glow yet.
Nah, he don't, bro. And
don't, Matt. I'm the first person to tell you, bro. The only reason why I accepted that trade without no venom is because we basically reset our time slot. He only 26.
That's true.
So I figure even if LeBron hung around and played another year from him, we gonna have at least, hopefully, 3 to 4 good years out of Luka before his body actually break down.
Yeah, but I think we spoke maybe a few weeks ago about how the Lakers are doing a horrible job at trying to convince him to stay because he can leave, I think, after next year. And
after next year, yeah.
And them coming out saying JJ talking about guys need to get in shape, and they're still trying to ante up to LeBron James in his situation and not really focus on keeping Luka Doncic and really getting off of the LeBron James train. Like, there's no guarantee that this dude stays, bro. It's not. I mean, they just lost in the first round, and everybody from the coach up to the front office, people on TV, they're blaming Luka Doncic. And you think that guy gonna stay? There's no guarantee, bro. He's staying there.
The only reason
he probably will stay.
But but like you said, it's not guaranteed. The only reason why I think the biggest incentive, I was just watching a show yesterday. And they broke down how he can get some of his money back. You feel me? He can't get what he completely lost in the Supermax, but he can get like 75% of it back if he signed a 3-year extension for the same extension Donovan Mitchell signed with the player option in the 3rd year. That way he'll be back to re-up when it's 10 years of services in. And then he could go ahead and get the 5-year, 200 and whatever $1 million. And they said that would equate to about 70% of what he lost in the Supermax. You feel me? But like you said,
he's worried about, listen, we're gonna learn a lot about Luka's mentality, bro.
Absolutely.
If he stays in LA and it's all about the money, then it is what it is, and he don't care about winning, bro. But if the Lakers, because my thing is this, bro, like just because the team throws it at you, don't mean that you have to take it. Like the Lakers have not shown yet that they're all in on him. I can tell by the way that they talk about him and the disrespect that they show him and how they still are trying to, go as LeBron James goes. So I think you're right. I think he does stay.
Right. But it's no guarantee, bro.
but there's no guarantee.
You absolutely right about that. Ain't no guarantee that he stay. And if, like you said, I agree. Like I thought, I thought the first, I thought the first sign of them showing that that when they said, you know what, go get a Smart Williams. That's what Luka wanted. I said, damn. I said, damn. AD been begging for a center for 4 years. He helped y'all win a chip, and y'all told him to shut the fuck up. Luka Doncic come and said, yo, I want him, and y'all trade immediately. And a trade that could have been done, if you think about it, you could have did that trade when Anthony Davis was there, because all you was giving up was Dalton Connect. You feel me? So it was just like, oh, okay. They steering the shit towards Luka, and I was happy because I wanted them to snatch that power from LeBron, and I said they did it. I said they went and got Luka.
Well, they tricked you. No,
they tricked me, man.
Yeah, they tricked you, bro. The first 2 weeks, all about Luka. He's the future, you know. And then, long behold, you know, everything is based and surrounded about that guy and not putting all their eggs in his basket. So, you know, but yeah. So, but back to the finals or tonight's game. Also on T Price, if you ask me what was OKC's coach's name, I couldn't even tell you. But he's been there for 5 years, and he's done a great job season to season getting better. I think Rick Carlisle has more experience, and he's a veteran coach. He's been there and done that, and he's coached against, you know, being the underdog, obviously 2011 with the Dallas Mavericks. But we can't sleep on OKC's coach, bro. Like, he has the air. He has the ear of this team. They go as he goes, and just watch the team around, bro. Like,
got them popping all cylinders, man. I'm like you. I couldn't call his name if you put $1 million in front of me right now and said, "This yours." Give me OKC coach name.
Dagno.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I could tell you who the owners is. I could tell you who Sam Prestine is. I could probably, listen.
Yeah, I'll say Sam Prestine is a coach.
Probably could name 12 out of their 15 players on their roster. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about their coach, it's like, damn. And you know what? He's a hell of a coach, man, because he got them young boys. They bought into what he believe in, and they executing it to the fullest, bro. I'm talking about, and we all know how gifted Shea is offensively.
Right.
We know how talented Jalen Williams and Chet can be. You feel me? The potential they got. But what he got them locked in on defense doing, bro, that is beyond me, bro.
That's next level stuff right there. That's real coaching right there. When you get your players to buy in to play defense, that's the only thing we. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, he gonna be around for a long time. You feel me? And if I'm Shea, I'm telling my coach leave, I'm leaving. You feel me? I done had all my success under this dude.
Well, not just that, bro. They're a young team, and I think they're the youngest team in the league, along with Houston. And you don't see young teams play defense like that, right? You just don't.
No.
And the way they share the basketball, and like, it's just for a team to be that young and to play this well on both ends of the court. And here's the main thing: their best player bought in early. Shea bought in early, and so when your best player is on board and he's coachable, let me say it again: SGA is coachable. He's accountable. And so when you have that, then this is what you get. What up, Leezy?
Hey, yo, the crazy part about it, the crazy part about it, he can actually take credit for not saying because Shea put in the work, but he got Shea as a rookie. You feel me? In that rookie year with the Clippers, they traded him for Paul George. So he got Shea as a pup. You feel me? It wasn't their original draft pick, but he might as well been. You feel me? He got him as a pup, man. And that boy.
Go ahead.
I don't know if he's seen future MVP when he got him, but he knew he had something with that Canadian-born kid. And I'm telling you, that Jamaican, that Caribbean island ethnicity that boy got, man. Listen here, that's a badass Jamaican, bro. They can say what they want.
And not only that, though, too. I think I got to give Chris Paul some credit too, because Chris Paul he played with Chris Paul.
Yeah,
You know,
him and
he
Dennis Schroeder,
so
right? It was him and Dennis
yeah,
Schroeder and Chris
Yeah,
Dennis
Paul.
Schroeder.
Yeah,
Dennis
Yep,
Schroeder.
yep.
yep.
So he learned from another person. That's another point guard, Schroeder. I forgot. Even though I could say, I don't think he's a pass first person. I think he's more of a pass first than a shooting than a Schroeder. But he's a good point guard. He's another one. We forgot to mention the point guard. What's up, Leezy?
What's good with it, K?
I
How
tell
we
you
doing?
what,
And
right? And listen,
crack.
and I probably could relate. I could probably relate this to Elise. What's up with you, bro? And Mr.
What's
Mass.
up with it, bro?
I'm like personally me. If I
Hmm.
got Dennis Schroeder as my backup point guard, I'm not mad, bro.
Oh
Right.
no.
I'm not
No,
mad. It's
Where's Dennis Schroeder from again?
he in Detroit.
He's from
No. Where is he from?
France
What country?
He's from Germany. He's from Germany.
Germany, right? When he was coming out into the NBA, they called him the Germany Rajon Rondo.
Hmm.
Those were the comparisons that they were making to Dennis Schroeder.
Who y'all got in the finals? Leezy and Ron. Who y'all got?
OKC in 6.
Okay. Who you got, Ron? Well, we wait till he come back. But anyway,
Yeah,
how y'all
it's gonna be
feeling?
a good series though.
Yeah, because it's like I said, I just think it's Shay's year, and I've been saying it in the playoffs. Even though I'm supposed to be on a sabbatical, but my homies been hitting me up like, man, we been bored, man. You ain't been on me somewhere to cook, man. I'm like, okay, I'll crack the stove up again, but don't get mad at me again if I take another sabbatical. When normally
Right.
I normally take 3 months off, bro. Like I've been watching the French Open. I'm a tennis guy, so that's what I've been doing, watching the
Oh, the
French
French
Open.
Open. Yeah. I kind of was watching a little bit of it. I know
Man,
they
see,
did.
y'all man,
They honored
piss me off,
Rafael
loser.
Nadal though,
As they should. That's man. That
for
man.
sure.
That man's a legend on clay, bro. Like that dude.
Legend.
Like I
He
mean, a
owns
legend.
Clay. He
Own
owns
it.
Clay.
They might as well name it after him. On some
Right.
realness.
That part.
Yeah, but the NBA
Yeah.
though, man, like it's just like I've just been watching First Take all this week, watching these shows and talking about who's the face of the league. I'm like, it's still LeBron James, it's still Steph Curry. No, it's not.
Yeah.
That
That
is
shit
what's
has
wrong
been
with y'all.
said, bro. Yeah.
I'm like, man, that stuff that shit said a long time ago. I always said this. Once Steph
You
got
know,
his
the
last,
face of
I
the
think Steph
league
got his
needs
last one.
help. Yeah,
Man, he
Steph
don't
Curry
need
and
no
LeBron
help.
need too. Steph Curry and LeBron needs too much help. Like that's why they can't be the face of the league. The face of the league is somebody who the help, like they make the help. Like you know what I'm saying? Like OKC built their team organically because of stupid ass
Yeah.
Kevin Durant and all these other team players trading away, and they get a ton of draft picks. So it's just like you can thank Jerry West, rest in peace, though, for SGA. Because if you go back and
Yeah.
watch SGA rookie season and his second year, I think he was traded after his second year, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the second year, yeah.
So if you go back and watch his first 2 seasons, watch his highlights with the Clippers, dude was already a gem. They just didn't know what they had in their back pocket, though. So they
Yeah.
ended
And
up,
I always told Showtime too that they're gonna regret trading him for
yeah,
Paul George.
one of the worst organizations in the NBA history, them and Sacramento Kings.
Easy. Let me break it down to you, right? I don't
Mhm.
think they had much of a choice, right? Because they knew what they had with SGA. But remember, Kawhi had bolted from Toronto and went to LA. You feel me?
Yeah.
And Kawhi,
Right.
they wanted Kawhi to stay. And Kawhi like, nah, nigga, I need a running mate. Go get me Paul George. You feel me?
I'm cool.
So in
I'm
hindsight,
good.
I blame Kawhi for putting the young boy out.
I'm doing that out of 100 times. I'm not making that trade for Paul George. I don't give a fuck what his numbers was.
Just think
You
about
can't
this.
do that, bro. That nigga was already injury prone. Once he broke his leg,
Just think about this, E. Think about this, right? Paul
and
George.
then look at Kawhi Leonard. I don't give a fuck if you won a championship, nigga. You the way you did your shit in San Antonio, nigga, you got them whole tendencies, bro, where you want to nigga choose when to play and when not to play. I don't want players like that, bro. I need a player that's gonna show up to work every day. Period. Every day. I'm paying you all these millions, nigga. You can't play 2 games in a row. Come on, man, stop it. These niggas just cheating the game. They cheating the game, bro, and they cheating the fans too. because the fans pay their hard-earned money. They save up a life savings just to go to one game courtside or, you know what I'm saying, lower level. And guess what? I came to see you play, and you're not playing because you got to play 2 nights in a row. Man, I don't respect your integrity, bro.
Yeah.
A hooper loves to hoop, bro. You know what I'm saying? Period. When you're a real hooper, you're gonna hoop every chance you get. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of us growing up did this shit for free. Can you imagine that's our job and we getting paid a lot of money to play basketball, bro? I would be so happy to go to the gym every day. Oh, we got a game tonight. I can't wait. Oh, we got a game tomorrow too. We get to play again. Oh, we get to play a third day in a row. Oh, for sure. Let's go. Now these niggas be marking their calendars. You know, when you work at a job, you mark your calendars for all your days throughout the whole year, the days that you're gonna take off. Oh, I'm taking this day.
Right.
Oh, I'm taking this day. I'm taking this day. Nigga, stop it. Nigga, I'm working every
I
day.
agree with you,
Unless I'm
Dave.
really sick or there's a special occasion, you know what I'm saying, an anniversary, a birthday or something,
Yeah.
a graduation or something, nigga, I'm working every day.
But not only are they playing basketball, Lizzie, they traveling first class, best hotels,
Right.
Yes.
museum on the road,
Top of the line, everything.
Right.
free meals, best
Right.
trainers. And so
Right.
I said to say this, bro. Yeah, we want them to have that type of passion, just to go and just play basketball and love it. But they getting paid too soon, bro. Like these dudes are getting the bag too
They
soon.
getting that bag.
Yeah, they
Right.
get the bag too soon. It's not
Right,
predicated. It's predicated off of potential.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Yeah.
he might be the best player in NBA history. Let me give him a $100 million contract with Nike.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right. I mean, and it's guaranteed. So you mean to tell me
and
I
it's
got
guaranteed money.
180 guaranteed, and you want me to work in the off season and not go with the what?
I can
ain't
quit
working on
basketball. I
I
signed
ain't
my
working on
contract. I
shit.
signed my contract and endorsements. Guess what? I don't even have to play a game in the NBA. Nigga, I can retire and go do something else.
Bro, Kawhi Leonard was load managing, still getting his $50 million. Still, he's check came maybe twice a month, bro.
See the game, and we want to respect. I love his. I love the type of player he is. I don't respect
Yeah.
the mindset. That's all. It's a character flaw for me. You know what I'm saying? We know what he is on the basketball court, but it's
That's
more to it than just being a good player on the court, bro. It's everything that comes along with that. How's your character? How's your attitude towards approaching the game? Like, you know what I'm saying? These niggas focus too much on the bag, bro. I need you to go
Yeah.
focus on winning, man. When it comes to winning, go win. Period. What do I need
Y'all hit
Paul
that
George
like
for?
button, man.
What do
I
I
hit
need
that
Paul
like
George for? What do I need Paul George for? I'm just saying.
Not to
I
win,
could
bro.
have, nigga, get me Carmelo Anthony if that's the case, because I know where Carmelo Anthony lies. He's gonna show up every day and he's gonna give you that
Play.
work.
Yeah, he gonna play. Yeah, he gonna play.
Give you that
So-
business. Hey, yeah, I agree.
But it is what it is, man. Now look, Kawhi, you know what I'm saying? We've seen the best years of Kawhi Leonard. And then look, Paul George not even on the Clippers no more. Now look what SGA doing in OKC out of all franchises. He turned
Paul
about to turn that
George.
team into a dynasty, nigga.
And they let
And Paul
go for free.
George.
Paul George
Hey, yo.
left for nothing.
Let's break
And
this.
Paul George doing more podcasts than he played basketball games this season, man. Get
That's
up out of here.
crazy.
Hey, yo, let's break this down. Like, clear-eyed view, Elise. Think about this, right?
Mhm.
The Clippers gave up SGA, the MVP, and they gave up 4 first-round picks to go along with that. So not only did they give away the MVP, they gave away their future for Paul George. And guess what? This nigga's in Philly with a max contract, bro.
Complaining. And he's complaining already in Philly.
Run time. A step further.
And make
fellas.
this up, y'all.
Those 4 first-round picks turn into Chet Holmgren, J-Dub, Wiggins.
Yes.
All these guys, bro.
That's
And
crazy.
Clippers
Right.
gave and PG walked for nothing. The Clippers
And
got
PG
nothing
walked
for
for nothing, bro.
him. Nothing, bro.
And
So
PG
you know what?
walked for nothing.
If I'm
it's not
Steve
just
Ballmer,
SGA, Ronton. It's not just SGA, bro. Like those picks turn into what they are now. The Chet,
that's a fact.
the
Think about
J-Dub. I mean, come
But-
on, bro.
But guess what, y'all? This is what happens when you let a player dictate everything that you do
Message.
from a business standpoint of basketball. That's why
It's
I
a player's
say the
league.
owners The owners need to start taking back control where they build their team based off of what they know is good fit, based off of personality, work ethic, and talent.
And
You
that's
know
what
what
I
I'm
think,
saying? And high character. That's
bro.
why Jerry West, bro. That's why we miss Jerry West, bro. The
Yeah, I'm
logo.
gonna
It's a
front.
reason why he the logo, nigga. Period.
I ain't gonna front. That
Michael
was
Jordan can't be the logo because he's a terrible business. He's a terrible person when it comes to talent. Like Jerry West, no, he been doing this shit since back in the day, bro. After he retired from the Lakers.
think about this, Easy, right? Think about this, right? Gave up all that, all George Lee. Steve Ballmer has got to, because at the time I said, I get it. Yeah, Kawhi had just won a championship. Okay, yeah, we need Kawhi to stay. So we're gonna do, but I guarantee you, Steve Ballmer say, that's the last time we do that shit. I'm gonna take the hit because I got it to take the hit. You feel me? But this gonna be the very last time we gonna leave what we doing up to a player, yo.
Yeah. If to be honest with you though, bro, if I'm the Clippers, oh no. If I'm the Clippers, I'm trading Kawhi Leonard to the San Antonio Spurs for the number 2 pick, and I think they got some more draft picks. And I'm starting over.
Do you think
I'm
San
just saying,
Antonio?
that's what I'm doing.
You know, who want Kawhi
Yeah,
right?
go back to where it all started. You know what I'm saying? To
But I
finish
know
your career the right way. You know what I'm saying? The correct way, and stop letting your uncle get in between your affairs, bro. Because y'all niggas is
If
crying
I'm a
about
team, I don't
stupid
want
shit.
nothing to do with Kawhi, bro. Like if I'm an NBA franchise, I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing to do with Kawhi not right now.
Yeah, but he can, instead of getting KD for the Spurs, I'm gonna get a player that I'm familiar with. I know what I'm gonna get on both ends of the court, and he's healthy. We know what Kawhi Leonard was in San Antonio when he was fully healthy. He was unstoppable, and
Yeah,
he's a
but
two-way player. You feel what I'm saying? So
he leaves them on bad blood, right? Last time I knew, he was running around the hotel, running from Greg Popovich and them, trying
yeah,
not to
he
talk to
left
them.
him on bad blood. But guess what? Greg Popovich is in the upper office now, like, and he has health issues. So if anything, I think Kawhi Leonard will respect Johnson's leadership. You know, somebody he could relate to, kind of like a Ty Lue. You know, young, been around the game for a long time. It's hard for players to respect. If you're not Tim Duncan, no other player that came through the Spurs organization, they didn't respect Greg Popovich's leadership like that. They didn't like the way that he talked to them, and that's why you've seen DeJounte Murray come through and leave. You've seen LaMarcus Aldridge left. You've seen who else left? A lot of players leave, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
The
So
only
that's
person
just
I
what
heard
it is.
speak higher, I mean, I speak higher Pop just from his era with the
DeMar
Spurs.
DeRozan.
Yeah, but see, I was about to say DeMar actually spoke highly of Pop. He
Yeah,
said, "Yo,
well, yeah, they're always gonna speak highly of
no,"
him for
but he
sure.
said it. He said, "Yo, I didn't." He said, "Yo," he said, "As funny as it is, he said the game didn't slow down for me until I got to San Antonio, yo."
Right. Gotcha.
You know what I mean? He said, "Pop made me understand the game in a whole different light." And I said, "Damn, that's tough." You feel me? I said, "Can you think
Yeah,
about
but
how much success DeMar DeRozan had?" People forget DeMar was in the Eastern Conference Finals like 3 years in a row.
well, like 1 year, I think, and then second round exits, but he never
I
did get
thought they
over the
played
hump.
Cleveland.
So
Oh yeah, you're right. That was
that
Cleveland.
shit didn't help him though. Going to San Antonio really didn't. DeMar DeRozan is just older and more mature, but as far as him being a leader, that shit didn't help him.
No,
He's been
but like
already on Chicago. Now he in Sac. Now he about to leave Sac. So
listen, like he said he wished he could have got with Greg Popovich early in his career. He said, if I could have seen the game early in my career when I had my shit with me, you
yeah,
feel
look at
me?
Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard was early in the game in San Antonio, so they really molded him into who he's supposed to be. Just
Absolutely.
think that Kawhi Leonard should have really been on the Indiana Pacers. Like, think about that. He would have been with Paul George. It would have been Paul George and Kawhi anyway.
Didn't Indiana draft him?
Indiana drafted him and traded him on draft night for George Hill.
George Hill, yeah. George Hill.
Crazy
Salute
work.
the fellas. I wanted to sit and listen to y'all cook.
Salute, bro. What's good with it,
Let's go,
man?
Hey,
Yeah.
it's almost Leo season, man. It's almost Leo season. and tomorrow's my mom's birthday tomorrow. So, I'm gonna be on
Okay.
to the full
Congratulations to
bit.
her.
Hey, my
I
mom
saw.
gonna be 80. She's gonna be 80
Oh
tomorrow, bro.
man,
Happy B-Day to the
I see
kid,
Mr.
man.
Mass in here. Salute, Mr. Mass.
What
My
up, big
mom's was
dog?
came in.
How you doing, bro?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm living. I just got out of physical therapy, and I
Oh,
saw
okay.
that link, and I couldn't
Hopefully
wait
that
to
went
get
well
back
for
up
you.
here.
Okay.
Oh, I
Oh
Hopefully
heard
that
Hey,
well,
went
talk
well
your
that.
for you.
stuff. Talk your stuff, Artavian, because you was right about that Tiz. You said it on the screen that he was gonna get fired. They
look
didn't win. You did say that.
after that game one debacle where you let your point guard basically shit a guaranteed game away, and then the decision in game two where your point guard, who we can all agree is an extension of the coach, takes the home run three instead of getting a better shot, extending the game on your home floor. Even if they would have won game one, they would have still had game seven in New York. And I would take my chances with game seven in New York. Brunson lost his coach's job for those first two games. And I saw it on Brunson's face, I saw it on Tibbs' face when they handed the momentum to the road team, when they come into your house and take back to back games, you hand them the momentum. They didn't take the momentum. You handed them that momentum. And of course, Tibbs did a fantastic job coming up with a great game plan rather, in game three. If you notice, he had Brunson out a lot of the critical time during the fourth quarter in game three. That said everything to me. I was like, this man is dead man walking. The only way that was going to save his job, he needed to come back from down 0-2 and win the series, and he couldn't do it. And this is why not only coaching matters, because I heard y'all cooking about coaching, but also, and Elise, we was arguing about this with Vaughn on the stream. Awareness. The players need to have awareness of where they are in the game, in the playoffs. What is going to be the consequence if I do this? What's going to be the consequence if I do that? This is why we grade our players that we have all time greats with how are they are in game situation. Mass, you talk about that all the time. Remember when you say a situation, time of game, how many you're down by five or less, and what are you going to do there? This is why we say Kobe's a killer. This is why we say Jordan's a killer. This is why we say Bird and Magic was killers, because they knew their awareness when those situations happen. Now, everybody has a bad playoff series. Everybody makes mistakes, but it looks like a Tibbs team makes more like egregious mistakes that you can't bounce back from than any other coach. That's why I was surprised they got through the Boston series. I was like, Tibbs is going to choke that up. His team is not necessarily the extension of making the best plays down the stretch. You just go across the doggone court. Look at Halliburton. Ron time. You called that out after game two. When they were up and they were losing the lead, he came down. He ran that shot clock all the way down, got a quality shot. They got an offensive rebound. The team knew to kick back out to the point guard. He backed up. He ran some more game clock all the way down, came
Yeah, I was
back
the
with
one
a
that said
quality
that. Yep.
shot.
I
And,
was the one that
and they
said
got
that. Yep.
right, and they got buckets. That's what your point guard is supposed to do. The
Mm-hmm.
point guard is the extension of the court. I mean, of the
Right.
coach. In these
Right.
situations, I need you to do X, Y, and Z. And if that player is not doing X, Y, and Z, it's going to fall on the coach. They're paying Brunson millions of dollars. They're not going to trade him at the end of a bad playoff series. They're going to get rid of the coach.
Hey,
Really,
yo,
that's what I'm saying.
and you said it right. If they want to say anything, yeah, Brunson, you got your coach fired with all that stupid shit you was doing. Like, but then I'm gonna tell you another one. I think has something to do with it too, bro. Bro, you let them come take 2 games in New York. Most teams is looking for the split on the road. You let these little
Absolutely.
come in and take both games at home.
Anybody as a big. He doesn't control the
Easy.
rebounding. That nigga's too
Easy.
slow.
Your
Go ahead,
microphone has
Mo.
got to. Your microphone's might. You sound like you underwater.
Oh shit, hold on.
You sound better now.
Yeah,
Is it cool? I'm good.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Carl Anthony Towns is the common denominator everywhere he goes, bro. He's a
Brad.
really defensive force in the paint as a big man. And he's just too soft, like, you know what I'm saying? That nigga
Yeah.
playing starting 40 minutes on that block. He lets smaller players push his ass out all the way to the wing to start his post up. He's just, bro, like he has a good talent, but it takes more than just talent, bro, to like ultimately win. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And
You
hopping
don't
up.
win basketball. Oh, go ahead, T.
Go ahead. And just,
You
just
don't
want
win.
to get into this. Go ahead, Martavis.
I'm sorry. You do not win playoff games on talent. You win playoff games on execution, hustle, and limiting turnovers. Now, let me ask you this question, everybody on the panel. Where do you rate Derek Fisher? Is he one of the top 10 point guards, or maybe he's one of the top 100 point guards?
Probably 100.
I'll probably say he's probably like less, more than that, probably 150. But in the
Yeah, he's probably
playoffs,
higher than that. Yeah.
right? In the playoffs, he was the direct mouthpiece for that triangle offense with Phil Jackson. I've been member many occasions that the momentum is getting ready to shift. Max, you can correct me if I'm wrong. In the playoffs against Denver,
Mass dropped
in
off.
Denver. Oh, okay. In Denver, the momentum is going Denver's way. What does Derek Fisher come down? He comes down. He settles the offense. He puts up the triangle. Kobe gets his ass in that post. He swings the ball to Odom. Odom swings the ball to Kobe. They get quality shots. They did that 5 out of the last 7 possessions, and they end up holding on to the victory. Your whole coaching acronym is to get everybody on the same page. Brunson did his thing. Towns did his thing, and everybody else just kind of fit in where they could.
Right.
And that gets you beat in the playoffs, especially against a coach like Rick Carlisle that's won a championship, has came back from multiple 20-point deficits in the playoffs, and you think you could just like go out there and just figure it out on the fly? No. They literally got walked down in that game 1. Even if New York would have won game 1, as Ronton said, the Indiana would have got the split because they won game 2. But you don't let somebody come into your house, take back-to-backs, and then you got to go on the road and try to figure it out.
Yeah.
Getting back to Carl Anthony
That was a
Towns.
trend. That was a trend with New York the whole postseason. They had a losing record in this postseason. A losing record.
At home.
That's crazy work.
And now, hey, we need to check on Wills, man. Hey, Wills, man, you ain't in witness protection, aren't you, man? Somebody needs to go check on my boy Wills, man.
Hey, yo, and I swear to God, man, I was looking at it, and somebody was breaking down some film, right, on Carl Anthony Towns. And I was like, damn, I never looked at it like that. I said, this motherfucker can't move laterally, and he can't move vertically. I said, this bitch can't move. I said, yo, he literally can't move. I'm like, yo, you would think he got bad knees the way he moved. And I'm like, yo, when they were just showing highlights of him, yo, look at him running up the court. I'm like, yo, is he hurt? They like, this is at the beginning of the season. They
It's
went
just
all
the way his speed is, bro. That nigga, he like a
And
big
then Tibbs benched him
goofball.
too. And Tibbs benched him in game 2 too. He benched him in game 2 too. A lot of people felt like, you know, that was another reason why Tibbs got fired when it didn't. Cause you know it's a players league. But go ahead.
Hey, yo, I swear to God, bro, I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I know a lot of niggas be like, man, nigga, everybody say that. Motherfucker, I swear to God, if I was 7 feet tall playing in the NBA, bitch, there would be nothing less than 2 blocks a game from me. Every game I'm giving you 2 blocks a game.
I'm snatching and I'm grabbing 25 and I'm grabbing 20 rebounds a game. If Kevin Love can grab 20 rebounds and he was non-athletic, what's your excuse and you're bigger than him? Come on, bro.
I don't think you're understanding what y'all saying. Ron, you just said something with passion. Elisa, you just spoke with passion. That's the difference between how we came up and how the game is now. Niggas are just going through the motions. You know, and you pay somebody and make them a millionaire, set them for life for generational wealth. Where's the fire?
Man, you know the type of big man I'm telling my point guard, don't worry about feeding me. I'm gonna get mine off the glass. You feel me? I'm gonna get mine off the glass because this gonna be my world down here. I'm 7 feet tall, bro. Like, do you know, like, bro, like 7 feet, like, bro, like, first of all, you can't teach height. You feel me? You can't teach that. So me being 7 feet, I automatically got an advantage in certain departments. This rim protection shit, it's my ticket. And you know the one person that I've seen take advantage of that fully, and I think he was the number one player coming out of high school. Tyson Chandler, bro. Everybody,
Dominguez.
West Hill.
Yeah.
everybody thought, because Tyson didn't score 25 a game. No, bitch, Tyson did what the fuck he knew he was good at. Bitch, I wish you would come into this paint.
Knocking your head off.
And guess what? Don't run a play for me. I'm gonna get all mine off the glass and live dunks.
That part. He ended up winning a championship behind that shit too.
Man, he was the piece, bro, and he was the piece. Right now, like, yo, bro, do you know how coveted Tyson Chandler, a 7-footer like Tyson Chandler would be in the NBA today? Like, the crazy part about it, like, the only person that I see like Tyson Chandler, really, right now, is that young boy down in Miami, that Ware kid. You feel me?
Oh yeah, Khalil Ware.
I would say Zach Edey. Zach Edey kind of has a similar play style.
But he don't got the athleticism Ty got.
Yeah, only thing he don't have is athleticism, but he got the
Zach
skills.
Edey is trash to me though.
No, listen.
You think he's trash? I don't think he's trash. They ain't using him right because Edey. I watched him in college. He got better every single year in college. Every single year.
Listen, I think he can be serviceable. You feel me? I don't think
he's serviceable.
But I think
with the right team, but I don't think you can just give him the ball and let him be a back to the basket player. He's gonna have to get his off the rebound and off in the dunker spot, bro.
Absolutely. You feel me? So like, I think he can be serviceable, but like, man, like, come on, like right now, that's
college. He was dominating because he was bigger than it. Nigga, the tallest player guarding him in college was 6'5", 6'6". Nigga, you got other big niggas in the league now that's not gonna let you post up like that. They stronger.
Yeah, like right now, I ain't gonna front Tyson Chandler. That's the type of center Luka Doncic needs. He need a Tyson Chandler.
Yeah, a lot of these teams. Shit, you got two of them in Dallas. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Derek Lively remind me of Tyson.
You got Derek Lively and you got Daniel Gafford. Daniel Gafford can help a team right now, bro. Like on a championship team, bro. Think about if he was over there with the Joker or with the Clippers. And if he was over there, just think about that, bro.
I'm gonna tell you who else, Elise, who remind me. That kid Jalen Duren from Detroit.
Who?
Jalen Duren from Memphis.
Jalen Duren is a beast.
From Detroit, he a beast.
He like a baby Dwight Howard, bro. Real talk.
I like Jalen Duren. He's gonna be a good player. Detroit's going in the right direction, though.
Memphis, he came out after his freshman year too.
Yo, they're going in the right direction though, because next year they're gonna get Jaden Ivey. Shout out to my boy. Hey, let's shout out to my boy who is Hendo too, man. Shout out to my boy, man. He be cooking though too, man. I've been always listening to the young brother who is Hendo. Yeah, he be cooking though, man. Though too, man. Shout out to who is Hendo, man. He a big time he Pistons fan. Shout out to my boy who is Hendo, man. Hey, man, just keep on striving, bro. Hey, I've been going through what you've been going through though too, bro. They want to try to knock your hustle and all that, man. Just still put it in your face. Still put it in their face, man. Whatever y'all do, hit that like button, man. I get all these reviews and only 23 likes out of 150 views, even though I should be in the algorithm. And my boy Leezy definitely should be in the algorithm. Man, y'all just constantly hit the like button, man. Y'all just mad because y'all favorite basketball players.
Those likes up.
Y'all just mad because y'all favorite basketball player is not even in the league right now. He's not even in the playoffs. He's sitting at home watching. I see you, girl. Ron, so I got all them
Wrong
girls and
time.
one boy. Ron, so I got all them girls and one boy. How many sons you got, Ron? Time? You got 2, right?
Hey,
You got a lot of
hey,
girls, bro.
hey,
He a
man.
girl dad for real.
For real, for real. That's dope, bro.
I only got 2 boys and 4 girls, man.
All them
Oh,
queens, man. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
got
oh,
man.
oh man.
My
Hey, I feel
youngest
sorry.
my youngest queen is in college right now. Until I had the baby, like we was empty nesters, man. We got college graduates. Our baby was in college. You know what I mean? She's in college currently. Like, and we popped up with this one, man. I don't know what the fuck we was doing.
You know what you was doing. Motherfucker turned on some Marvin Gaye one night, was feeling really good with some red wine, and the next thing you know, 2.5 weeks later, hey, Ron Town, I got to talk to you about something.
Her mama said, "Boy, what you did to me?" I said, "What?
Hey,
What
look,
you
it
did to
takes
me?"
2.
I said, "What you did to me?"
Right.
That's my baby. I wouldn't trade her for $1 billion.
That baby look
Yeah.
just like you too, bro. Got your cheeks and everything, bro. That's crazy. Like you spit her out, bro. That's crazy.
That's my twin right there, man. Like all my girls look alike though. Like if you look at all her sisters, they all look just alike. Like, but this my dog right here. I wouldn't trade her for $1 billion, man. This is my baby. That's my partner. They asked me, who do I trust? Riley. That's who.
I got a question for you, Ron Tizzle.
What's that, baby?
Would you give Mike Malone a blank check and say, come on over here and fix these Knicks?
Probably just because he's the most qualified coach out on them. Well, he's the most qualified coach because he got that chip. The only other person that I'm hiring other than Mike Malone is the person that I know never going to get an NBA job again.
Mark Jackson.
Absolutely. I would hire him for the New York job because he is so New York. He's from Queens. He is New York.
Yep. He's from New York.
He is New York. Like he's the only person besides Mike Malone I think that I would give that job to. And one, Mike Malone, because he didn't deserve to be fired. First of all, he got a raw deal. You feel me? But he is a good coach. Now, do they want to go young and try to build? Nah, I go with an experienced coach. And then there's somebody who definitely could you imagine him trying to coach the Knicks after having a player like Jokic and then dealing with somebody like Cat? He's gonna be like, Cat, look, I have somebody who was way more non-athletic than you, bro. And you're not gonna tell me you gotta give me more effort than what you do. And I ain't going front, man. I've been seeing some clips of Cat, man. He's kind of sassy, bro. He kind of sassy.
You're being nice by saying kinda. But
hey, we got to give Paul George some more credit though too, because can you remember we were talking about the OKC roster, right?
Uh-huh.
He had the Pacers rosters too. They got a lot of picks for Paul George too.
Yeah.
So he helped both franchises.
Yeah, his agent is the greatest agent in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga
Go ahead.
That nigga got 2 max contracts, bro.
Yeah, he did 2 max.
okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Why are they just now starting to bring up and question the fact that there's a certain individual who's 40 years old that's been playing like this for this long? Why are they just now making it an issue?
Oh, I was harping on that earlier, but shout out to Rick Buechner, man. Because Rick Buechner, man, I've been saying this, man, ever since Chanel Sonnen came out with them allegations, right? And everybody was defending Jay Reed and all this stuff, his fans, whatever. And I said something that was very important, and a lot of people it went over their head. I ain't never seen a black man that has so much power that did not tear down. They will break you in front of the world. Now you're gonna see little bits and pieces is coming out here and there because 'Cause when you about to retire, and a lot of people feel like though too that he don't want to retire because he gonna lose all his power, and he's gonna lose all his power. And did y'all know this? Y'all know Michelle Beadle lost her slot to Sirius on Sirius XM Radio to Stephen A. Smith, and she came out and said she don't respect Steve. You already know what happened with that situation. If y'all old enough to remember,
On that Ray Rice incident, and when Stephen A. Smith was on the panel at ESPN and said, well, we need to talk about, women that put themselves in the situation by putting their hands on a man. And Michelle Beadle called into the damn live to chastise Stephen A. Smith. Now, I'm not going to lie. I don't see that he said anything that was wrong, me personally.
I don't think he did either.
Because nobody's supposed to be putting their hands on anybody. And, I got 3 older sisters, and I'm the youngest and the only boy. And I remember sitting in the living room when my mother was telling me when I had issues with my sisters, you don't put your hands on them, but that don't mean that you're going to sit up there and let some female just beat you up just because you're a guy and you're a girl. You can get her the hell off you. You don't have to just unleash the power on her. And I have, it's ironic that we're talking about, girls and boys. I got 4 boys, 1 girl. Yeah,
man, look at Shumpert. Man, how come I didn't mean to cut you off, man? All the J. Reed ex-teammates all work for ESPN. Then they got Shumpert doing the game. He on Sports Center right now. He on Shumpert. Lord have mercy.
Well, they're only doing that because they know once that NBC shit start this upcoming fall, all that shit's done. And once Inside the NBA come on and stay on, that shit's done.
Especially it's on ESPN. Now it's going to be on ESPN next year, though, too, which would make it even more crazy. But I will be tuning in to NBC, though. That's just me.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Because we grew up on it. We grew up on that.
Look,
the best partners we've seen has been on NBC. CBS.
NBC coming back is literally like the equivalent of, the McRib coming back, what I'm saying? But for a long period of time.
He said the McRib.
Right, I've been waiting on this. They should have never took it away from NBC. NBC was an icon with the sports. Basketball, hockey, everything on NBC, it made you want to watch. The presentation was golden. Well, keep this in mind, everybody, if you keep a track at home, especially those who are not familiar with NBC. They never changed their opening music, credits, or dialogue because it stood on its own.
Mm-hmm. Now they use it on FS1. They be doing it now they do it for the college basketball on FS1, which I found it very weird because you watch college sports. Ron, I know what I'm talking about. If you watch FS1, the Fox college basketball, they use that same NBC thing. So I wonder what's going to happen with that now that NBC is coming back.
It's coming back. It's coming back where it's supposed to be at. NBA on NBC. Let's get that. Just to hear that iconic music, it's going to get people pumped up. I'm already pumped up, and I'm just thinking about it.
What's up, Cam?
And they got Mike Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Carmelo is the Melo. Then it's going to be Reggie Miller, and I said Carmelo, Reggie Miller. I'm forgetting somebody else. What's his name? Oh my gosh, I see his face. Jamal Crawford.
Yeah,
Jamal Crawford.
I want to hear Crawford speak on the game because
I got to hear Crawford. He one of the purest basketball players I've ever seen in my life.
Jay Crosshar, and he can still go in the league and get them dudes buckets. Him and Melo can get them buckets.
I call that nigga Fade them all Jamal, yo. Because I don't think there's nobody in the NBA that could check that nigga one-on-one.
There's one person I've seen do it.
Who that?
And it was ironic. It was he ended up becoming a teammate with him, and that was what's his name? Who was on Atlanta with him? Oh my God, ISO Joe.
Oh, Joe Johnson.
Man, I said, bro, that dude got one of the illest ISO games. I said, you can go get whoever you want, from any era. And I said, ISO Joe got one of the top 5 ISO games I've ever seen in my life in the NBA, yo.
Yeah, ISO Joe was no joke. Joe Johnson was no
Joe
joke.
was so cold.
Man, that nigga
What's
was,
up, Cam?
He still can get it, but what's up, T Price?
and it's crazy because like you'll never hear him mentioning the likes of all the pure scores. But I said, bro, you name me
That dude
5.
was a bucket. He
You
was a
name me
problem.
5 people who had a better ISO game than Joe Johnson.
And y'all remember that series though too. Y'all remember that series that the Phoenix Suns lost to the Spurs? Joe Johnson, when Joe Johnson went down, if they would have had Joe Johnson, I think that was the year the Suns should have went to the finals. But once Joe Johnson went down, that was it.
It was the year that that was their year anyway with that bullshit Robert Horry, and this is why I don't like Robert Horry, because whenever he's losing, he does shit like that, but it goes under the radar. But that shit that they did to Phoenix, they screwed Phoenix out of an appearance in the NBA Finals, and Steve Nash will have a ring because if Tony Parker could cook the damn Cavaliers, what do you think MVP Nash would have did?
Hey, yo, you know what? I ain't gonna front. I praise Robert Horry for that shit. I hated Steve Nash. Because that bitch stole Shaq and Kobe. Well, I ain't gonna say he stole it. They gave them Shaq and Kobe MVP. And that shit bothered the fuck out of me, bro. And I love Steve Nash, bro. I love him, but it was something about seeing the ex-Laker hit check that nigga into the second row that was extremely satisfying. I ain't gonna front.
Ron time. Wait, no. Let me get the 1-on-1 with Ron time. Ron time.
What's up?
I'm going on mute. It's gonna be good.
I just gave a great dialogue, and you just took down your pants and shit it all over it.
I love Steve Nash, bro. I love.
But you supposed to win that MVP, man.
No, I'm not saying he was or wasn't. It's just for the stakes. Now, if that had happened in the second round, I'm with you, Ron Time. But the fact that it happened in the Western Conference Finals, I can't give that to Robert Horry.
Oh, well, listen to what Robert Horry said. He said, "Yo, Steve Nash was killing us. We was looking for an answer to try to slow this motherfucker down." Robert Horry said, "Oh, I got one. Don't worry about it. Put me in the game. We gonna sit his ass. We gonna sit him down." Hey, yo, and you know what? To tell you the truth, bro, that's about the only option they had because Steve Nash was tearing their ass.
So how would you have felt? And I know he tried to do it. Okay, I'm gonna be fair, but how would you have felt if somebody tried to injure Kobe? I know Jalen Rose already said he tried to do it in the finals. If we can't stop Shaq, we still can't stop Kobe. Hey, coach, put me in and let me take somebody's knee out. As a Laker fan, would you have that same type of feeling about it?
Hey, yo, listen, when I looked at it, like, bitch, sit your ass down. You're doing too much. I said that that's a tough question. But me being biased, of course. But listen, I've seen that, bro. I've seen them niggas let a nigga clothesline Kobe, and this nigga ain't getting nothing but a technical foul.
Raja Bell.
So I'm sorry because a little hip check sent his little light ass onto the third row. It ain't like I punched him or something. Just give him a little light hip check.
Look, Ron time. I want to say you got to be ashamed of yourself, but you did bring some good points. Yeah, Raja Bell, who was on the Phoenix Suns, did that to Kobe because he couldn't hold Kobe, and he was running his mouth in the media. And they won the series, though. And that was a first-round matchup, okay? Now, who's to say if the Lakers knock off the 17, knock off the 2, and they're going up against San Antonio, and Robert Horry does that to Kobe, then what? Awfully quiet, Ron time. Because you know Kobe would have tried to embarrass the shit out of Robert Horry and the Spurs. And you know he has a great record against Robert Horry and the Spurs. Well, basically the Spurs. I just for the stakes, I don't like it. I don't like Robert Horry as a player either. Robert Horry has always been, because he wasn't really that good in Houston as a rookie in his second season. He just was on a hot team with one of the GOAT centers, and he hit a 3-pointer in the playoffs in Game 7 when they was coming back from 3-1. He hit a 3-pointer when they were coming back against the Sacramento Kings. He hit a 3-pointer here. He hit a 3-pointer there. He was not an impactful player, but he walks around with 7 rings like he did shit. And he really didn't. And if it wasn't for him throwing a goddamn towel at Danny Ainge when he was the coach of Phoenix, he would have never been on the LA Lakers to get some more rings. Where Ron go? I was having fun. Where'd he go?
He just came back in.
He back in. Hey, man, this is funny, man. I'm laughing so hard, man. It's crazy. Man, I've been watching Big Shot. Excuse me. I've been watching Orange since he was at Alabama. And then he came to the league.
Hey, yo, I was about to say the only difference to me, bro, Robert Horry contributed on all his shit.
Ron time. I get it. I even mentioned that when you wasn't I thought you were still here, but you probably accidentally disconnected. I mentioned that he had contributed to everything, but he was not an X factor. There ain't shit about Robert Horry was an
Who was
X factor.
Kobe Bryant's teammate when they went? No, nah. They don't call him Big Shot Bob for nothing, bro.
Shaq calls him Big Shot Bob because you have to
They don't call
remember
him Big Shot Bob for nothing.
Shaq was one of the first people on under Robert Horry's belt. So of course he's going to say that. And plus, you don't even get me.
About this shit. Hold on. Who had the record for 3-pointers in the finals game? Up until recent, probably about 10 years. Who had the record?
Wait. You said up until recent?
Remember.
It was Robert Horry.
Probably maybe about 10 years ago. It was Robert Horry. He had 7 threes in the game for Houston. And that was his rookie year. Rookie or his second year coming out of Alabama.
I think it was the second. It was the second year.
Yeah. Like I said, Rob been contributing to every championship he won. We know what he did for the Lakers and we know what he did for the Spurs. Now,
what did he do for the Spurs, though? I think he did more for the Lakers than he did for the Spurs.
Yeah, you got to think about it. He was up in age by the time he got to the Spurs, but he hit a couple big shots for the Spurs that playoffs too, though.
He beat the Pistons. He left them wide open.
Wide open, though. Not hands in the face, not fading out of bounds.
And he took the ball out. And he was the dude that took the ball out. Remember, he took the ball out. He was the passing the ball in, and Rasheed left him wide open, and that was a dagger.
That's a fact.
Look, just let me bitch and moan a little bit, okay? That's all I want to do. Just let me bitch and moan.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Listen, bro, I get it, because there's some players that nobody can do nothing to convince me to make me like them either, bro. They're like, I don't give a fuck what you talk. You might be spitting all facts, and I'm going to turn around and tell you, I still don't give a fuck.
Right. No, but you make both of y'all make some great points. Look, I just don't like the nigga. Consider that a freebie.
And who you got Cam win in the finals? We're going to go to the new generation here. Who you got Cam win in the finals?
Oh, that's Cam. What's up, Cam?
That's Cam the Hooper right there.
Oh, shit. My bad, man. Cam. What's up, Cam? My bad. Now I sound crazy.
Hey, man. Anybody heard from Wills, man? Hey, Wills, man, you need to come for witness protection, man. I sent you the link, Wills, man. It ain't too late, man. Come on, man. We back. We back, man. We back, homie. But shout out to my boy Wills, man. I ain't talked to that dude since he went off his little run, man. On Halliburton, man. That just had me weak, man. Wills, he's the king of doing the runs, boy.
Look, you don't got to cry no more, okay? We've all lost, games that we shouldn't have lose. I lost a whole goddamn team to the LA and had to watch them win the goddamn Super Bowl. So I know how you feel. At least you know the Knicks ain't never leaving New York. And once they get Mike Malone, they'll be back in the Eastern Conference Finals. You don't got to worry about Boston no more because they ain't going to have Tatum and they can't pay anybody. So it's like, I don't know if Cleveland was a one-hit wonder, but we'll find out next year. Hey, the
Yeah,
world is
'cause
yours.
the East gonna be wide open next year, man. Because the West is. That's why I don't understand that. From the Lakers standpoint, and they said the Lakers going to try to move aggressively. I'm like, okay, move aggressively for what? All these other teams are getting better and better. San Antonio gonna be better next year because De'Aaron Fox, and then you got all thing I don't like about Wimby Wimby's like a taller KD that he's like a caller because that's all he had. When you watch Wimby play overseas, he played like a guard. He plays like a guard. So I don't know. I think the
Look,
Spurs gonna be
I
better
don't
next year.
trust. I don't trust Wimby until he gets his ass in the post and use that height to get some better shots. Having him stay outside and be a 7'4" 3-point shooter, that shit is not going to work. So until he shows me he has more in his bag instead of a damn long 3-pointer, San Antonio ain't going nowhere. Even if they do get Giannis, because you're only as good as your weakest player. And if your one of your star players are weak, then you end up with what's happening to New York. Then you end up what's happening to Boston. Then you end up what happening to Cleveland. You got to have strong individual, strong-minded players, and I don't see San Antonio doing that. What has De'Aaron Fox showed us? Nothing. He's been in Sacramento. He had a chance to knock off the Warriors, but they didn't. So can we really say that in the playoffs he gives you everything he has? No. We've only seen him in the playoffs, once? So, look.
Now they got Doug Christie their coach now.
The same Doug Christie that was end up fathering Chris Webber's baby? Is that the same Doug Christie we're talking about?
Yeah, we talking about that Doug Christie. The Doug Christie that fought Rick Fox in a preseason game.
Yeah, the same Doug Christie that shaved off his El DeBarge haircut and went bald because he had that nice bald spot. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the same Doug Christie. Okay, I just wanted to check. So,
The same Doug Christie that started off his career with the Raptors. Because the Raptors drafted him.
Yeah. I thought the Knicks drafted him. And then he was in the expansion draft with the Raptors.
That is. I think you're right about that. I remember he was with the Raptors, and I remember him with the Knicks too.
Yeah, he was with the Knicks first, and then he was in the expansion draft, and the Knicks gave him up to Toronto. But he made his name with Toronto because he was a two-way player back when we never called it a goddamn two-way player. But
now they call it. What's a three? What does a 3-and-D guy really means now? I hear they be using these new stuff. What is a 3-and-D guy? What is that?
You know what was that? In our day, what they call players like that? A 5-tool player or a solid player. They didn't say a 3-and-D. They said he could shoot the three, he could defend, he could score, he could get to the line. Now you want to call it two-way players. I thought when you played basketball, basketball's not football. You only have an offense or a defense. You have to play both sides to be called a basketball player. Yeah. Well, what the hell do I know?
Yeah. It's crazy, bro.
But, I think New York has a great chance to do a quick build, not a rebuild, just a quick build up to where they need to be. Brunson needs a coach that knows how to settle him down. You got to ask him the question, do you want to score 30 and lose? Or do you want to score 24 to 25, 9-10 assists and win? Everybody knows that you played behind Luka and, you didn't get a chance to really show what type of skill set you had until you came to New York. That's fine. Everybody know you can score. But can you run a team?
Yeah, that part. And it gets back to what we was talking about. What I was saying when I came on here, these dudes are not point guards, they're shooting guards, And a lot of these possessions, a lot of these leads be getting lost by teams that had 20-point leads. You know why? Because they didn't have a point guard. They don't have a legit point guard that can get you back into what you was doing, get you back in your offense, to be able to keep the lead. All these blown leads by the Knicks. And look at Indiana. Even in Indiana, they don't have point guards, man. Oh, is Drew Holiday considered a point guard? I forgot to mention
Uh,
him.
I
I
would
think he's
say
more
no. I would say no because I think this point of his career,
right.
he's more of a Pat Bell. He's more just a defensive stopping point guard than an actual point guard point guard.
Younger Drew Holiday, yeah, I would say yes. At this
Yes,
part of his career.
Philadelphia Drew Holiday all day, twice on Sunday. Boston Celtics Drew Holiday, absolutely not.
It's gonna be crazy. I don't know what they're gonna do, bro. Like this gonna be an interesting off season, man. It's gonna because I was gonna sit back and just watch everything happen. But
We have no
I think
choice now.
yeah, it's crazy.
I got another question for you, T. Price.
Mm-hmm.
And Bronton, if you listen and get your ass back on the panel, I ain't through with you. With all due respect. But let me ask you this question.
hmm
If you give Bronny 15 minutes a night in the West, what would his numbers look like?
I'm not getting into that because I don't believe in Bronny. I wasn't big on Bronny James. I never was, and I know the report coming out and saying that he's going to get significant minutes, and it gets to my point that I was trying to when we were talking about this earlier, and with Moss and Ron, I was talking about it like I didn't say anything about it because they were basically saying the same stuff I was saying. Moss was saying the same thing. I'm just saying you try to get Luka to stay, right? How you gonna get Luka to stay? You know he was on that show, Mind the Game. Or and this is another thing. I don't watch Mind the Game. I do not watch it. I do not watch it. I'm gonna say this one more time. I don't watch it. I know even the homies that I know that make content. I don't even watch everybody's content anymore. Two Raw is an exception. You know, shout out to my boy Showtime. I know Showtime be cooking though on the women now. Shout out to my boy Keep Doing It New. You know what I'm saying? I just don't come. I might say hi, what's up, and just get up out of there. But to me, it ain't gonna go well, man. The Lakers are it's a straight mockery, man. It's they have come to me, they become the biggest laughing stocks of the league, bro. Like you're lowering the bar. Jerry West, every player, um, um, um Dr. Bus, Kobe Bryant, and they all rolling in their graves right now. How the Lakers have become right now. And look, and somebody sit there and damage the Kobe mirror again in Los Angeles. And I find it very interesting is this that they got cameras all through that street where that Kobe mirror is. Y'all know who did it, man. Let's go ahead and cut this stuff out, man. It's crazy, man. The man is gone. Allegedly, some people don't think he's dead, whatever, but whatever the case might be. But man, leave that mural alone, man. That is Jay Reed do not run the Lakers, man. I told y'all when I did that stream, and I got it right here in my hand. I got rid of all my magazine, but this one. My homeboy son said he don't even want it, you know, because he heard the story. He heard about Rick Buchner talking about Jay Reed, and then he messaged me. He's like, "Is it really true?" See, I'm like, "What you think? How's a man still doing this in his 40s? Remember how they did Barry Bonds? They was on Barry Bonds' helmet, and ain't no way he should be doing this at 40 years old. But we already know Barry Bonds wasn't liked by the media. That's the difference. Jay Reed, he actually loved by the media. I don't care if Bronny does, but he just gonna get more exposed, bro. That's
But
just
T.
how I
Price,
see it.
but T.
Yeah,
Price, LeBron James is not loved by the media anymore. When he went and attacked the media 3 months ago, all that cute shit and covering up shit is out the window now. So they're like,
and he's
oh,
still
okay.
doing it. And he's still doing it to Windhorse, though. He sat there and called him something out again. I'm like, dude. And I said that
Wait.
my
Say that
favorite.
again. Wait,
He
he
came
called out
out with,
Windhorse again?
yes, bro. I mean,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cam.
Oh yeah.
Cam, no, ain't lying.
What he had? He trolled him or something. He put him in the like the little video. Uh, and him, saying about the podcast and all that, and then yeah, it was crazy.
But they still kissing his my butt though, and that's the thing though. Because a lot of people talking about a lot of people doesn't know Windhorse. They went to school with each other, bro. So how this
Mhm.
dude's and then my favorite saying is this: everybody show you their hand who they are. Just give them time. This man is literally showing you who he is. And this is one thing I'm trying to get to to the part is I was on TikTok with, because hey, that's where all the Jay Reed fans are at, bro. They be coming out the top. I'm serious. If you on TikTok, boy, I'm telling you, it'd be one against 10. I'm telling you. And one thing about Jay Reed fans is this: when we talk about Jay Reed, they want to talk about Mike. They want to talk about Kobe. They want to talk about Havlicek. We wasn't even mention none of this stuff. All this stuff came from Clutch Sports. I call it unclutch sports because I mean I ain't no clutch. I ain't no clutch because it starts with a K. But anyway, but
Look, I think you got a great point, but I also think this. LeBron always picks on low hanging fruit. He don't pick, he pick on Stephen A. He pick on a fat white guy that you call him Wendy, and Wendy's a girl's name. He don't talk. He don't have that same smoke for Chill. He don't have that same smoke for that rapper. He don't have that same smoke for
Rick Buchner
anybody
ain't
else.
even calling him out. Rick Buchner just called him out too. He's a white dude. He's been in the NBA for years. He been calling them out.
He ain't finna respond to that. Yeah, he ain't finna respond. We all know
Well,
that.
see, but he's saying, "Oh, I got to protect my family. I got to protect my teammates." Okay, what about protecting yourself? This man just basically said everything in your career is full of shit, and it's a sham. Do you
You need
not
to get
remember
Kareem
when?
back his basketball. That's what he need to do. My favorite saying: get Kareem back his ball, man. While
Look at
he's
it like
alive,
this.
not when he.
Look at it like this. The first Avengers, when Iron Man and Captain America is going back at each other when they were in front of the Tesseract. When Tony Stark said everything special about you came from a bottle. That's exactly what Rick Bucher said about LeBron James. And LeBron James, with his candy ass, want to sit up there and act like he's Malcolm X and he's Martin Luther King James. He wants to act like he's this pro blackity blackity. He's up for the people, but you're a phony. And yes, I'll say it. Everything about LeBron James is a fucking phony. His game, the powder toss, the way he tries to lie about playing Mike when he was 15, 16 years old, talking like he was dominating. Stop it. Why are we talking about that in year 22? If I played Jordan at 15, when I got in the league, you would not keep me from talking about
That part.
it. He's a damn politician. And
And
ESPN and all the media is allowing him to do this because when they feel like it, they can cut his water off.
hey, you hit home on so many points. I said this on my boy stream yesterday. I said he's the key. I was like Jay Reed should have been. I've been saying this forever too. I showed on TikTok. My boy died. Is like, man, yeah. I was like he's the goat of a politician because he he could get people to vote and all this stuff. That's why I don't take his. That's why I don't be taking. A lot of people say like accolades, from the past players set in stone. A lot of stuff that he got in his career. Ain't no way he should have been in the second all. Ain't no way he should have been second team All NBA. There's no way. His raw time back.
He
You get
made it
you
over
get.
Carl Anthony Towns.
Ron
He should
Time,
have.
you back, bro?
Yeah, he back.
Carl Anthony Towns should have been the second All NBA.
I'm so happy to have Ron Time back.
That dude's a fraud, man. I used to fuck with a nigga, man. It
What
just,
made you stop?
bro, all the it's always some type of drama, with like everywhere he goes. Like, there's always something with LeBron, bro. And then the media, you got the media, and all those dudes always blaming other teammates. When he lose or when you come up short, And it's like, bro, LeBron James, he ain't do nothing. He ain't even do nothing.
I always said
So,
this about him, and I said it way back in the day on Ticket Channel. I ain't never seen him ever be accountable for anything. All the other players that played this game, if they lost in the finals, what they did, they owned it, right? They owned it. He never did. So what makes him so much different? And this is why I don't understand why people. I know other people have opinions. I don't rank players, by the way. One more time, I do not rank players. I think it's disrespectful to the league to rank players. You got so many great players that played this game since the 40s all the way until now. You know what I mean? Even ABA. Because a lot of people don't know the real history. The NBA took a lot of them ABA teams. You know what I'm saying? So with Jay Reed, they never been accountable. When you don't hold yourself accountable, I don't respect you, man. I don't respect you as a person. That's just me.
Can,
But
T Price, can you do me a favor? Can you please do me a favor? Can you
yeah.
say that one more time for the people in the back?
Like you gotta hold yourself
I'm
accountable. You
I'm
gotta
gonna tell
hold
y'all
yourself
what really ticked me off. So I'm gonna tell y'all what really ticked me off
hmm
is when Westbrook was playing with the Lakers, and you
hmm
just constantly seen the media bash the dude, like calling him everything under the sun, man. And LeBron, he wouldn't say nothing. He wouldn't take up for the dude like you know, it was just crazy, bro. And then he ended up getting traded. I was like, man, we already know who was behind that.
Look, for LeBron to throw the rock and hide his hand is something that is beyond disgusting. You could say what you want about Kobe. You can say what you want about Mike. You can say what you want about Bird, Magic, Elijah Wan, but they did their best to take responsibility for losses, bad seasons, um, chemistry issues. The fact, look, if you ever get a chance, just go and look at the Last Dance again. Go and look at the parts not only with Jordan and his teammates, but go look at the parts with how Jordan felt about Kobe. They felt the same about the game. They wanted to leave the game better than what they found it. LeBron James wants to burn it all down if he doesn't get what he wants. And that is the equivalency of giving a 3-year-old some ice cream after they done threw a goddamn tantrum and tore up their room.
Or when he came out and said that he had the IQ since he was 8 years old. That part.
Look, you don't get the hell on somewhere.
Why do he
How
always
can
have to
how can
explain
how can
himself?
somebody with the most turnovers have the greatest IQ?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me, somebody, please?
Don't it seem like he always got to explain how great he is? Like Kobe and them dudes, they never did that, bro.
His peers, they peers, and this is one thing. And this is another thing too, right? That a lot of people fail to recognize though too. You know, your peers tell you how great you are, and this is the thing though too that a lot of people fail to realize, right? All the great ones that even people that played against him, they got this man up there with Mike. And Mike is there by himself, but they said this is another thing I never understand too. How can somebody that be the closest thing to be to Mike and still don't get their respect? Yes, Duncan. I mean, they get Duncan more. Even though I still say I love Tim Duncan. I think Tim Duncan one of the greatest players that can play at his position though too. But I don't think he's the only one. And there's so many other great players that played that position. You know, but then again, Duncan they never repeated. This man had 5 championships and he actually had four. If you want to technically do it, uh, but you want to do decade, he had five. out of 7, 5, 5-2. I take a 5-2 and the career that he had. Yeah, he had two careers and he had two Hall of Fame careers in two different jerseys, and his numbers were darn near identical. How can somebody that and then
Two different
repeat
eras.
and repeated, almost repeated like Mike Joe too? A lot of people forget, but we don't use excuses. They use excuses in this era because you remember Trevor Ariza got hurt, and as you Bynum was hurt. They lost in 6 games. Boston Massacre. That's when Paul Pierce act like he was so
He was
hurt.
paralyzed from the weight sound, but he really shit his pants.
But he really took a crap on himself allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't alleged. He's the one that said that. So you don't have to say allegedly.
It's interesting. You bring up Tim Duncan. Think about Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan at championships in 2 eras.
Also, every era, every decade he won one every era. But every decade, I mean. But he never repeated. That's the thing. Kobe repeated twice. He had a 3-peat and a 2-peat. And you're gonna tell me? And listen, I don't compare guards to power forwards because that's just wrong. When I compare a player, I compare players that play. You play shooting, you play guard. That's who I'm ranking you against guards. I'm not gonna rank you against no power forward centers. Everybody can nitpick about who they like. That's why I don't give Jokic all his props. Yeah, Jokic's good on one side of the ball, but he's trash on defense.
And they don't play no defense.
Man, the dudes be killing them in the post, man. You let Wes Craven grandson stop you, bro.
Caruso had that boy on lockdown again.
Wait. I just took my multivitamin, so I'm a little hyper aware right now. But did you just say Wes Craven's nephew?
I said Wes Craven grandson, Freddy Krueger grandson. That's who Caruso was. I've been calling him Wes.
Came off the top rope with the elbow poking out.
Hey, it's crazy because it's like LeBron, he always got to say how great he is, but we all know Steph Curry, one of the greatest shooters ever, right? How did Steph Curry get that name? Did Steph Curry get that name by going around saying, I'm the best shooter of all time?
Yes, he did, because everybody does that. I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
Steph Curry got it by proving it. Going out
Karl-Anthony Towns said that I'm the greatest shooting big man of all time. See, he self-proclaimed himself, but then when it comes to defense, he can't guard nobody. Even though he did guard Jokic good last season, because it was
last year.
That was last year, but this year he had the chance to redeem himself, but he didn't do it. He dropped the ball. Like this OKC series right here, I think it's going to be a great series, but I still say they don't have an answer. They ain't going to have an answer for SGA. That's just my opinion. Halliburton, yeah, he played good through this whole time, but this one thing about OKC, they got a team full of defenses. They got a team that loves to play defense. You ain't getting on the court unless you play defense. And I think another person that's a bench player, Isaiah Joe, I think he's gonna be very key for him too. Caruso is gonna be there. Who else come off the bench for them? Then they got the other Jalen Williams. If they want to throw him at Pascal, even though Pascal still schooling because he do have a chip already. But I just don't see them beating OKC.
I don't see OKC making this type of mistakes that Minnesota and New York did. Not only that, I would have to be consistent because I said this the last 2 rounds. It's also going to game 1 is going to tell me a lot. Indiana has got game 1 of every round in the playoffs. OKC cannot let them come in and take game 1 and shift the momentum. I expect.
I got the Pacers winning.
I got OKC winning tonight, bro. OKC
I think this series is gonna come down to coaching.
They too focused, man. even though the coaching edge do go, I respect anybody's opinion. Even though the coaching edge is Rick Carlisle, but don't act like that boy Daniel can't coach either. That man coach, man.
Hey,
He
yo,
got he,
can I say
go
something?
Ron, go ahead.
Yeah, but
If Rick Carlisle can pull his championship off, I got to put him down as one of the greatest coaches ever because he won 2 championships with 2 underdog teams that wasn't favored.
Yeah, you can say that.
I could say he definitely he would be in my top
10.
10, definitely.
So
I will put him higher than that. I'll put him in the top 5.
I mean, you look, you got niggas like Red Auerbach,
Phil
Popovich,
Jackson.
Phil Jackson. I mean,
That's
because of
probably it.
because of his success, I got to throw Steve Kerr in there. Even though he's a variation, listen, he's a mix between Pop and Phil Jackson. Everything he do is from Pop and Phil Jackson. But just because of his accomplishments, I probably got to give it to him. And Rick Carlisle, you right, he might be in that top 5, yo.
The reason why I say top. I'm sorry, Ron. Go ahead, man.
Especially winning it with Dallas against LeBron in them. And then if he could come out and smoke SGA in them, that'll cement it for me, bro.
I will put him above Kerr because Kerr has always proven that if he does not have the right mix, his teams don't even make the fucking playoffs. Rick Carlisle has had a mixed-match teams and still made deep runs with injuries. Because remember when he was with Detroit, he made a deep run, but they just fell short. I definitely have to put him way above Kerr. And if he right now he's probably, let's say he's 12th, right? Okay. If he wins, I'll put him right at 5.
Okay. I think I got one coach ahead of him at 5.
Pat Riley.
And it's one more.
Who?
Chuck Daly.
He only won 2 though.
Well,
you know what? Wait. Let me stop right there because I'm gonna have to backtrack that. Chuck Daly only won 2, however, but he went to, I want to say, how many finals? Okay, I agree with you, Ron Time. Yeah, Chuck Daly. Harder lead, 80s and 90s. Had to go through the Young Bulls. And one of his last coaching stints, I think he coached the Magic with Penny.
Is that my echo?
I don't know. Is it mine?
I don't hear echo.
I hear echo. Let me go on mute. Ron Time and talk.
Okay. Now, was that me? I think that might. Let me go in and go out.
I want to see OKC win. I really do. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I wouldn't be mad if the Pacers won, just for the small market. Let's go small market. Let's have a great series. If I don't see Indiana getting swept. I just don't see it. If that happens, that just means they were totally overmatched. I see it going OKC in 6. If Indiana wins, I see them winning in 6. If Indiana win, they would have to take game one or get the split.
Mm-hmm.
They play very good at home, but the one thing that I don't like about Indiana, both times they took the first two road games, they dropped game 3 at home. I don't see, and the one thing that always goes with you is defense. Defense travels. Your offense may not be able to travel from game to game, but damn it, defense goes with you everywhere you go, including to the bathroom.
That's like the running game in the football. That you can pack that running game up, take it anywhere with you.
Right. So I see OKC playing very good defense. The one thing I do not want to see happen, I do not want to see an injury.
Me neither. Me
On
neither,
either
bro.
side.
You know what? I actually think Indiana match up with them better than everybody expect because they got some defenders with that boy Nembhard, Nesmith. You feel me?
Neesmith, Benedict, Mathurin off the bench.
Yeah, Mathurin. They got dudes who could defend and move around on that perimeter too. So I think the matchup is like player for player. I think they match up well against them. I don't think they got the advantage at no spot really, but I think it's close at every spot. You feel me?
I would say the only thing that I think is damn even. I think the only advantage.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. I'll wait till he come back. So, in the meantime, while we're waiting on our Uncle Ronton to come back, I just want to address this little fun fact. I think the league is starting to turn its back on the LeBron era. I think the media is starting to turn its back on the LeBron era. And I think that we're going to start seeing in the next couple of seasons the best out of the NBA because of it. Because the one thing that I hate is the fact that ever since these two teams clinched their berth to the NBA Finals, we've been talking about LeBron, we've been talking about the Lakers, we've been talking about Luka. And the last time we was talking about them is when they was actually playing in the first round. So I don't understand how this team or this individuals should get all the hype and put cold water on a team that made the finals for the first time since 2000 and one that made it 2012. That's not fair.
Right.
As I look at it.
You said a mouthful because that's what's really going on right now. You know, they want to sit there and disrespect these players. That's Ron Tom's back. I see you, Ron. I got you.
Yeah, they out here saying there ain't no superstars in the final. What is SG?
Oh, there's nobody that's going to be able to pass the torch to. That's bullshit. LeBron is the last generational player. Are you fucking kidding me?
Man, we got.
You really sat up there and said that?
Wait, who said that?
The narrative now is that LeBron is the last generational player.
No.
So what the fuck is Wembanyama?
Thank you, Ronton. Thank you.
They done forgot about the alien already, yo. That's crazy.
But that's why we know it's narrative. But I was saying, Ronton, before you left, I think it's closer than everybody think. I think the only advantage is home court. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
And one got SGA and the other one doesn't.
But I gotta be fair, and we're talking about basketball. Tyrese Halliburton, he's nobody. He's playing motivated since everybody say he's overrated.
Listen,
and what he's been. Go ahead,
bro. That you on that shit. Besides SGA, you telling me somebody who's had a better playoff than Halliburton?
I can't say it.
And I ain't mean to cut you off, bro. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool.
But
I didn't have you for so long. So.
I think Halliburton been the most impressive player to me just because everybody was saying he was underrated.
He got all eyes on him like Tupac for what his father
underrated, overrated. They were saying he was overrated.
They said that poll was by 20 players. It wasn't the whole NBA, but it said by 20 players, allegedly.
And all of them played for the Lakers. Just playing.
Yeah. Hey, though, but hey, I've been seeing how I told Ticket this, man. He was like, "T, Frank, you really been out?" Like, I've been watching the dude in college, man. Like, he played at Iowa State. You know what I mean? He was always a great defender, and he was always a point guard. You know, because when he was in college, he wore number 22 when he was at Iowa State. You know, and he do got an ugly shot, but it goes in. But and some people are
Reggie
they think
Miller had an ugly shot. Yeah, I hated
but
Reggie
long as it
Miller's
goes
shot.
in, but it
Right.
goes in. A lot of
This
people
nigga look
think
like he's
that
giving
with
himself
Magic,
a high five every time he releases the ball.
Reggie
you
had
see
the
him
most unorthodox shooting style. Like, if you talk about
point
a
guard,
pure
right?
jumper, don't ever have one of your kids watch Reggie Miller. I
Reggie
mean,
Miller looked like he sneezed every time he shot the ball.
yeah, like, listen, the results was there, but if you talk about textbook form, nah, don't look at Reggie. Don't look at Reggie.
I've seen paraplegics shoot the ball better than Reggie Miller.
They got better form than that nigga.
Absolutely. But
But
look,
that bitch was
I
a
think
killer,
this
though,
is
wasn't he, man?
look. Reggie was always a killer. What made
Reggie was
his
a killer,
name?
man.
What Reggie made his name was in the damn '94 playoffs at the Garden because he was just called an annoyance. But when he got clutch in that game, everything, the narrative on Reggie Miller changed.
One of the greatest clutch performers I ever seen.
Well, you haven't seen me play basketball, but yeah. Who else had like a real crazy shot that used to always go in?
John
Bill
Marion.
Cartwright, Jesus.
John Marion,
Sean Marion, the push button shot.
Matrix.
Oh my God, yeah, it did look like it was the Matrix, didn't it?
He shot that bitch from his stomach.
Nigga shot that shit from his uterus. What are you talking about, his stomach?
A shit show.
And he was shooting 40% from the three at one point.
Absolutely. People don't understand how good Sean Marion was. And you know what I was watching the interview with him and PJ Tucker. They was talking about the Jordans that PJ Tucker had. That was the Sean Marion Jordans. That Jordan seen him, and the only person who had him was Sean Marion. He asked PJ Tucker in the middle of the game, "How the fuck you get those?" And Michonne was talking about that and shit, and he was just talking about, like, yo, people don't realize in Phoenix, like, they never ran a play for you, Sean. Like, he never had a play ran for him.
And did you know, not to cut you off, but I had to throw this out because I got a limited mental capacity. Sean Marion went like, I want to say 3 straight years, 20 and 10, with no plays ran for him.
That's a fact. He was the definition of a grit and grind player. He was the glue man.
And Miami gave up on him a year too soon. And then he went to Dallas and won a championship against Miami.
How ironic was that?
And Caron Butler, because remember, Caron Butler was in the they had both Butlers. They had Rasul Butler and Caron Butler.
And
he was in the
you remember Rasul Butler, bro?
Rest in peace, yes.
He had that high ass release on that jump shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rasul was tough. A lot of people don't talk about Rasul. Rasul was tough.
Yeah, Rasul was nice.
Caron was him, though. Like, people don't understand. If that nigga would have never got injured, bro.
I'm gonna tell you a story about Caron Butler. It was after the finals. I was living in the outskirts of Chicago. If you're familiar with it, the last city in Chicago, last city in Illinois, going towards Wisconsin. One of the last cities is called Gurney. That's where the Six Flags is.
Okay.
So right up the street from the Six Flags, we was living at Gurney. I was working at a KFC, Long John Silver's, and I'm in the back cooking chicken. And I just look towards the front, and it's like a entourage of people. But then I see this like dude with a bald head, and I'm like, wait, that looks like Caron Butler. So I stop what I'm doing. I go up to the front. Sure enough, it's Caron Butler with his wife, and she's pregnant, like 7 months pregnant. And my boss was like, well, who is that? Because they came in about 25, 26 deep, maybe even 30 or 40 deep. And he wasn't on that Hollywood shit, so I kind of just went up to him, chicken flour and everything. I'll say, "Hey, Karan, congratulations on your championship." He dapped me up, gave me some love. He said, "Thank you very much." He's like, I'm from around here. I was like, "I just moved up here." He's like, "Yeah." He was like, "It felt good to get some of that goddamn payback." And then he signed everybody's autograph, left everybody a tip, and that was one of my biggest moments. That I was like, "Man, it's a down to earth individual," and I've always been a fan of him after that.
Hey, yo, it's crazy because I like it.
Too.
I like him coming out of UConn. But
UConn.
But when I heard Kobe say, "Man, I wish I could have got more years with Karan." He played that 1 year with that trade from Miami. And Kobe was like, "That's the one player I needed to stick around." He said Karan was so motherfucking cold, bro. And I knew Karan was tough, but when you got Kobe saying, "Nah, this bitch was cold, y'all. Y'all don't understand how cold this nigga was." That nigga was cold, bro. To Mr. Tough Juice himself, he had a game at that 3 spot, bro, that was unrivaled, bro.
Yeah, at that time, and this is coming off his Washington. Was this before the Washington Wizards? Yeah, this was before the Washington Wizards. I'm sad that he had to play with Gilbert Liar and shit because those Washington teams were nice, very nice. It was Gilbert that failed.
Hey, yo, that's crazy because Nick Young tell that nigga that shit all the time. Nigga, you fucked that team up, nigga. He said, "Nigga, it was me, Karan, Antoine Jameson, Andre Blatch." He like, "Nigga, we was loaded."
Damn, I forgot about Andre Blatch.
Yeah.
Andre Blatch was another dude.
Yeah,
came out of
Nick Young.
If you remember when he was with Brooklyn, he actually was a 20-10 guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lawrence Frank didn't want to play him because he didn't like his attitude, so he sat his ass on the bench.
Mm-hmm. And it came
that's when that's when he requested his he wanted out. Because I was like, again, going back to my Basketball Tonight days, I used to sit up there and Fred Brown used to always be hyping up Andre Blatch. And he used to say, "Don't call him Black, call him Blatch." Whenever he was doing his highlights with him. Damn, I forgot he was on the Wizards.
That's a fact. Nick Young talk about that. He said, "Man, you fucked my whole NBA career up, Gil, because you was the fucking vet and you was acting like an asshole. So I followed suit with you."
That's what Kwame Brown continued to tell him. Like I remember Arenas with Arizona. I liked his game. I actually liked his game more with Golden State than with the Wizards. But
yeah, he was nice with the Golden State. He was nice with the Warriors.
That bitch was nice at Arizona. I ain't gonna lie. He was nice, yo. That's why I didn't understand how Richard Jefferson got drafted before him. But then when he wanted to talk about it, Gil was an asshole ever since coming out of high school, bro.
Yeah, he was on that Hollywood shit.
Yeah, he was an asshole. That's why that nigga fell to the second round. Because he was undisputedly the best player on that team.
Yeah.
But that was with him and Shannon Fry and them, right?
And Richard Jefferson, yeah.
RJ
and
was cold.
Jason Terry. And Jason Terry.
Man, y'all got to remember, Gil averaged 24 that year for them.
I remember.
Gil was cold, bro. Gil was just an asshole who thought life was a joke.
So that's why when he does his basketball takes, I don't listen to any damn thing he says, because how the fuck I'm gonna listen to somebody that didn't even take their basketball career serious?
Now listen, this what I realized, right? A lot of these niggas, when they set up these basketball shows and all that, it has to be a Skip Bayless type person on the panel. You feel me? And
yeah.
I listen to shit that Gilbert say, and I'm like, there's no possible fucking way this nigga believe that shit. I'm like, he can't. I'm like, yo, he's a professional player. I'm like, the common man know that. And I'm like, this nigga's the biggest fucking troll in the world, yo.
But hey, trolls is supposed to be under a bridge. Trolls ain't supposed to be on YouTube.
Yeah, I get it. But like, when that nigga showed me that Kobe Bryant tattoo and all that shit, I said, oh, this nigga be pump faking for a sports chat. I said, he be pump faking because he's training LeBron's son. like Rashad McCants told him that day. I said,
Man,
yo,
if I was
y'all
LeBron,
try
I'd
to
punch him in his face.
I said, yo, y'all try to discredit this nigga because he only played 4 years in the league. I said, but if you really listen to him, this nigga had the most honest basketball takes, right? And then when Rashad get to proving them wrong, they want to get to talking about, man, what you know? You only played 4 years. I said, and do you know, coming out of high school, that nigga was the coldest nigga in the fucking nation.
He was.
I said that nigga.
He won the championship at North
I said
Carolina.
he's another nigga who they portrayed as a fucked up characteristic teammate. And the only niggas who say that shit is the 2 niggas from North Carolina, Raymond Felton and the other nigga. Because they just don't get along.
Ron, I want to make sure I'm following you correctly. Who are we talking about? Nick Young?
No, Rashad McCants.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. I watched him win a championship in my home city.
Shotty was cold, but because he didn't get along with Roy Williams, guess what? He got fucked over. Like people say, oh, no. I said, bro, this nigga was the 6th man. I said he was averaging 15 points. He was up for a contract the next year. I said, bro, he was supposed to take the next step, and then he got blackballed, y'all. I said, what nigga you know averaging 15 points in the NBA don't get another shot? At the age of 23. I said he was blackballed. Then Kevin Garnett came out and said it. He was like, yeah, they blackballed Shotty. And I said, oh, and they tried to, Kenyon Martin, them try to discredit him because he wasn't in the league as long as them. And I'm like, yo, and like he tell them niggas, I will bust your ass right now. Nick, Gil, Kenyon, and Brandon. Right now, I will bust y'all ass. I said, that's a true hooper for you. I said, that's a true hooper. I said, y'all try to take y'all years of experience and act like this man don't know the game. Like this man wasn't around Kevin Garnett for 4 years. Like this man ain't played in the league for 4 years. Matter of fact, this man got something none of you niggas got. This
championship.
This nigga got a chip. Him and Nick Young, the only niggas on that couch that got a fucking chip, nigga.
Facts.
The fuck you mean? I'm like, yo, they just been in the comment. Oh, he's a clown. He only averaged 9 points a game for his career. Like, yo, he only played 4 years, y'all. Y'all do know last year he averaged 15 points in the injury plagued season.
Wasn't that with Minnesota?
Absolutely. He was supposed to be Garnett's next stage of health. Absolutely. Garnett speak very high.
I was remembering that because I remember that he got off to a very, very sizzling start, and he was in the top 5 in 3-point percentage, 3-pointers made, 3-pointers attempted, and they were talking about this is the best outside help Garnett has had since quote unquote Wally Zerbiak, and then after that season, poof, he was Thanos snap.
Thanos snap. That nigga had that knee injury, and that nigga was Thanos snap, bro. And the only nigga who gave him a shot was the Carolina connection, Mitch Kupchak. That's that shit Pat Bev talked about. And they were like, Pat, you front. That didn't go like that. Shotty was hurt once again. That was Shy's spot, bro. And I was like, damn. I said, they really did Rashad. And he said, yo, and that title that they plagued me when coming from North Carolina, he said, nigga, that shit follow me to this day, yo. He said, the only niggas you can say who will tell you that they don't fuck with me, like, it's 3 niggas from North Carolina. He said, ask any other one of my NBA teammates or anybody else I played with. They'd say, nah, Shotty is a great teammate. But because I was the one who always challenged the coach, because I was the one when the coach talked about all the guys who wear do-rags. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about, coach? That sounds like some racist shit.
You talk about Theo Pinson, I think his name. I think his name is Pinson or something like that. Theo Pinson or something like that. Him and the other guy was talking. Then the other 2 that was talking about Rashad McCants the way that they did.
Now him and Raymond Felton, and everybody know him and Raymond Felton didn't like each other.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, now you ask anybody outside of them what kind of teammate Shotty was. He said, Kenyon Martin. He said, you won the big 3 the first 2 years with me. What kind of teammate am I, Kmart? And they came out just sitting there looking stupid. What kind of teammate am I, Kmart? That's a question. Nah, he's straight. He ain't the one. No. All right, then. Speak up about it, bro. Don't continue to run with this fucking narrative, nigga. Nigga, when the trilogy won the big three, nigga, who won that bitch? Me. I was the one out there killing niggas because I should have still been playing in the NBA. And my cousin, it's crazy because I got a cousin, you know, T Price, you know, I got a family for that. We athletes, either football or basketball. Some of us did it both ways in college. You feel me? But my cousin Fat Daddy, their last point guard, one of the best you seen it come out of my city. He was playing at North Carolina A&T at the time. And him and Rashad became great friends. Rashad was at North Carolina. He was at North Carolina A&T. He said, but they started because they used to go to I forgot the name of the spot, but there was some open run shit. And he said, me and Shotty always ended up on the same team. He like, me and this nigga used to kick it. He like, yo, and we ended up becoming like tight as a bitch. Like right now, I call my cousin like, I could call Shotty right now. He call him Shotty. He don't even call him Rashad. I call Shotty right now. He like, and he was telling me like, nah, Shad a real nigga. He like, that's what they was. He like, Shad is a real hood nigga, yo. He the type, he gonna question everything. He got something to say, and coaches don't like that shit. He like, nigga, I like, cuz he would bust your ass. He like, nigga, that nigga will crack my head, cuz. He like, and that's no bullshit. He like, Shotty, nice. He like, y'all don't even know how much game he got. He like, that nigga nice. He said, bro, that nigga nice, bro. Shaw can handle the ball. Shaw can shoot that bitch off the dribble. Shaw can catch and shoot. He told me Shaw can, and he told me the nigga IQ was crazy. And this was back when these niggas was down in North Carolina together. He had North Carolina A&T and Shaw at North Carolina, the Tar Heels. But these niggas play open run with each other, work out all year round together. I said, oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah, he told me like, nah, Shotty a good nigga, cuz he said he like, man, I was down there when Shotty was catching a lot of that slack. He like, yeah, because he was the nigga that had questioned the coach. Yo, coach, what you mean by that? That sounded kind of racist to me. So you targeting all the dudes who wear do-rags, nigga don't nothing but niggas wear do-rags. So that statement you just made was for the niggas on the team. I ain't feeling that, coach. And he said, Roy Williams, he said that nigga labeled me a bad locker room cancer because I was the only nigga that was willing to challenge them when they was doing their bullshit. He said, but they couldn't fuck with me because I had the stature. He like, I'm the nigga standing up for everybody, and now I'm a locker room cancer. Because you niggas down here doing some Jim Crow shit.
Not Jim Crow.
That's the way that nigga compared it to.
Yep.
He said they was
Russell,
on some blatantly racist shit. He like North Carolina was on some racist shit. He like, and they held me back. I said, damn. And so I led the league in score. I led the team in scoring, the ACC in scoring. Won the championship, averaging 21. He said I could have averaged 30 that year if they didn't hold me back. I said, damn, Shotty. He said, yeah. He like, and that shit followed me all the way through the NBA, bro.
That's why the word that said one of my favorite movies that Cameron did was Killer Season. When the drug dealer was like, you think you're going to the league, man? Yeah. They pick niggas for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to that, man.
And listen, and I don't really, shout other niggas, but if you niggas ain't subscribed to, yo, y'all look up that Move Around podcast shit. Like that Move Around podcast with Rashad McCann. That nigga, yo, they had an argument on Gil's Arenas one day, right? And they all tried to make Shad look like he was crazy. Shad went to his own podcast, drew the play up on the whiteboard, showed everything that was supposed to happen, and he said, now what happens here? Exactly what the fuck I said. He said, them niggas be capping, bro. He like, don't believe that shit over. Them niggas be on some bullshit. I'm talking real basketball. Them niggas talking fantasy shit. Them niggas biased. I'm talking real basketball.
You know what? Now that I look back on that, and that was that 04 season, correct?
Which season?
When they North Carolina won in St. Louis against Illinois.
I
Darren
think
Wilson.
so.
I followed. You know, I'm a North Kakalaki fan. Just
Wait,
based
I
off
know.
of, you know,
I know. Sean May and them won one.
Yeah, that was after.
That was after. Yeah, so Juwan Williams and that might have been Shotty in them at 04. That was 21 years ago. So yeah, that was Shotty in them.
I remember that season. All you used to hear was Dick Vitale talk about Rashad McCants.
Swear to God.
When I first started really following North Carolina is when Forte was the leading scorer.
Right.
Forte.
No Forte.
Actually, no. I can go back further than that. Ed Coder.
Shammond Williams.
Okalaja. Yeah. Okalaja.
Okalaja, yep.
Oh my God, what's that other dude that came out? Jameson and Carter. That was that team. I think Sean May was the freshman of that team.
Yeah, that's when they played D. Brown and Luther Head and them and Darren Williams in Illinois.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's starting to come back. But McCants was. I remember he went into Duke and dropped 33.
That's a fact.
Bill Self was coaching Illinois at the time. Shout out to my boy Big Vern, because Big Vern, he from Chicago. He always told me, man, we gave y'all Bill Self for free.
That's a fact, bro. That nigga had Darren Williams, Luther Head, and D. Brown. And all three of them niggas made the league.
Yeah, Luther Head with the Rockets. Darren Wilson with Houston.
And Utah.
And I said Houston. I meant to say Utah.
D. Brown played a couple spots. He played with the Pistons.
Didn't he play with San Antonio at one point?
And I think he played with San Antonio too.
Yes, because he's the one that committed that foul in the Tracy McGrady comeback game. He committed that foul in that turnover.
Uh-huh.
It's all starting to come back to me now. No Celine Dion.
Yeah. Hey, that just go to show you how long I've been on it, bro.
You've been cheating.
I used to watch them. Hey, yo. I used to watch them niggas on this show they call Chicago Preps. It was Ed Curry, Daniel Ewing, who ended up going to Duke.
Yep. New Jersey.
Daniel Ewing. It was all of them was out. It was Chicago Preps. Ed Curry, Daniel Ewing, Luther Head. It was a white boy. It was a white boy that was cold as fuck. It was this kid named Najim. Was it Miller? He ended up going to Wyoming. He was the one I thought because he was like 6'7". He could do everything. Najim Harris, I think his name was. And Ed Curry was going to Thornwood High. Let me see who else. It was one more. The young boy Pierre Pearson. And that's when I found out the difference between Peoria and Chicago.
Peoria?
Yeah, because he was actually from Peoria, and they used to be like, man, that ain't Chicago. And they probably like, man, that is Chicago. They like, nah, that ain't Chicago.
Yeah, Peoria is closer to Springfield. I used to have to deliver there from St. Louis. I used to have it's an East Peoria and a West Peoria. Peoria is closer to Pontiac and Bloomington. East Peoria is closer to Springfield.
Okay,
they're all on 55, but I didn't know how big Peoria was until I went down there.
You know what I mean? And I'm just like, yo, they all playing in the state of Illinois, bro. And that's why it was called Chicago Preps, but what the fuck? No, Najim. I think it was Najim. No, his name, look him up. His name was Najim Echols, bro. He went to Wyoming. He came out the same time Ed Curry, Luther Head, Daniel Ewing, all of them was in Chicago Rocket at the same time. But he was the one, Najim Echols. He ended up going to Wyoming to hoop, and I think he got in some trouble. But that nigga could do everything. I thought he was the best player out of all them players that they was talking about. But then the kid Pierre Pearson, he was only a freshman. And all them niggas was juniors and seniors. And that's the kid that ended up going to Iowa with my man Chauncey T. Price.
Mm-hmm. Chauncey from Blackstreet?
Nah, my man Chauncey from not Chauncey from Blackstreet.
I'm just fucking with you, Ron.
I had to just think about that. I said, oh, this nigga just caught me. Nah, my man Chauncey Leslie.
Hey, I did look up his little mixtape though, man. He's gonna be nice with the Jayhawks, bro.
Hey yo, you seen that mixtape I sent you, right?
Yeah, he gonna be nice for him.
And my little nigga like to play defense.
And Bill Self loves a star that can play defense.
Ron, what's defense? I've heard of it before, but what is it?
Man, listen, we got a young boy that just transferred to Kansas from St. Bonaventure from my town. My man's son, his daddy was the truth. His daddy hooped out there in Illinois and Chicago somewhere in college. I can't remember what the actual school he went to, but he went to school in Chicago.
Yeah,
man, his name Melvin Council. And he was like, he had one of that nigga game was like, you ever seen a beautiful cursive script writing?
Yeah.
That's how that nigga basketball game was.
Look, Ron, you have a way with your descriptions, nigga. You need to cut that shit out, dude. Because as soon as you said script writing, I'm just looking at handwriting, just like, damn, I want to write like that. Stop it.
Bro, that's how smooth that nigga basketball game was. Everything just transitioned, and like he was one of the smoothest niggas I've seen. Like that nigga was smoother than Lawrence Moten to me. Like that
Lawrence Moten?
Yeah.
Man, now you're going back. Lawrence Moten, the fact that he ended up on the Vancouver Grizzlies probably killed his game because he didn't get no goddamn exposure whatsoever with the Grizzlies. But Lawrence Moten had one of the best 1-2 pull-ups I've ever seen in my life.
Man, I seen that bitch for 3 years, up close and personal, being a Georgetown fan, bro. That nigga used to piss me off. I used to hate that nigga, but that nigga was so fucking nice, bro.
Look, check this out.
Kill my Hoyas, my nigga.
The only reason why I knew the name Lawrence Moten is because I watched the tournament game and I was like, damn, he had some really buttery smooth jump shot. And when I got NBA Shootout 97, I had to start with the worst team, which was the damn Vancouver Grizzlies, and I got them to the damn 7th seed. We got destroyed by the Lakers, but he ended up being my leading scorer because they used to have this play called high pitch post one.
I remember that.
You throw it down to Brian Reeves. Tony Massenberg goes across the middle, and then Lawrence Moten be open for either 15, 18, or 3. And I used to just wear the game out with that play over and over and over again. And Lawrence Moten used to never let me down, except in the playoffs against the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. But that's neither here nor there. But dude, you just rattled my memory banks with that shit. Thank you, Ron. Lunch on me.
Yeah, hey, yo, bro. Like that's the only that nigga game was like what it's like. And the crazy part about it, the nigga was explosive with it too. You feel me? Like
absolutely. He
was one of them niggas like he'll hit you with the pat and silky smooth cross you, and that nigga take off. You like, whoa, this nigga can kill. You feel me? Like, shout out to my man Boom, Mel Council, but that's his son. I sent T. Price's mixtape because I told him, I'm like, man, my man's son just transferred from St. Bonaventure to Kansas, bro. And I said, and y'all already got the #1 player, I think, in the nation. coming to Kansas, that dude Peterson. And I said, bro, if that's any indication what y'all backcourt gonna look like, I said, now I have a real gauge because, like, I watched this kid all through high school. I watched this kid in college. It's like my man's son. Like, I know how good that little nigga is. You feel me? And that's gonna let me know, like, damn, oh, he's starting over Boom, or oh, like that's let me know how much talent Kansas gonna have this year. But I'm looking at it. Him and Peterson gonna play. They could play off each other right now.
Not now, but right now.
Right now. Because when that nigga throw that ball inbounds, you know what my little man saying? Watch out, I got him. And he picking him up 94 feet. You feel me? We always used to make jokes with his mom. His mom name is Yolanda and shit. She grew up in my hood and shit. Like, and his uncle, like he coming from like basketball genetics on both sides, because his uncle, his mom's brother, his uncle DL, and his dad, they played against each other in high school, but they ended up playing on the same JUCO team in college. And that was the year that them niggas was number 2 in the nation. Like him, my man Brian, this kid named Sean Levert, and Boom, and his son Uncle DL. Like, yo, that shit is crazy. Like, that shit is crazy type shit. Like, how niggas be connected. And that's how the type of work that little nigga got, I know how he worked, and I know how good he is. You feel me? Like yo, and like putting the ball in the bucket is easy for him. That's what his dad did. His dad was a natural scorer. And that's what he do, but he got so much pop with him and energy with him. Like, we used to make jokes like, man, that little nigga got ADD.
It's crazy, man. It almost took 3 hours for my laptop to back, because they been messing with my stream, right? Remember I was saying how StreamYard was messing with me, right? Well, I got an email from them talking about my next month is gonna be free on them because hey, y'all been messing me up, StreamYard. Correct that stuff, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. The more likes I get, I can get in that algorithm, man. But you know, when you go against, when you're preaching the truth, people don't want that. So I'm gonna still put it in there. But y'all hit that like button, man. It's free of charge, man. It's free.
Yes, get those likes up. P-Price works too hard to not get no likes, man. He be speaking the truth over here. I support everything that he does, man. He's a good man. You got Ronton over here just breaking it down systematically. And I don't see nobody else.
Hey, bro, I ain't going front, bro. I ain't gonna give him nothing but the truth. You feel me? Like, look, like people ask me, like when they be like, oh, like when we talk about the nigga LeBron and how I tell niggas like, nah, I'm a Kobe MJ guy, like, but I'm really a Kobe guy. I'm a Kobe MJ Magic guy. You feel me? But I said the nigga Kobe, the young boy, stole my heart. You feel me? So I said, as I watched this nigga, I said he did it through his play. I said in certain situations, I'm like, in all situations, bro. I said the nigga's a fucking winner. I'm like, he's a winner, bro. I'm like, yo, and what I seen from the eye test, I'm like, he's better than that dude. Niggas like, oh, I said, bro, do you know how many gripes that I got against Kobe Bryant? Bro, as a professional player and him being my favorite player, him and Magic Johnson being my favorite player, 1A and 1B of all time. I said, my nigga, this nigga got strikes against me. I got strikes against that nigga. I said the air balls in Utah, the beef with Shaq. You feel me? And I said, and I gave him a pass because when you look at it, Shaq, you're the grown man. He's a fucking kid. You feel me?
Right.
That shit shouldn't even went that far. Y'all didn't get cool until he became an adult and realized the shit that he was doing. You feel me? And realize your state of mind and how he had to realize everybody not you. Everybody don't want to be the greatest. But like you said, I could never argue with the results. Bitch, we won chips. We should have won more, but bitch, we won chips. So now, I said, bro, I don't know if you watched us from 2001 on. I said, bro, do you know in that 2001 NBA championship run where we went 16-1? I said, do you know Kobe was responsible, had a higher percentage of the offense being responsible for? I said, y'all forgot he averaged 30 points a game that whole playoff. I said, what motherfucker you know averaged 30 points a game, you say getting carried? I said, and when they broke it down, the offensive percentage, who was responsible for the more offense?
34% Kobe, 32% Shaq.
Holla if you hear me now.
34% to
Right?
32%. Now you tell me
yo,
which one.
holla if you hear me now. Okay? All right? Listen, if I shoot this rock and it hits you, man, just scream out. Holla, man. Just holla. If this rock hits you. And then, let me tell you, not only was he more responsible for a bigger portion of offense, he did all that shit while being first team defense. Let me tell y'all something again. He was responsible for more of the offense in our most successful championship season than Shaquille O'Neal. This is fact, y'all. You can look this shit up. Basketball Index, Basketball Reference, whatever basketball site you want to go to, you can look this shit up. And I'm only talking about it because it's the fucking truth. And he did all that shit while being first team all defense. Who the fuck are y'all talking about, man? Do we need to go to the 02 stats?
But Ron,
this is what killed him. This is all I gotta say. This right here, Ron Time. This right there. This is what killed him right there. That man had he had two Hall of Fame careers. I be telling them dudes on TikTok, like, this dude had legit two. And it's almost identical. He had two Hall of Fame careers in two jerseys.
Hey, yo, listen to this, right? Now, let me tell you something about this shit, right? Number 8 and number 24. Because they two different persons, but they're the same killer. You feel me? Now, listen to this shit.
8 was crazy.
Listen to this shit, right? This nigga spent the first 3 years at number 8 coming off the bench, right? Mm-hmm. The nigga came off the bench for his team, but was starting in the All-Star game, right? Mm-hmm. The nigga averaged 22 points that year. Won our first chip, right? This nigga was missing 2.5 years of the career on his bench, and he still made a Hall of Fame career with the next 7 years that he spent with number 8. So if you think about it, this nigga made number 8 a Hall of Famer quicker than number 24 made 24 a Hall of Famer.
But Ron Time, LeBron has better numbers from the field.
Listen, man. Listen, man. Holla if you hear me now. Right? He played in an era where fuck one rim protector. All teams had 2 rim protectors. The center was 7 feet and the power forward was 6'10" or better. Right? Mm-hmm. This nigga averaged 45%. And like they said, motherfucker, that was immaculate for that era.
But Ron Time, LeBron was 16-6 against Kobe.
Man, fuck that 16. No, he's 16. LeBron is 16-6 versus the Lakers because we all know LeBron had better teams for most of them games, right?
But LeBron took his team to the finals at only 22 years old, and he played with a whole bunch of bums. Kobe played with Shaq.
And once again, do I need to tell y'all who Shaq played with before Kobe came of age?
That part.
He only played with Penny Hardaway and Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott. And those guys, you feel me? He only played with them.
3D.
Okay, shout out to them niggas, right? He only played with an all-star backcourt with Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, and then he had Cedric Sabalas and all them niggas too, right?
Cedric Sabalos' knee was tore up. He never got a chance to play with Cedric.
But I'm just saying, in '96 when he got here, that's what he had. He had an all-star backcourt. If you remember that year that they made the all-star team, all four of them made the all-star team. Him, Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Kobe Bryant. It was
For
four
Ron
niggas.
time. For Ron time. Kobe was never the face of the league.
Cedric Sabalos right there.
Kobe was absolutely the face of the fucking league until they threw that bullshit ass charge on him.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, Mr. Bryant had every McDonald's and Sprite commercial that was out.
For Ron time.
Mr. Bryant is one of the niggas who gave Adidas back their money and said, I'm going to sign with them some bullshit.
For Ron time, LeBron's more clutch than Kobe in the playoffs.
Man,
LeBron went to 8 straight finals.
Okay, we talking about a nigga who was a 3-time champion by the time he was 24. Right when
but he had Shaq. That's not fair. Who did LeBron have when he was 22 years old?
Did you understand what I just told you? If you want to look at the numbers, some will say he carried Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall Shaquille O'Neal being first team all defense that year.
But LeBron is a better father, husband. Oh, he never cheated on Savannah. He speaks for black folks.
Allegedly.
Man, I got a native out there in LA, man, that tell me, man, y'all don't even know how connected Kobe was to the hood, man. Like, y'all don't know about his toy drives and his Christmas givings and all that shit. They told you about Shaq, but they don't tell you. That's why this nigga's beloved in LA. They just somebody just was an asshole and denigrated his mural. And what they do, they say, oh no, that get fixed. Now you even got the gangsters posting up, say, you bitch.
They just did it again, Ron Ton.
You speak
LA. It just happened again this week. His mirror just got damaged. And one thing I don't understand is that on that street where his mirror was on, it's surveillance cameras everywhere. They know who did that stuff, man.
Man, come on, man. That wouldn't surprise me if that nigga LeBron sent somebody to do that shit.
Yeah.
Well, Ron time. LeBron won the hardest championship for the LA Lakers, the bubble championship. That's worth more than what Kobe did.
The hardest championship, man. Like, hey, yo, do you know that nigga? Hey, yo, do you know that nigga that was stinking LeBron ass in the finals, that dude by the name of Tim Duncan? You know, my man used to beat the fuck out of him. You know, all those teams LeBron lost to, my man used to beat the fuck out them niggas, man.
And he used to own Tim Duncan too. And look, I like Tim Duncan. I think Kobe and Duncan are the best players in their generation.
My man owned Tim Duncan, bro. Tell you that.
When it counts, in the playoffs, see, everybody want to go to regular season, but when it comes to the playoff, and Brian, I know we've been going at these dudes like forever on Ticket Channel. They always say, "What happened in 2011?" And my rebuttal was this: "What happened them 3 years when Kobe was waiting on them?" Because remember, they was doing the public commercials for 3 years straight.
Man, listen, hold on, wait a minute. And for those who don't know, yes, Kobe three-peated with Shaq, and then he went to 3 more finals by himself, and ended up with a 2-1 record in them 3 finals. But guess what? At that time, Kobe ain't have a top 75 player on that team. All right. We talk about Paul Gasol. Think about this shit.
He only made 1 All-Star team before he joined the Lakers, by the way, too. He only had 1 All-Star appearance.
Listen, I was about to point that out. We're talking about a soft European, very skilled. He was skilled as fuck. But a soft-ass European, this nigga had a kid who didn't even love basketball, and Andrew Bynum, as we found out. We got his right-hand man who we got to babysit because this nigga smoking more crack than a little bit. And then they bring this crazy-ass nigga from motherfucking Queens in who bought that action and liable to do any motherfucking thing. And then you give me a couple has-beens, never will be's, Jordan Farmar, Sasha Vujacic, Shannon Brown, Josh Powell, DJ Mabinga was my man Robert Socrates on that team. Adam Morrison
from Gonzaga, yep.
He take these fucking degenerates and misfits, and he go beat a super team.
That team.
He go exacted his revenge on the team that beat him. Because trust me, if the young kid who didn't like basketball knee wasn't injured, and his other perimeter defender Trevor Ariza didn't have a hamstring injury, guess what? They would have beat Boston in 2008.
I really believe that too. He would have did exactly what Mike did. Had to.
Andrew Bynum was the key. He was the muscle.
They knew they couldn't punk him.
They couldn't punk him. You see what happened to Shaq when Shaq tried to punk him? The boy was about that action. The only thing was the nigga was in love with computers and other shit more than basketball. He played basketball as a well of financial means. You heard what he said when they was asking him about getting traded for Dwight Howard. You heard what Andrew Bynum's response was. Last time I checked, they got a bank in every city. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Just have my check. I got a mother I need to take care of. Tell you the truth, I don't even like this shit. I didn't even start.
LeBron made the Lakers relevant after 6 years. And when the last 2 years of Kobe being on the Lakers wasn't relevant.
Let me tell you something about the Los Angeles Lakers. Even when we ain't contending, we relevant, motherfucker. We are the NBA. Even when we ain't contending, we're relevant. Fuck is you talking about? Why you think people love like no names like Lonzo Ball and Josh Hart and Brandon Ingram and Julius Randle? Them niggas was Lakers, bro. And that's when we wasn't relevant. When them players was puppies, just learning how to come up in the game. Now just imagine if you
Russell can't be about D'Angelo Russell.
Listen, now just imagine if we never let the Diva come to LA and we would have kept Lonzo, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, Josh Hart, Kyle Kuzma, Ivan Zubac. Imagine if all them niggas was playing on the same team right now. What you think?
Well, LeBron makes it everybody better. Kobe don't make everybody better because he shoots the ball all the time.
And you know he lead all two guards in assists in the career. Nigga averaged damn near 5 assists a game.
That part.
Oh God.
But who has Kobe made better?
You must just didn't hear the name of dudes like Jordan Farmar, Sasha Vujacic, Ron Meta World Peace, Lamar Odom, Paul Gasol, just to name a few. Shannon Brown. They all had their best career years under Kobe Bryant.
Those are facts.
But Kobe's not even top 10, so how can he be in the GOAT debate?
To be honest,
I tell you what. You name me 10 players that had a better career than Kobe Bryant, and I'll wait. I'll challenge you. You can't even name 7 people who had better careers than Kobe Bryant. And we can
to be honest with y'all, I remember when Kawhi. To be honest with you, I remember when Kawhi wanted to be a Laker, but he didn't go there because LeBron was going to go be a Laker. If
reason.
If Kawhi, I think Kawhi would have been a better fit for the Lakers than LeBron, in my opinion.
He would have got more love, I'll tell you that.
Way more love.
And on top of that, like my man, the Bean said, like, come on, I've done shit like nobody else has done. What do you mean? And on my last leg, I gave y'all 60 in the win. Mamba out. Holla at me. This was after the.
That's all Kobe can do. All he can do is score. He can't control the game like LeBron, assists, rebounds, and LeBron is a better defender than Kobe. So how is he in the top 5?
I mean, last time I checked, 12 all defensive teams is more than 9.
More than 6.
But that was just when fans were voting for it. LeBron can guard 5 positions.
LeBron only got 6.
LeBron only had 6. I take that back. Kobe got 9. First team all defense.
Right. Altogether it's 12.
Altogether he has 12.
Only person he's behind is Tim Duncan.
That motherfucker played both sides of the ball since he came into the league, bro.
Those are facts. That's all I understand why people say that Shaq is better. I think Shaq underachieved. I think Shaq underachieved in his career.
Now
Okay, but
let me say
time
something
out,
to
time
that.
out.
Let me say something to that right quick. Now, number one, y'all know I'm trolling, correct?
I know you
Yeah,
are. We
yes,
know
we
you
are.
are.
Okay. Number one, I'm trolling. Number two, out of Shaq's own mouth, he said that he could come to the into the season lazy because he knew he had Kobe. Now, if Shaq had the same mindset as Kobe, they wouldn't have lost against the Pistons. They definitely wouldn't have lost the first time against the Spurs when they got swept, going for the 4-peat. Some of those playoff series would have been a little bit easier if Shaq was in shape. And as much shit as Shaq gives Charles Barkley about being fat and lazy, he needs to look in the mirror and say that shit to himself. What say you?
Listen, bro. Listen, and that's what I don't listen. This is what I don't acknowledge. Like this, like, and I'll be calling out my man Chill Town all the time, right? And that's why I know it's just a bias and people not liking Kobe because they probably loved Mike and felt offended by Kobe wanting to be Mike and all this shit. And right, I always wondered. I used to listen to this dude. Damn, man, why does this dude denigrate Kobe so much? He's a basketball purist. From his conversation and listening to him, this man know the game of basketball. So how could he have a valid opinion about this about Kobe, right? Oh, he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that, he's this. So now after all this time of listening to this dude, I come to find out, this nigga gripe with Kobe Bryant is this nigga is Shaq cousin. He's Shaquille O'Neal's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you must be talking about Chill
Yeah.
Town.
So he got to be related to Bill Bellamy too, then, because Bill
Yeah.
Bellamy is Shaq cousin too.
Yeah. I mean, but this Shaq cousin. You feel me? Oh, now I see why your hatred towards Kobe is so much. So now I'm listening to him one day. Guess who pops up? Guess who we got on this show? Guess what his cousin told him? It's Kobe, bro. He's better than LeBron. Kobe was the greatest Laker ever. It's Kobe. Do you know this nigga tried to refute his own cousin? Like,
who played with him?
Listen, no, bro. Shaq's on the stream with him. Like, they side by side.
Right,
and the man is telling Shaquille O'Neal, you're wrong.
But Shaq played with him.
He played with him and he played with LeBron.
Let me ask y'all this real quick. Do y'all think the NBA is trying to stop Kobe from winning like 7 or 8 championships in his career?
Absolutely. After that, listen. After that Denver debacle, I believe had Kobe been anywhere else but Los Angeles, I think his whole career would have been shut down.
I think
Dr. Jerry Buss, listen, Dr. Jerry Buss rolled with that nigga, yo. That nigga had all the owners mad at him. And he told him, guess what? Y'all ain't doing nothing to my baby. He ain't do that shit. Y'all ain't about to do nothing to my, and all the money y'all took from him, I'm gonna make sure he get. I'm holding him down. And Nike said, you know what?
I think that whole Chris Paul parade kind of stopped him from winning more championships because
it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that. They stopped free agents from going to LA for a time.
Listen to what the Los Angeles Lakers had pulled off in that trade. They traded Paul Gasol and Lamar Odom, Jordan Farmar, and like some draft picks, and got Chris Paul, right? When we did that, not only did we get the best player, but we relieved ourselves of so much money. Now, guess what? The next move was we have the prime position because now we still got Andrew Bynum to trade for Dwight Howard. It was supposed to be CP3, Kobe Bryant, and Dwight Howard. That's why they went so hard at Dwight Howard when they finally did trade for him. It was CP3 was supposed to be there with Kobe and Dwight.
And the NBA stopped that shit, bro.
Look,
Dwight Howard wouldn't have had no choice but to fall in line with two niggas like Kobe Bryant and Chris Paul.
Mark Cuban was the one who complaining about that trade at the time.
He said it. Mark Cuban said him. Mark Cuban said, nigga, they said all the owners complained about that shit. That's how I found out that the Lakers not only got the best player, but got the salary cap relief too. They said, yo, how do these niggas...
Think about it. If you had that much money left over, you can sign another top free agent doing that.
And they already knew the Andrew Bynum for Dwight Howard trade was on the way next. NBA said, no. This nigga will not he will not be him by any means necessary. We will not let that happen.
I get tired over the years when they say, oh, they want to make sure nobody gonna win championships like Jordan did. Like, man, that ain't about that.
Nah, listen.
Going into 2011, the talk at the beginning of the season is, can Kobe get 6? Can he complete the three-peat? Can he get 6? If Kobe gets 6, will he be on Jordan's level? And the whole season they was talking to Kobe about that, and Kobe said, I'm just focusing on the season. I'll talk about that afterwards. And that's when Kobe started to put distance between him and Jordan, for the simple fact that, as he said time and time again, Jordan taught me so much. How can I ever say I'm better than him? But see, the conversation should never be LeBron Jordan. The conversation should always be Kobe Jordan.
Always should be that. Hey, yo, and then they say.
Oh, people forgot about Smokey Walker too. Smokey Walker was on that squad.
Hey, yo, listen. They say, how could he be in the GOAT conversation when he number 2 at his position? I said, because that position between him and that person, they were so much better than anybody else at any other position. I said, don't y'all got Kareem in the top 5? Yeah. I said, who Kareem said the greatest Laker ever?
Kobe.
All it is, and let's just be honest, because Ron Town, I got to give you your Emmy, I got to give you your Oscar. You're cooking right now, so put on your barbecue outfit, because you're cooking with Kingsford light charcoal and all that shit. But what we have to understand is all of this is designed. Now that this man is falling asleep in death, waiting on his reunite with his family and everybody else, it's designed to get rid of his memory. Period. They weren't going this hard against Kobe when he was alive. They weren't. They already forgave the media. They already forgave him.
He was alive either though too. They wasn't giving him respect.
But T. Price, this goes back to that. Goes back to how we started this conversation. They build you up to tear you the fuck down. They just waited until Kobe passed to tear him the rest of the way down.
Hey, yo, but listen to this, though. I'm going to tell you why that's their plan, and it's a waste of energy because it'll never happen, right? Because let me tell you something. I'm sitting there watching this shit. I'm trying to, learn about stocks and all this shit and all this trading and all this shit, right? Just trying to familiarize myself with this shit. See if this shit is even worth a couple $1 or not, whatever, right? So it's this money manager dude who'll be online, who'll be giving out tips and, showing dudes the game. It's a white dude. He's showing dudes the game. And he doing the interview. And he talk about how he approached the stock market. You feel me? And how he approached trading and how he got his fortune and all this and that. And you know what phrase this motherfucker uttered? He said, once I got there and got the knowledge that I needed to obtain, he said, I locked in with my Mamba mentality. Whoa! This motherfucker all over Wall Street, bro. You hear the greatest woman athlete ever, maybe. Serena Williams, how you do it, man? I locked in my Mamba mentality. everybody who was at the top of their craft, bro. You ever seen that Nike commercial when they got all Lionel Messi, Serena Williams, everybody, the people who work for Apple, everybody who the top of their craft, Kanye West, everybody who giving them a lecture.
Kobe.
And they said, how did we know when we made it? He said, you're all welcome. All those motherfuckers use the Mamba mentality, bro. That shit is not just about basketball. That shit is about a way of life, bro. A way of life. People don't listen. People done adopted this man's personality. They done adopted his work ethic because they like, yo, that's the blueprint right there. They look at him as a GOAT, bro. I don't give a fuck what niggas talk about. When I tell niggas, I say, well, goddamn it, why the motherfuckers who play basketball and step on the court don't say that? Because amongst the peers, Kobe was him, bro. Amongst your favorite basketball player's favorite basketball player, he was everybody's favorite basketball player, bro.
But can I make a response to that? And it's not even a response in contrast to what you're saying. Is my question is, who's saying that they want to have the LeBron mentality? Who's saying they want the clutch sports mentality? Please tell me who said that.
Nobody. Nobody say that crap.
So what does that tell you, bro? When I heard that Wall Street man talk about this shit, I said, yo, this motherfucker just mentioned the Mamba mentality talking about stocks and bonds, bro.
But again,
this shit was bigger than basketball with this nigga.
But again, Ron Town, in harmony with what you're saying, it was, I want to be like Mike. Then after that, it was the Mamba mentality, and that's holding. That hasn't changed. It hasn't went away for 10 years, and we're like, oh yeah, I remember about that. That's still happening, and LeBron is still, quote unquote, the face of the league. So what does that tell you?
Hey yo, if you ask Michael Jordan right now, right? Let's just name Mike mentality, the like Mike mentality. You feel me? You tell Mike, yo, you made everybody adopt your personality. Like, yo, we want to be like Mike. This motherfucker's great. This motherfucker work. This motherfucker like Mike. All the kids want to be like Mike. Your mentality, knowing your mentality and what you put next to it and what you put into your game, Mike. What you say the next best thing to you is, I guarantee that nigga say that Mamba mentality, bro. Cause when you lock in on
time, that's just like saying the sun is gonna come up tomorrow. Look, the way they had that friendship, I saw Jordan cry on live TV 3 times. His first championship, the championship when he came back for his father on Father's Day, and at Kobe's funeral. He didn't even cry during his retirement ceremony.
Word.
But when he got up there in front of a packed a Staples Center and cried like that, that lets you know that the GOAT viewed his little brother as baby GOAT.
Yo, that's crazy. That nigga said, man, this motherfucker used to call me 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. What? Boy, what you want? I need to know how to do this, bro. What the fuck you mean what I want? You know exactly what I want. Give me the shoes, bitch. Mike said, this bitch don't quit. You don't quit. We playing against each other, yo, Mike. The other players who played against Mike, yo, what you did, that motherfucker, like, yo, we thinking this nigga just making small talk, and this nigga is soaking everything in. Like, yo, bro, what fucking guard you know went to train with Akeem Olajuwon? What guard you know?
You want to know something? You want to know something right there? Who did Mike respect besides Kobe? Akeem. Who did he say the only person that he would have kind of feared in the finals was Akeem?
Was Akeem?
Don't you think that Mike was like, hey, if you want to learn some good footwork, who am I going to send you to?
It's only 2 people in the NBA history that's living right now that I would want to teach me footwork.
That's either Akeem Olajuwon or Kevin McHale, bro.
If you ain't him or him, fuck out my face. Kobe got his footwork from Akeem.
And how many times you seen Akeem trying to teach guys that footwork and they can never get it? The only person who ever can get it was Kobe.
Hey, and you want to know what? You want to know why? You want to know part of the reason for that is because his father raised him in Italy and he got a chance to play soccer as a second sport. He played soccer as a second sport as a kid growing up.
Newsflash. Soccer was the first sport. Basketball was the second sport.
And like that nigga said when they told fucking, and I said, damn, this nigga think with so much common sense. I said, because all this years of fucking football and all this shit I done played, and I always wanted high top cleats, high top sneakers in basketball, you feel me, and this and that. That nigga Kobe said, man, I watch soccer games, and these niggas do way more running and cutting than anybody in the world. He said, you've never seen a fucking soccer player in a pair of high top cleats. That was his whole design about designing the new Kobe Bryant, the Mambas. That nigga said, I want them built like soccer cleats. And when he thought about that shit, I swear to God, bro, I had to go back and pay attention. I said, I've never seen a soccer player in high top cleats. And they move side to side, stop and go, jerk. They did that quick twitch shit. That's them. And you've never seen a soccer player in a pair of high top cleats, bro. And that shit bugged me out. I said, I don't know the science on that shit, but there go the proof right there.
When it comes to soccer players, they kind of grow up in poverty at first with no shoes, sandals, and they have to learn how to when they finally get soccer shoes, that's when they finally learn how their footwork, because they grew up in poverty. Like make the millions, they grow up with no shoes and nothing like that at first in foreign countries.
I'm telling you, bro. I said, oh, this dude just thought different all the fucking time, bro. This nigga thought that how can I get better in every aspect of the game, all the way down to my fucking shoes, nigga.
To my understanding, Olajuwon wanted to be a soccer player, but he was so tall he couldn't play. He couldn't play the game.
Right, but he played coming up as a kid, though. That's why his footwork was immaculate.
And his endurance.
How you think this motherfucker played fucking NBA basketball during Ramadan where he can't eat while the sun up? And
while giving David Robinson 40.
And he got a game at 6 o'clock.
A lot of people don't even know who this man is right there standing next to Magic Johnson, other than AC Green.
Hold on. Let me see.
They don't even know the guy to his right. They don't know who that is. And his son played in the NBA right now.
Damn, he got glasses and a hat on, so I don't even struggling with it.
That's Wesley Matthews Sr. Wesley Matthews Sr.
Oh, Wesley Matthews Sr. Yeah,
yes,
Wesley. Not Wes Craven?
Nah, that's Caruso.
Okay.
That's Caruso. That's Freddy Cougar grandson. Hey Lou, who you got winning the finals, man?
I got the Oklahoma City Thunder winning the finals.
I do too.
I would not be surprised if Indiana ended up taking game 1 tonight, though.
I was saying the same thing.
I'm not, because this is why I'm not going with that. This is just me. I don't think so, because a lot of people discrediting what OKC did. Because the last round they didn't lose. They didn't lose at home in the last round. They won the first 2 games. Am I right? Yes or wrong?
Yeah, but that was against Minnesota.
I understand that. To me, this is just my opinion. They both mirror each other so well. They both deep. Now you want to get the coaching ass to Indiana? That's all respectable. But I'm not gonna sit there and go deny what Diagno has done. That he got better every single season. All the thing they got to do is okay. I don't see the Pacers winning this series. I don't see it. If y'all think they're gonna win game one, we could talk about it tomorrow. I don't think so. I think OKC is gonna be focused. And another thing too, the Knicks, OKC is not the Knicks. OKC is not Boston. They just not. And
Look,
who the Indiana played in the first round?
Cleveland.
They are not
Oh no, the
Cleveland.
Bucks, the Bucks, the Bucks, the
The
Bucks.
Bucks. And OKC is
Without
not
Dame.
Milwaukee. They are not Milwaukee. They're not the Knicks. You see what I'm saying? And I do like OKC. I do like Indiana because we got to think about it though too. They are the two hottest teams, right? They both have the best records, but defense wins championships. And that's why I give the edge to OKC because they got a more complete team. Now, another thing too, Halliburton's the head of the snake, right? What do OKC does better than anybody in these playoffs? They take the head of the snake away.
They
You
make
don't
you
take
fight left-handed.
Halliburton away? Huh?
They make you fight left-handed.
Yeah. And the head of the snake is Halliburton, right? If you've been watching in the last couple of seasons, Halliburton's worst performances has come against Indiana. I mean, worst performances have come against OKC. Because you know why? OKC got a plethora of guards they could throw at them.
So, are you saying that? And we're just speculating right now.
We just talking.
But are you saying that they're gonna make T.J. McConnell have to be an impact player?
Even if they do, I like T.J. McConnell is another dude that's a good backup point guard that's in the league. You know what I'm saying? He's a legit commit. Shout out to my boy Moss, because he went to Arizona too. T.J. McConnell, he's a nice player off the bench though too.
You know who he remind me of? T. Price.
Who is that?
J.J. Barrera.
Yeah, he
Oh,
does.
don't say that.
Hey, a lot of people want to say J.J. Barrera gave.
I thought he said J.J. Redick. Never mind.
He gave the Lakers the business that playoff run though too. When Dirk went on that playoff run, hey Barrera was going crazy.
Him and Jason Terry, the reason why they beat Miami.
Yep, and they beat the Lakers
Don't be
too.
surprised. Don't be surprised.
The Lakers too. JJ
I'm
Barrera
just
had a
saying,
big
don't be
series against the
surprised if
Lakers.
Indiana try to put everything on Pascal Siakam tonight. They're trying to beat OKC because he been in the finals before. Even though he did not get finals MVP, they're going to try to rely on him to try to beat OKC by itself tonight. I would not be.
They can try to, but at the same time, Halliburton is the head of the snake. If Halliburton don't go, the Pacers ain't going nowhere. I'm telling you that right now. Pascal is a beast, but we can knock Caruso, even though it is the bubble. A lot of people say it's not a championship, but it's still a championship. He has that experience too. So
one thing they better not complain about. They better not complain about your boy going to free throw line a lot tonight.
Man, that dude don't get enough free throw. Man, that's got to stop. He's not a free. This is the one thing I understand about people that say this. And another thing too, Lou, Vanessa Bryant is not pregnant. That was a rumor. We're just gonna get that out the way. That was the biggest rumor. She came out and said herself that she's not. But anyway.
Hey, yo, you think she that stupid? She might tell nigga you could get some of this pussy, but you ain't about to get none of this money.
Yeah.
I
hate you, man.
I ain't about to let you put no baby in me.
Pregnant, I was like, I just did my investigation of it. I ain't come out and said nothing about it, but hey, rumors, man. And then they sat there and messed around with the mirror again, y'all. Like, how many times Kobe mirrors got to be? Come on, man. Like, put two and two together, man. Kobe is L.A. Trey told y'all. Trayvon, I wish Trey was on. Trey told y'all, man. I got homies staying in L.A. too. Kobe means a lot. When they took Kobe away, I'm telling you, Kobe is L.A. Kobe get more love than Shaq, and those are 100% facts. He was in the trenches. He was in the
There
hood.
would never be that much love in LA ever again for a player like they had for Kobe Bryant. No
And they need to
matter
leave
who
that
they bring
mirrors
to the
alone.
Lakers.
Then leave that mirror alone, man. Y'all
Like
just
you
mad
can
because
bring,
they ain't got
like you
Jay
can
Reed
say
up
Luke,
there.
you can say Luka, like, but hell no, ain't that Luka ain't gonna be. He
I'm
had to
waiting on
make.
the pictures for him for somebody. I'm waiting on the pictures for them spraying that stuff in Jay Reed's house, allegedly. I'm still waiting on the pictures. I know he got surveillance, allegedly. I'm waiting on that ankle surgery. I'm waiting on that MCL sprain, and then 2 weeks later, he's sitting there pop locking, dropping it. Come on, man.
Wasn't he like originally dancing at a concert on stage?
Yes.
Yeah.
After he said that he had it was MCL sprain.
It's always an excuse. Accountability. LeBron ain't never had accountability. You know why You know why LeBron ain't never had accountability? Because the NBA chose him, and the NBA didn't held him. They didn't held him accountable where they hold all these other superstars. And ESPN, I find it very interesting too. Y'all talking about Kobe Bryant ain't this and that, but y'all love to mention him on all these little takes and everything y'all like to be doing all the time. Y'all know what the real is.
This supposed to be the NBA Finals. They up there talking about LeBron on ESPN right now. Like, what kind of shit is that?
Because see, this is the thing. Is this Lemon Pepper?
Yes, Lulu.
How you doing, Lemon Pepper? Good to hear from you again. See, this is why what's getting ready to happen this fall is going to be monumental because they're getting it all out of their system now. Because when they get inside the NBA on ESPN and when they get NBC, they're going to be actually talking about basketball and other teams. They're not going to just be focusing on one player.
Message.
They're not going to do that. So they got to get it all out of their system now.
It's gonna be nice to actually hear some basketball talk for once. How many years have we not
Besides
heard
on
it?
this channel, and this is why we got to get the likes up.
Man, the NBA back on NBC, man, that was great basketball.
I would go a step further. I would say,
salute to the
The
homie
nigga-
in the comments. Salute, Mouthpiece. I see you're a Celtics fan, huh?
Hey, yo, them niggas will give
my lady
Stephen A.
favorite
Smith a like, they won't get his truth a like.
Lord have mercy.
Right.
They won't get his truth a like. They'll give Stephen A. Smith a like on YouTube. But my man T. Price got this truth going on and they don't want to give him no likes. And yo, I'm surprised. They usually kick me off this stream, bro.
Hey, you know what? I didn't tell you what happened, right? So I get an email last night, right? I was like, what's this email from StreamYard? And they was like, we're going to give you a month free for your inconvenience. I like, so y'all been here. Mind you, I didn't email nobody. I didn't email StreamYard to say anything. Y'all know what y'all doing, man. I didn't even get kicked off my stream. I guess they're trying to fix the problem, allegedly or whatever, man. Y'all get these likes up, man. I don't care about being the algorithm because one thing about me, I always said this too. You remember around time we used to be cooking on Ticket Channel and the dudes be like, T Price, man, you need to go ahead and put your channel in. I'm like, nope, I don't want it. I don't want it like that. I want to actually earn people. I didn't want to get all these subscribers like some people get all these subscribers and I still got more videos than people that been on here for 10 years and more than that. I got more videos than I did in 4 years than they did in their content. But they in the algorithm. You know why? Because they preaching nonsense. I'm not preaching nonsense over here, man.
Well, let me give you some pushback on that, T Price. I want to see you an algorithm because I respect what you do. If I didn't respect what you do,
Asking me to, like people keep asking me like, man, how come you ain't doing lives no more right now, man? Like, look, man, I'm trying to get better right now. I ain't focused on doing lives right now. So I get better and 100%. That's when I'm gonna probably start doing lives again. Like, other than that, I'm just trying to take care of me.
Shout out to my boy straight to the point, Polo, because Lemon Pepper Lou is right here. Lou, could you remember? You remember when Chicken used to end? Matter of fact, I gotta give Lemon Pepper Lou some credit though too, because Lemon Pepper, we used to sit there and talk about this. It used to be me, him, and Polo. When Chicken used to end the streams, Lemon Pepper was like, "Man, Chicken need to start a 24-hour channel." we're just talking about sports. Then he was doing it for a little bit, but Ticket doing a Jackson all trades. I know he's doing the Diddy trial and everything like that. But shout out to Ticket though. Hey Ticket, I know you didn't probably see my message though. I just went on and cracked the train up myself, bro. Because since StreamYard gave me a free month, I'm gonna take advantage of it. Because y'all didn't do me a solid this whole season.
Yo, that's crazy, bro. Because I never knew how many people was actually listening when I had that little show on Ticket shit. But like I should have expected because Ticket had like 70, 80,000 people. So when I took the slot at 3:00 and I'm doing that shit, bro, and I'm doing all these topics and you know what I mean? People coming up and I'm talking like I never understood how many people was actually listening to that shit. And now when I go on other niggas' platforms and niggas be like, oh, let them up. And like, I be on the panel and shit. Motherfuckers be like, yo, son, where you been at? Like, man, I was listening to your show every day at 3:00, bro. Like, yo, you don't be on that. And I'm like, damn. I'm talking about people from Australia. The one dude, he said he was in Germany. And this one, he like, yo, listen, bro. He like, I miss your show. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to get back out there. He like, yo, you came on at 3:00 every day. He said, and that's my bedtime over there. He said, so I used to listen to your show going to sleep, my nigga. That basketball shit, like, he's like, I finally found somebody I could listen to that ain't talking that bullshit. He like, swear to God, bro. He like, yo, you got
Ron time.
Yeah.
No lie, you got me through my night shift. Look, I used to have to work when I worked at my old company. I used to have to work 12:30 until the work is done. And sometimes that's 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. But when y'all used to cook, especially the Lakers Nuggets series, the first time when they got swept, right? And when you used to come up there about 2:30, 3:00 to about 5 in the morning, that's how I got introduced to you. Now I couldn't get on the streams early in the day or in the afternoon, but I always looked forward to especially those Friday, Saturday nights. That's when y'all were like at y'all best. You too, T Price. We would have a 3-4 hour stream. And I wouldn't hear T Price until probably that last 45 minutes. He'll come in with his commentary, and I'm like, oh damn, there's T Price, Trayvon. Of course, you had the Wonder Twins between Mass and BX, and then you had Cryrobi. But definitely, y'all got me through tough nights. You always made good basketball. Well, you had to get the kids out the way because remember there used to be a lot of people in there just not talking about shit, not really saying too much anything, just going with narratives. But the real talk started to happen when the grown men got it. When Elder come on after the game and want to give his commentary, and then he's going against everybody. That's the streams I remember.
Hey, shout out to Town Biz and the all those guys, we did had no boxing labs after the fight, breaking it really down.
Yo, I can't stand Ghost Town, but that's for personal reasons.
That
hey, Ghost Town made me laugh so much. He got so much bullshit.
Ghost Town has to know basketball. When he talks about Jay Reed, he had like he lose brain cells.
Yeah, that funny. That nigga used to be like, Hope Town.
Here come the whole
put the G on my name, man.
Put a G on my name, man. That used to have me weak. That was back when and this is another thing too. And people, and as my boy just, hey, I've been cooking with Ticket way before 2020.
Hey, yo, I ain't gonna front, bro. I swear to God, T Price, not to cut you off, man. I used to feel so bad for Nairobi, bro. Them niggas.
Oh my God. Them niggas. Ron Time, speak about it. Speak about it, Ron Time.
Be on his helmet.
Yo, it seemed like them niggas just to wait till that nigga jump in the chat. Then everybody jumped that nigga. I be like, yo. I was like, yo.
Ticket had me
like that. It's just like I used to get on Africa. How you said Kobe Bryant is your favorite player, but then you gonna sit there and say that Jay Reed is better. There's no planet, quasar, moon, stars, nothing that make me think.
Africa used to get on my nerves, man.
No, Herm used to,
I remember the stream.
Hollywood. Shout out to Herm. Man,
Herm, my guy.
Shout out to my boy Know Your
Unlike
Boy Sports and New, my boy James. That's my brother from another mother. I need to check on James. Shout out to my bro James, man. I've been knowing James before YouTube. I knew about James when I used to live in Louisiana.
Hey, yo,
Shout out my boy Brinley
I
My
too.
started
Brinley,
playing.
my
I
homeboy
started.
used to play
Brinley.
football against him. My
Yo, that's
homeboy
hey T
played
crazy.
for
Price,
Lake
T,
Sharks,
T
Lake Charles
Price,
Sharks.
T Price, and Ron Time. Do you remember that string when Ticket had Nairobi on ice skates when he said that he made the assumption that he was a snitch, and then like Nairobi went crazy, and then he kept replaying everything that he said, and then he literally made it seem like he was a snitch. And dude, he had me crying at work. Every time Nairobi get on there and get caught up in his words, he was like, "Oh, let me go play that again." He'll start
I told
replaying
Ticket
everything
about
the dude say.
Nairobi.
Why you crying, dude? You come
You
up
know,
over here
everybody that you
crying.
mentioned, you know, they never came over here though. Everybody we mentioned, they don't come over. That's why I say just because. That's why like on YouTube, right? Like everybody, even on Ticket Channel, right? Ticket create a lane for a lot of brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying, to do their own thing. Shout out to Tay Brown. She Man, that's how we met. LeBron is Gloat. LeBron is Gloat.
Who's
Shout
frying
out
bacon?
LeBron is Gloat. Shout out to her. Shout out to Annie K. She used to be over here chopping it up, and you know what I'm saying. Hey, women always welcome to join the platform. It's always gonna be respect over here. You know, I don't believe in disrespecting women and all that other stuff. That's just not that's just not my thing. I always give a woman a chance. That's why we got Gigi. We got to get Gigi channel popping again. But I know she said on Mondays, but but I work on Mondays, so by the time she gets off, by the time I get off, she probably be in an hour and a half into it. I did send her the link, but you know, she didn't come through. Shout out to Gigi though. Shout out to Aries. Shout out to Panama Queen. Man, I had some people that have been supporting me from them. And shout out to my boy Matt Moses, Cook and Smoke Sports. Man, we used to be on there, man, back in the day, man, the chat room used to be crunk, bro. Crunk. I remember the day James called that nigga a role player. I was 2 seconds with getting on the chat that day. I ended up going on like probably like 2 weeks afterwards, somewhere in there.
Hey, yo, bro, whatever happened to Peachy Brown?
Oh, Peachy Brown, she be around. Shout out to Peachy Brown. I seen her over here once, but you know what I'm saying? But then again, you know how YouTube is, man. A lot of people don't get these notifications, man. You can unsubscribe and subscribe again. It still ain't gonna matter, man. You know, YouTube, that's just how the game rolls. And that's why my boys like, come on TikTok. Like, nah, bro, I can't deal with them Jay Reed fans, bro. Like, I could cook them, but you ain't gonna sit there and over talk me and make a whole bunch of excuses, man. Think logical. That's why I understand how people have Shaq and have LeBron over Kobe Bryant at the same. I imagine you talking to a person. I don't rank players, but ain't no way in the world Shaq is better than Kobe. Ain't no way in the world that Jay Reed is better than. If not, he should have a better record. Mind you, he got more MVPs than Shaq and Kobe combined. Steve Nash got more.
Man,
Steve Nash got more.
Don't get me started on MVPs, man, because Kobe should have more than this on me.
We already know. We already discussed that Denver situation. We already know he should have had. And there's another thing too. I'm gonna ask Ron. I'm gonna ask everybody a question. And I said this on Ticket Channel too a while back. What year, Ron Time, you think that Kobe was the best player in the league too?
2002. I said undoubtedly 2001.
Until what year he stopped being the best player in your opinion?
2012.
2012.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing too. So they try to say Kobe never was that right there, because that's when only reason why LeBron, and this another thing too, it thickens, right? Because you remember Jay Reed he has two back-to-back MVPs while he was with the allegedly big three, right? And then KD gets over there with Steph. Oh, we can't give him MVP. I'm like, why y'all can't give him? He's playing with three other Hall of Famers. Okay, y'all didn't get that same that let you know they pick and choose. And that's what another thing too. How in the hell this man hey Ron, so let me just ask everybody at the panel. Do y'all think this man deserved to be second team? I don't think so.
No. He don't play
Right.
defense.
Too many good players.
And he only played just enough games so that he can make that because he still took those week and a half off so that he can get himself back right after an 8-game winning streak.
That's
And still went to bed.
that's why punk ass right now talking about. Oh, we need to go back to the old rules. We need to take a month off for the playoffs. Like, I knew we gonna try that crap.
A month off before the playoffs.
Yeah, he's trying to start that off again. That's what he said on his podcast, and he said, and guess what Lucas said? Oh yeah, I just ain't seen people, he's in the gym, he's working out. And one thing I noticed about that podcast, it's just a kiss LeBron ass podcast. Now I ain't talking about no X's and O's. That's why I don't listen to that crap. And the homie, stop sending me that crap. I don't listen to that crap. I don't listen to people that cap and lie. I don't watch that crap. There's I let other people. I let shout out to Man Down Sports. I let Man Down and what's the old girl name? Sports T. I just let them
Sports
deal with that. Sports T. Yeah. I ain't in, and this another thing too, y'all. I'm not going on these people platforms. They already made already. They already made. They already made. I'm staying in my own lane. I don't care about. I know they're getting the views. They deserve the views. Everybody have their time in the spotlight. So when I get there, and the people that's gonna be here, we're gonna be rocking it. I'm not in competition with nobody. I told y'all when I first started, this ain't no competition. This ain't no rat race. This ain't anything like that. But when you speak the truth anyway, in today's society, people like to hear negativity and lies more than hear the truth. It's just like that.
Yeah, they've been trying to get me to have negative, be negative during the video, during the lives. Like, if you talk negative, man, you gonna make some money. Like, nah, man, I can't be there. I gotta be truthful. I can't lie.
Right. That part. Dude, man, we still got about 4.5 hours. We got about 4 hours for this game. Come on. And
What is the key for? What is the key for Indiana to upset?
I don't think so. I think OKC gonna handle their business, bro. That's just me.
No, I say, what is the key for them to upset?
Oh, for them, Halliburton got to be on the heater. Halliburton is your point guard. He is an old school traditional point guard, right? If they take him out the game, that's it, bro. Yeah, Pascal can carry them because we've seen him do it against, New York in the past series. He had that 30 points. He had 30 points in game 1, and he had a great game 6 too. He led them in the first 3 quarters. And let me ask y'all this question: when Halliburton hit that shot, y'all thought it was a magnet in that ball? How far it went up and came back down?
I already said that.
I think so.
But
like Halliburton cannot have one of those games where he only shows up in the fourth quarter. Like, he got to show up in all quarters. Like, if he only go out there and put up 4 or 7 points, then Indiana's gonna be in trouble. Because he had games like that where he don't.
Let me ask y'all a question though too. They both Emery each other well. They both got a lot of dogs on defense though too. You got the number 1 offense to get the number 1 defense, right? So defense wins championships. That's why I'm going with OKC. I just think it's OKC year. I've been saying it this whole playoffs. I've been saying all season long. They still disrespecting OKC. You know what I'm saying? And I always gave the Pacers their credit. I'm not the type person that take away from a team just because a player got hurt. Injuries is the part of the game. That's just what it is. Do I want a great finals? Absolutely, I want it to be. But to me, I won't be surprised though too if the Pacers do win the series. But at the same time, I'm banking on SGA because it's his year, man. He's going to solidify. He got the MVP, and he got the MVP, the conference finals MVP, and that new behind thing that they're giving players now. And what he said, he don't care about none of that. I'm always going to root for a person. I'm always going to root for a person that's doing it the right way. And Shea's doing it the right way. He don't throw his teammates under the bus. He don't do none of that stuff. It takes accountability. And his favorite player is Kobe Bean Bryant too. That's his goal.
Are we getting about? Are we getting about the Obi Toppin? Because he's been playing great too for the Pacers coming off.
And not only both teams. It ain't look. Pacers look deep, but y'all forget about something though. That head-to-head matchup the last 2 seasons, and mind you, even this season, they played them twice. Obi Toppin gonna be great, but you don't think them boys for OKC can get some points off the bench either? Y'all forget about that part.
Listen, bro, Martavius, he said, what you think the key is, and I think it's the same. They got to mirror OKC. They got to make OKC fight left-handed. That means take Shea out the fucking game by any means necessary. Not physically try to hurt him. Whether that's playing a boxing one, whether that's playing double cross half court.
Trying to play zone.
They can out the game and make Shaq and Jalen Williams show you that they can beat you.
And what if they do, though? It's going to be in trouble because Jalen Williams have been balling, though. That's another person that's been balling, too. They didn't give it. Jalen Williams has been balling.
Listen, my whole thing would be, we know Shea can beat us. That nigga will not win MVP. It will be one of the young boys. One of the young boys will have to show us that they can beat us. Ain't no other direction. Ain't nothing. No, we know what Shea can do. Let's try to limit him to about 20 points a game in the series. And he's going to
be key for me too. For them, Miles Turner got to play better. He got to play good in this series. Miles Turner is another one. To me, is key for the Pacers though too. Obi Toppin is good, but don't think. Hey, this is another thing. Hey, they both. This is why I'm saying these two teams they mirror each other so freaking well. But you don't think they got another Jalen Williams too? OKC is loaded at every position. At every position. Just like Indiana is loaded in every position.
Listen, when I say I don't want Shea to go 6 for 22. He's not even getting off 22 shots, y'all. We're gonna D him up like they just D Ant-Man up. Anybody but you. Let's see if we can hold him to 13 field goal attempts. That'll be my goal playing OKC.
How about Indiana?
From Indiana? If I'm OKC, what am I doing in Indiana?
Yeah.
I ain't changing nothing up. I'm going to do what I've been doing all year. Suffocating defense.
I agree.
I'm going to make them, they're going to have to show me I'm going to have to adjust.
Around time, say Alexander ain't built like a WNBA player like Gilbert Arenas said Carl Anthony Towns was.
Man, we ain't gonna don't mention that name. Don't mention Gil's name on here, please. I don't want his trolls over here, man. We don't bring that man name up, bro. I don't respect Gil Arenas because he don't speak truth. He do stuff, just be yelling stuff, and no, man, I don't respect nobody like that, bro. I don't want his name mentioned on here, bro. But I know what he said about Carl Anthony Towns, which is messed up. He got girl legs or whatever. That's messed up.
He said what?
He said that he has legs of a WNBA player.
Bro,
that nigga legs.
That might be true. He might feel that way, but look, there's nothing that Gilbert Arenas has ever said out of his mouth that I agree with. Besides, my name is Gilbert Arenas. You know, he would be the first one to. He'll be the first one to tell you, and then one thing, and then switch it up the next minute. I think he's bought and paid for. I think he's been put in a position because he's LeBron's son's trainer. Now, if I was LeBron, I'd get my money back because my son's been playing like ass water since he's been training. And, you know,
Bruce Banner, I understand you got Pacers at 7. Yeah, you listen to all these players. You listen to all them players for Indiana. That's good. You forget about Thomas Bryant.
Listen,
you forget about Benedict Mathurin. He's another dude, but again, OKC got defenders too. We ain't gonna sit there and act like OKC ain't got nobody on their bench either, man. We can't.
Hey yo, T Price.
Yeah.
Basketball knowledge. Okay, if I had to put my money down on it, I'm gonna bet on OKC. But just by Thomas Bryant being on the team and he's from the hometown, I got to go with Indiana, bro. I got to root for Indiana.
I don't think they're gonna win, but I got to root for them, bro. Everything you said about OKC is exactly right. I think they're the better team. They should win the championship, but with that Rochester blood out there on the court, I got to roll the home team, bro.
Round time. I get it. You got a dog in the fight since you have somebody from your hometown. That's why I said I really don't. It don't matter to me. It's a win-win, regardless of who wins. My heart wants OKC for Seattle, for all the stuff that happened with OKC.
Right.
If Indiana wins, it's funny we was having this conversation. I forgot who the guy was on the stream we was talking to, but guess what? If Indiana wins, guess who's now the face of that franchise forevermore? Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
You know, Reggie, you gotta take a step back.
If Indiana wins, will it be like the biggest upset in sports history?
No.
Pistons.
No.
We can't forget about stuff. We can't do that.
Well, not just that. You know, Cleveland over the 73 win team. That's up there too. There has been 68 win teams that lost in the finals. You do know that.
This is a horrible ref. They got Tony Brothers and Scott Foster going.
Yeah.
Bruce Banner, you just took the words right out of my mouth, bro. Both of them niggas is controversial, bro. Scott Foster hate Chris Paul. Tony Brothers be trying to fuck niggas' moms and shit. Like, these niggas is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Don't just say that like wait. You're going to say that again, my guy. Tony Brothers trying to do what?
He be trying to, you ain't hear that story from Jeff Teague, bro? He said when he playing, he said that's why he hates Tony Brothers. He said he playing for Indiana. He said, he's from Indiana. He said, this is the first time my aunt, my mom, my sisters and them actually get to come see me play. He said, so they sitting kind of up close and shit, and they got my jersey on. He like, and they going hard. He like, I was getting busy that game. He like, they going hard as fuck for me. You know what I mean? Cheering like a motherfucker. He said during the timeout, this nigga gonna come up to me and talk, yo, what's up with them? Yo, who them hoes, man? Put me on one of them hoes. He said, man, I'll flip the fuck out on that nigga in the middle of the game. Wow. Like, nigga, it's my mom and them niggas. You fucking crazy. I said, damn, Tony Brothers be on shit like that.
Well, apparently so.
Yeah, Jeff Teague told that. He said, Jeff Teague said, I hate that motherfucker, yo.
And let me ask y'all a question right quick. How y'all felt about his opinion about his Hawks team could beat this Thunder team?
Cap.
Hey, Cap. Listen. When he said that, time out. When he said that shit, and you gotta think about it, that was a prime LeBron then, bro. That wasn't a 40-year-old LeBron. But when he said that shit, it made me go back and look at that Hawks team. That Hawks team was deep as a bitch, bro. You forgot them niggas had 4 All-Stars that year too.
But we know they wasn't gonna beat no Cleveland.
Bro, listen. With Kyle Korver, Paul Millsap, Josh Smith, Jeff Teague, DeMar Carroll, Al Horford, man, and Joe Johnson.
All right, so Joe, yep.
Nigga, you crazy as fuck. Nigga, that had every shot in the world. That was a good ass Hawks team, bro. That team was good. Hey, yo, listen, hold on. Before you
Okay, I got you.
Them niggas won 60+ games too.
Yeah, they
and
did.
The only thing that had them niggas ran into a prime fucking LeBron, bro. That's nothing to sneeze at. Them niggas ran into a prime fucking LeBron, bro.
Let me sneeze at it.
Yo, that was a well-constructed team, bro. That was a well-constructed team.
Let me sneeze at it. And the only thing I'm going to say is the fact that they had Jeff Teague, there's no way they're going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Why you say that?
Because Jeff Teague down the stretch made some fucked up mistakes. They should have beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in that game 1, but he had multiple turnovers down the stretch. They got blown out in game 2. They could have won game 3, but Jeff Teague fucked up again. and then they got blown out in game 4. They got
Hey,
swept.
hey, yo, but listen, we talking about a prime LeBron, bro.
I'm not
So it
big
was a
on
prime
LeBron.
LeBron guarding Jeff Teague. Jeff Teague's the point guard.
Man, I get what you're saying, bro, but what I'm saying to you is matchup for matchup, that'd have been a hell of a series, bro. And it wouldn't have surprised me if they would have won it because guess what? They had a closer amongst closers, bro. If that game was close in the fourth quarter, I told Joe, take us home.
But
Hey, my
another
thing
thing
is
you're not
this.
thinking about, is Booty Hole, the
Yeah,
coach.
bulldozer, that part.
He's known for tricking games up down the stretch too. That's why I say that.
And hold on. We're gonna give him that. We got to give him the praise too. He's known for winning the championship too.
Yeah, but he had Giannis when he won the championship. He didn't win no
They
championship
never
with no
left.
damn
He didn't want a
Jeff Teague.
championship.
Listen, hold on. That don't discredit his championship because he had Giannis.
And if my memory serves me right,
listen, most championship coaches do have a great player.
Yep,
but what was but if my memory serves me right, that loss to Cleveland is what lost Booty Hole his job in Atlanta.
I get it. But
you
and
call
we
him
talk
booty
about
hole.
matchup for matchup. I think they had a shot to beat OKC with that particular Atlanta Hawks team. Them niggas is deep as a bitch, bro. Them
Right,
niggas
sir.
like yo. You think about like could they would have been able to take like if you think about it between Paul Millsap, Al Horford, and Josh Smith, man, they'd have had Chuck out there going crazy, bro.
Yeah, but that wasn't the 3-point Al Horford. That was more of the in the box Al Horford.
But yo, and that's the problem that you don't want, because that bitch was pinning everything on the glass. That was the
Who
Al
was
Horford.
pinning
you
everything
don't
on the
want
glass?
no- listen, that was the Al Horford you don't want no smoke with. That was tough as a.
Look, I'm gonna tell you just like this. Let my ass be in New York, and I have a chance to sit your ass down with a couple of beers. I guarantee you, after we have this conversation in person, you'll be like, you know what? I think that Martin was right.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying they was going to sweep OKC, but what I'm telling you, if it went 7 and Atlanta Hawks won in game 7, it wouldn't surprise me, bro.
Okay, that's that. I can live with that. I can live with that.
I
But
don't
you made
hold
it seem
it.
like they were gonna just.
I
I'm
don't
not
hold
saying
this
Atlanta would have beat the
conversation
shit out of them.
because
And listen, and as a competitor, I mean, as a competitor, knowing how good that team was, that's what Jeff Teague was supposed to say. Man, we smoked them niggas. But when I sat back and I thought about it, because I thought the little nigga was crazy too. Then I thought about it. I said, damn, I
I
forgot
saw it
the
as hate. I saw it as hate in a slightly way. To me, I understand he's Indiana all the way through, which I get it. Because he's from Indiana. You know what I'm saying? And to me, we've been saying this, and Rob pointed out in his video too, and I've been saying it too. These dudes is hating on these new age players.
Hey, yo, that's one thing. That's one thing. Like, cause I ain't gonna front. I'll fuck with his podcast. First of all, the nigga was funny as a bitch, and I love to hear Jeff Teague's stories. That's how I heard that stories about Tony Brothers and shit, right? But cause he's a great storyteller, and he keep it real. You feel me? He keep it real. Like, that's one thing Jeff Teague do. He do give praise to this new school, yo. Like, he ain't one of them niggas who played in the past. Oh, nah, them niggas. Jeff Teague be fucking with these young, and that's because Jeff Teague type young himself. You feel me? Like he fucking, but him and his man B hitting them, they be fucking with the young boys. What I will tell you though, that bitch is Indy partial though. That bitch Indy to the death. That I don't give a fuck what part of Indiana you from. If you from Indiana, Jeff Teague rock with you. You feel me? Like,
That's
but
good.
like, but
That's how some people was looking at it. I don't think
just because we got a difference of opinion, like, hey, yo, I don't think just because we got a difference of opinion that I'm a hater, because it's like this. Two things can be true at the same time. You feel me?
It's just like your favorite line I love that you say, though, about stats. That's what you need to. My homeboy just messaged and said, you need to bring your boy Ron Town on TikTok. Nah, y'all need to come down here, bro. We ain't dealing with that. Come down here. Come down here to the upper room. We'll tell y'all what's up. We ain't got time to be sitting there, and we already know that we be going against JV fans since the whole time we've been on TikTok, since we've been on YouTube. These
Yeah, I
be
ain't
2 against 10.
Hey, yo,
It don't matter.
Hey, yo, Mr. Marshall, brother, I ain't
Yes,
gonna lie.
sir.
I thought that nigga was crazy too until I really went back and did the knowledge on that Atlanta. I'm like, oh, they was fired. They just ran into a prime LeBron. You know, a couple mishaps. Budenholzer got out, coach Jeff Teague fucked up a little bit, like you said. But I'm sitting there looking like that team, though. Oh, that was a well-built team. You feel me? Like they had
You would
every
have had me
time.
though, Ron Todd, if you able to make the finals. Now, if you made the finals, I understand that, but he didn't. That's why I have a pushback on that.
That's why I have pushback on it. And another
You
thing,
didn't make the
another
finals.
thing that Ron Ton said in the Robert Ory argument that we were having. I just don't fuck with Jeff Teague.
Hey, yo, and I
Because
get it, bro, and I get it. You feel me? But like I said, I had to take all bias out of it and just look at it from a
no,
basketball
I want you
standpoint.
to put bias into it, Ron Ton. This is me, your boy, your nephew. You gotta rock with me on this one.
And we all around the same age, man.
That's a
We all
fact.
around the
But
same age.
hey, yo, he pointed out something good. He like, I forgot how good that Hawks team was, though, bro. I ain't gonna front. That's one of them teams where it's like, oh yeah, nigga playing 2K and pick them niggas, and you wonder why he cracking everybody ass. Bitch, cause them niggas was fire. That's why. You feel me? Like they was tough. You know, whether it was coaching that led to the fumble down the collapse down the stretch, and for them to get swept and all that shit, because wasn't nobody expecting them to get swept, bro. Wasn't nobody expecting them to get swept.
There were a few pundits that was picking Golden State to face Atlanta.
Right. So like I'm sitting there saying like them niggas was in the Eastern Conference Final, like them niggas ran into a prime LeBron. And I'm like, and then the NBA was probably cheating anyway. I said, I gotta go back and look at the series. I said, the NBA was probably cheating for LeBron anyway. I said, God damn. I said, but damn, I said, I wouldn't, when people ask about good teams, good teams in NBA history, that's a team that I'd pull up. And I mean, they didn't win it, but man, they would give any team fits on any given Sunday. You feel me? They was like what I call like they was like the 04 Pistons, like just well put together. You feel me? Especially after they traded for Sheed.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. That's a big ass stretch.
Listen, when I tell people that team ain't have no big faces, it didn't have a super mega all stars and all this and that. They had a bunch of good niggas who knew how to hoop, and that team was well constructed. You feel me? And under the tutelage of Larry Brown, that was one of the scariest teams in NBA history. You feel me? That's one of the
Yes, but
scariest
they had
teams in
booty
NBA
hole
history.
though.
Well, hell, the fuck.
Pre-Giannis booty hole.
You said what?
They had a pre-Giannis. Wait, what happened to Aaron Rodgers?
The Pittsburgh Steelers signed Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I knew that was
Nobody
coming.
cares.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. He was just waiting till OTA started so he didn't have to come out to all the mini camps and all that shit.
Well, they say he's on his way to mini camp right now.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. Nigga, mandatory mini camps. These are mandatory now. All them rookie mini camps and them OTAs, he don't got to show up for them shits. Them shits ain't mandatory. But when you talk about mandatory mini camp, now we talk about you missing money, nigga.
Who the hell
Yeah,
you
it's
gonna throw the
June.
ball to? Because they got rid of their best receiver.
They got DK
No,
Metcalf.
but they got Metcalf, and they signed him to an extension.
You may see a trade of Brandon Ayuk going to Pittsburgh real soon.
Hey, yo,
Brandon Ayuk trying to.
I said San Francisco was going to try. Listen, I said San Francisco needed to relieve some money, and he going to be the odd man out because they just paid Brock Purdy.
Because right now, Brandon Ayuk trying to get his way out of San Fran and go somewhere else because he's doing negative stuff.
Man, I don't know what they doing, man. Because now all of a sudden, we used to beat all them teams, and all of a sudden, the lights went out against the Ravens, and then they act like they can't beat Patrick Mahomes. Man, get up out of here with that crap, man.
Hey,
T Price. They make
I'm
him.
sorry,
they make
man.
him
I'm a 49er fan, bro. I didn't.
T-Price, right now.
Hold on, Lou. Martell, you know what's crazy? I told you I used to grow up in Kansas, right? When I lived in Kansas, I remember when they had Trent Green. I remember that I remember they had Joe Montana. Then they had
Elvis Gerbach.
Kevin Gerber, they wasn't doing nothing. And then as soon as I moved to the West Coast, then they start winning championship.
Hey yo, but
No,
listen,
look.
hey, yo,
Wait. Let me get my response, and then you can have it, Ron, because I like listening to you talk. All I'm saying, T Price, is this: San Fran used to be in my division, and they used to kick the shit out of my team until we got the greatest show on turf.
Yeah, St. Louis Rams. I
And then,
forgot about that.
and then we got some get back, and then they took my team away from me.
Yeah,
So I had to go with the Kansas City, Missouri team because that's the only football team we had left. And there was some miserable times. Things start turning around after that player committed suicide at the facility there in Kansas City. So when they got Andy Reid, he turned that whole franchise around. I started supporting them. Then they start making playoffs with Alex Smith.
Alex Smith, yep.
Then they got super light skinned 2 Turbo to be able to be the quarterback. I didn't like how they cheated Kansas City in that Patriots game in 2017 with the phantom offsides call, and then that whole bullshit with playing Tampa Bay for the Super Bowl. But I'm with you. Yeah, we played San Fran twice in the Super Bowl. But I should have beat us twice if you really want to be honest about it. If Garoppolo didn't miss that throw in the fourth quarter, there would have been no need for a comeback. And if whatever the hell his name is, Brock Purdy wouldn't have turned the ball over in the fourth quarter the second time, there would have been no driving down the field in overtime. So I'm with you. We all have our teams we like, but I still got to represent the only team that's left in Missouri as a football team. Go ahead, Ron Time.
Hey, listen. Hey, yo, T Price.
Yes, sir.
See, you like that old Ed DeBartolo San Francisco team. That bitch, we spend the money up and we going to go get who we want. That's what all the 49ers fans. Like my man, he's a rap 49ers fan. That nigga stayed saying he missed Ed DeBartolo. He missed the DeBartolo ownership. Like he knew the owner be on some bullshit. Like, yo, so like, y'all had the Jerry Buss of NFL football with the DeBartolo. Them niggas was the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
And them niggas spent
Remember, all that money came from bootlegger Ron Time. They're a bootlegger family.
But they spend that change though.
Yeah, they did.
They spend that change.
Okay, because I got my Dion jersey right now when he played for the 49ers, and then he left the 49ers and went to the Cowboys and got him another ring.
Okay. This I've been following the moves the 49ers have been making so far, T Price. Mm-hmm. They made a key move. They got a defensive end. They traded with Philadelphia. They got a defensive end. The guy used to play with Robert Saleh back in when he was the head coach of the Jets. Now, the whole key point this offseason is trying to build up that defense, get it back to the top 5 defense, and that's what they have done. Now, on the offensive side situation, you forgot last year Jennings finally came in his own with the 49ers, and they added some key wide receivers in the draft this year, who I believe is going to be a breakout guys. And right now, Brandon, you don't know what type of play you're going to get with Brandon Ayuk because he's still coming off an ACL tear with his knee.
Yeah, right.
And right now, he wants a new deal, even though 49ers gave him a lot of money over the last year. He wants a new deal now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get rid of Brandon Ayuk, they're gonna free up still a lot of money where you can probably sign a key free agent in the 2026 free agent class.
Mm-hmm.
So even though people may not like the move the 49ers have made, they can still win enough games to make the playoffs. Probably make
I just don't
Super Bowl.
trust Shanahan though. Because Shanahan is not like his daddy, bro. He is not like his
opposite.
daddy, bro.
He's the opposite
of his dad. If he had any
I
mindset
understand where you're coming from. I was like, Shanahan should at least have multiple Super Bowls right now. He been pissing me off on the moves he made in the playoffs. He been pissing me off.
And I'm gonna say it. I know Showtime. Hey, shout out to my boy Show, man. But as I know he a Patriot fan. This ain't no swipe. I got a homeboy. You know, he a Patriot fan too. Even he agree with me. When they played Atlanta and they went and they came back from that lead, right? Oh, that running back did not cross the plane. He did not cross the plane for that touchdown. He did not. He was still a yard short, but it counted as a touchdown. Stop it.
Hey, I remember that game between the Cowboys and 49ers in 1992. They said Alvin Harper scored a touchdown when he was nowhere near the end zone. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember that game against Atlanta so good because that was right before I moved out here, bro. That was right before I moved out here because I left because that Super Bowl was on a Sunday. I left early Tuesday morning-ish, about like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was moving out here. That's why I left Kansas and moved out here to the West Coast. And man, I never forget that. I never forget. My dad was like, "Look like the Falcons gonna win, son." I told my dad, I was like, "You know what, Dad? They is not gonna have Tom Brady getting blown out like this like Shanahan gonna he's gonna mess it up. He's gonna mess
But
it up.
notice
He's
this,
not
T
like
Price.
that.
Notice
Go
this,
ahead.
T Price. That was the start of the year of the comeback. That was
Yeah.
2016.
Mm-hmm.
Brady came back. Cleveland came back in the World Series because the Chicago Cubs almost lost a 3-1 series then, and they were losing in the bottom or the top of the ninth.
Yeah, I
But
forgot
then, of
about
course, that horse shit that happened in the NBA, and it happened in the NBA twice because 2 teams came back from 3-1.
that. Mm-hmm.
So
I remember that.
2016 was the year of the comeback.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You sure right about that. I was just thinking, like I was like, man, because 2016, that was crazy because that was the year my youngest nephew was born. That's when he was born in 2016, December 23rd, 2016. 15. He was born, but 2000. The Super Bowl was 2016. So you get what I'm saying. But anyway,
Yeah.
man, I don't know, man, because I really don't get into like ever since they lost. I know when. Then they start coming up with the new rules for overtime and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, why are they doing all this? But then at the same time, when you look at Tom Brady, look at all Tom Brady championships. There's always something. Yes,
Controversial.
Spygate. Yes, always something controversial. Exactly. I don't respect that, bro. I know a lot of people do. I think Tom Brady is a good player, but I don't think he's better than Joe Montana. That's just my opinion.
I don't even think he's better than Chad Pennington. He was able to dominate a division where there was no real good
Nobody.
quarterback, and everything was controversial enough from St. Louis. And I'm not going to sit up here and try to hide my disdain for the New England Patriots because the loss that we suffered to them was the beginning of that piece of shit dynasty that they had. However, the first 3 Super Bowls were all tainted because they were spying, they were cheating. They
Y'all hold it down. I'll be back.
all right, cool. I can bitch and moan with lemon
What's
pepper
kind
in
of
my.
going on in Kansas City right now, though, too?
What's up?
I think what's kind of going on in Kansas City right now because everybody
What's
thinking
going?
it's been a controversy with the way they've been winning games over the last couple of years.
Look. I'm for it. It has to balance out at some point. The whole state of Missouri got screwed for like 6 years, and then I guess they're trying to make it up to the state by making sure that they have a win. I don't believe in anything that can't be rigged, especially in football. Football could be rigged. I've seen it too many damn times. I've seen all we got to do is just go back to 2001 and look at fucking Tuck Rule. The Raiders had that game won. That game was won. And they gave the Patriots the year of 9/11. They wanted to get them to the Super Bowl. When they came out, when they was announced, first the St. Louis Rams came out. They announced Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce. Then the Patriots came out. They were announced as the Patriots. They came out as a whole team. As soon as I saw that, I said, we're going to lose the Super Bowl. They were holding, pushing, pulling. Because remember, they only lost by 3, and New England couldn't score. They only scored, I want to say, 1 offensive touchdown because the first touchdown was on a pick 6 by Ty Law. And I'm like, dude, how are we able to move the ball up and down on anybody, but we're over here in the Super Bowl, can't even get past fucking 10 yards? They rigged that damn Super Bowl. They did. And then we came back, we tied it 17-17, and then they go down and kick a goddamn field goal. I didn't even watch that shit. I knew they were going to lose. I just turned it off, ate the rest of my Super Bowl meal, and went to work. Mad as hell.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I've been seeing the Rams that whole season dominate almost every game. And you telling me in Super Bowl they couldn't do that?
Right. 14-2 during the regular season. And remember, if you remember, the last game we played was on Sunday Night Football against the Patriots. And we won by, I want to say, 10. In New England.
And you had one of the best running backs in the league at the time with Martha Faulk, and he couldn't do nothing that whole game. Like,
absolutely nothing.
Because even though I'm 49ers fan, I like Martha Faulk as a running back at that time because he was changing the game as a running back because he can run the route tree, he can run between the tackles. He's like our running back right now, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, but McCaffrey is even though he's the son of a receiver legend, y'all got him injured. And I'm not saying y'all got him injured, y'all received him injured. So y'all never really got a chance to see in that offense what Christian McCaffrey can do.
Actually, we kind of did in that one season when we were Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, but he was still injured then. He played that whole season injured.
Well, I know this when he did not play almost the whole season of last year. Nobody, for some reason, we couldn't get no type of touchdowns because he was the one leading the team in touchdowns on it.
I'm with you. But since, the Rams are in the 49ers division, I'd rather any team in that division win those Super Bowls except the Rams. I am now a Ram hater. What they did to my team, to my hometown, was criminal. There are people
like the owners say shit. They really ain't. The fans are buying that. Talking about the owner said we need a new stadium. Like,
it's not only that; it's all politics. Jerry Jones and Stan Kroenke, who was Jerry Jones' friend, they wanted the team out of St. Louis. They wanted it back to LA. But the thing about it is, once we won the championship, that ceased to be your damn team. That's just like you get married to a chick and have a child with her, and another dude wants her back. Her ex-boyfriend wants her back. No, she's mine. And I started the family.
Like to me, it made no sense for the Rams to go back to LA when you already got a team in the West Coast with the 49ers, Chargers. Like, what was the point of sending the Rams back to LA? Like,
politics. They literally tried to do what Major League, the movie, did. They tanked like 6 drafts. We could have had Matthew Stafford. That's why I thought it was hilarious that he ended up winning a championship with LA, but we was projected to draft him as a quarterback to replace Mark Bolger. And they let him go to Detroit. And we got I forgot who we got that year, but we didn't get anybody impactful. We could have got Calvin Johnson.
Basically, they run Matt Stafford's best years of his career in Detroit instead of sending him to St. Louis.
Because remember, when we was going to draft Matt Stafford, we still had Torrey Holt. We still had a couple of other, I think it was McDonald, a couple of other ancillary pieces. And, oh, yeah, we did even have an older Isaac Bruce. Isaac Bruce did not want to leave St. Louis. He wanted to be a lifer. But they cut, they gave London Fletcher away to Washington. They gave offensive line away to teams that needed them. And we were stripped bare. We had a lot of problems that year, and it was just a horrible year. So then, when you got like the third, fourth, fifth pick in the draft, sometimes even first pick in the draft, we picked Sam Bradford over Ndamukong Suh. Now, Sam Bradford had an opportunity to be one of the best quarterbacks we had, but look, check this out. We had the tiebreaker over Seattle with the same record. We both finished the year 7-9, but they gave the playoff spot to Seattle, even though we had the tiebreaker, because they said they beat us head to head, but we split that year. We literally split. We would have had a home game against the Saints, and we almost beat the Saints earlier in our in the season. It came down to the last play of the game. It was a good game, but it came down to the last play of the game, and we messed up. But I could have seen us with that crowd. I could have seen us beating Seattle. We probably lost to the next team, but I could definitely see. Huh?
You saying Sam Bradford got a bad deal when he was y'all quarterback because they didn't really try to build a team around him?
They didn't try to build an offensive line around him. So he was getting crushed. And he was throwing the ball 30 times a game. Because remember, we had Steven Jackson as our running back. Times when we were supposed to run the ball, didn't run the ball. Times we were supposed to throw the ball, didn't throw the ball.
Hold up, Sam Bradford wasn't when he was in college, he was a read option quarterback. He wasn't a type of guy to throw the ball 30 times.
Exactly.
Like, if you got Steven Jackson, I'm feeding him the ball at least 25, 30 times a game.
Or more. He was a big back.
Man, like.
Steven Jackson was a workhorse.
When you have a read option quarterback as your quarterback, you're supposed to take it slow with him, not try to make him in the type of. See, that's why Lamar Jackson one of the best quarterbacks in the league, because it took it slow with him instead of trying to make him into something he wasn't at first.
But guess what, Lemon Pepper Lou? You have a franchise that knows what they are. You had a franchise in the St. Louis Rams that had 1 foot out the door, 1 foot in the city. They weren't trying to plan for a 5 to 10 year run. They were trying to get out of St. Louis because Stan Kroenke, it was between a Khan of the Jacksonville Jaguars and Stan Kroenke. And when Khan interviewed to buy the team, the first question they asked him was, will he move the team? And he said no, he wants to keep the tradition of the St. Louis Rams here in St. Louis. Now, Kroenke interviewed because him and Georgia Fontieri, what the hell her name was, he was allegedly close with her. So he said he's going to keep the team in St. Louis since they already won a championship there. So everybody was hyped, and it was like, well, he knows the city. They're giving him tax breaks on the city because he was doing a lot of construction projects around St. Louis at the time. So they felt more comfortable with, hey, let Stan Kroenke buy the team. He's going to keep it here. He waited 1 season. He bought the team in 2010, filed for to move in 2011. They were gone by 2013. And people
Somebody had
still
to
can't
offer him.
explain to me.
Somebody had to
He
offer
wanted
him something in Los Angeles for him to move the team to L.A. He had to be offered a lot of money just to do that. Somebody
look.
probably did.
There are things where if you're allowed to move the team under certain criterias. One of them is attendance. He lied to the office, fudged the numbers, and said St. Louis was like in the bottom half of attendance. That's a lie. We was in the middle of the pack. We were 14th or 15th. Second, he said he wanted the Trans World Dome at the time renovated and more modern. So they put a proposal for the city of St. Louis. It passed with flying colors. Then he said that he's not going to fund it. It will have to be 100% publicly funded. It passed with flying colors. They actually had the layouts of the new pavilion on the landing right in front of the arch where they were going to build the stadium and everything else. It passed with flying colors. So everything that he was trying to do was getting thwarted because nobody wanted the team to leave. They were doing everything they could to get the team to stay. So then this is when they had a secret meeting on at midnight, January 13th, because that's my mother's birthday, and they voted. I forgot the vote number, but it said they moved them in the middle of the night. And then that's when the next day the city of the state of Missouri put their complaint in with the league. The league knew what they did, and that's why they awarded them $750 million like a couple of years ago. It went under the table. Nobody really talked about it, but the league knew. They already had a proposal in, I want to say 96, 97, that the St. Louis Rams was going to go back to LA.
If they gave y'all $750 million, why is it that St. Louis don't look so good on when you see pictures of the city and all that?
Well, that's another conversation. Again, look, I spent the better part of my life in and out of St. Louis, and the greatest years to me was 88 through 2008. A 20-year window where St. Louis was thriving. St. Louis ended up going the way of Detroit when they start moving things out of St. Louis. You moving manufacturing completely out of St. Louis. St. Louis was known for having the Chrysler, Ford, Dodge, and Chevy plants. It's funny. It's the Chevy plant's been closed for almost 40 something years, and it's still on Natural Bridge in Sacramento. Same building, still there. If you look close enough, you can still see where it has the Chevy emblems and everything. Ford was the last one. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. Chrysler was the last one to leave, which crippled St. Louis. When Ford and Chrysler finally left, it crippled St. Louis. There were little subdivisions built off the back of everybody that worked at the factories. They had the railroads going through these subdivisions, and back in the 80s, early 90s, they would pack them full of cars, and then they would take them on the railroad, and then they would get to the dealerships, and the dealerships were right by the train tracks, and they would just drive the cars off to pack the dealerships up. If anybody's listening from St. Louis now, you know by Northland, the Chevy used to. There was a Chevy dealership by Northland and Solway off of West Florissant and Ferguson Avenue. There was another one that used to be in Baden. They used to be in Hazelwood. Used to be in Clayton, where the railroads used to run. And that's how St. Louis was built. St. Louis was built off of hardworking lunch bucket individuals. When it start going politics, that's when St. Louis started to systematically go down. Um, Areas in the city where you can get good food, get good entertainment, get good this, get good that. Those were gone. Mom and pop shops, they used to run the village, used to run Lafayette Square, used to run Soulard Market area. They're gone. Where we used to, all the malls. Jamestown just got tore down. Northwest Plaza, which was probably the famous mall in St. Louis at one point, that's gone. Now Chesterfield, it's gone. You only got places that we grew up at, where we spent our money at, where we spent our time at. All of that's gone. The shows, the places to go listen to music, all that's gone. So everything that used to make St. Louis, besides, of course, you can go downtown and catch the ball game. You can go downtown and catch the hockey game. You can go downtown and we see now they got the soccer stadium down there. I don't know how that's doing because I was going before it built it. But areas where it used to be really, really populous, it's gone. When you, how old are you, Little Pepper Lou?
44.
Okay, so you're 1 year older than me. So check this out. You remember how we used to drive through neighborhoods during the summertime and even during the fall time? And then you see an old man out there with his smoker, with his truck selling barbecue.
Yeah, then you had like a barbecue challenge down there.
That stopped before the mid-90s. You can't find any good barbecue for real in St. Louis for real. They got some places like some franchise places if you really, really, really want to get it off the ground. And of course, there's Red's Barbecue, but Red's Barbecue is hit or miss. If you're in a pinch, he'll take care of you. But then, like Reynolds Barbecue, that's gone. KNC, that's gone. The Shrimp Shack, that's gone.
I always remember St. Louis that had been the vacation place. Everybody always wanted to go to the Ark that y'all had down there. But when I look at the Ark right now, it almost seems like it's coming apart.
Well, see, they're doing a lot of gentrification down in that area. They changed the highway. They did a lot of stuff. Because I used to work maybe 5 minutes away from the Arch. So from where I live to driving downtown, maybe about 20, 25 minutes, unless I jump on the expressway and speed. I can get there in like 10 minutes. But a lot, and again, COVID did put a lot of those businesses down on the strip on Washington, on Market, on Clark. Put a lot of those businesses out of business. Like Delfino's, I don't know if that's still open. That's a great pizza place, has great garlic knots. Let me see. Sentai is a good sushi and Thai place that I used to go to all the time. A lot of those places are gone. Just gone. And that's some of the reason why I had to leave, because it was heartbreaking. A place that you basically grew up, learned a lot about yourself, and then you had children and they grew up there, and then you looking at it doesn't even resemble anything that you remember. It's time to go. I still love it. It will always be my hometown. I will always have a part of my heart for it. However, it's not like it used to be. I find myself telling my children stories that my dad used to tell me. Riding around talking about, hey, I used to live here when I was X amount of years old, and my mother and sister and blah, 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 blah. Now, I used to ignore my dad because he used to ramble on, kind of like what I'm doing now. But when I caught myself doing the exact same thing with my sons, I was like, wow, it's funny how that works.
Yeah.
Well, who did you say you feel like Indiana's going to win?
think OKC gonna win the series, but I think Indiana won game one tonight.
So you feel like Indiana's gonna put pressure on OKC for game two because they're gonna win game one. I don't disagree.
The way I'm looking at the series right now, you remember the 91 series between the Bulls and the Lakers? And Chicago lost game one. I think going to end up being that way where OKC end up losing game one, then come back and win the next 4 games in a row.
Okay, let me get philosophical. We'll go into a little bit more detail. Okay. This is Shea's first final. This is Halliburton's first final. So the nerves are going to be there. Whoever makes the least mistakes is going to win game one. Just off of being nervous. All odds are on you. You're the final two. You do have a couple people that's been there before, like Caruso and Siakam. But I would love to see OKC win. I wouldn't be surprised if Indiana does.
Well,
so if Tyrese Halliburton wins a championship over a 68-win team, where do you put him?
if that happens, I'm putting them over Reggie Miller. Because you know how Reggie Miller is the beloved son of Indiana Pacers. In Indiana, you got to put him up. Plus, Halliburton, if Halliburton wins the championship, he can have his work career afterwards, his whole career. But he always gonna be remembered for that one championship he won.
Okay. What about Shea? Where do you put him?
I really don't. I like if he didn't play at Kentucky, man, I'll cry. I think if Shea won the championship, I think it's only the beginning for his career because I can see him win the multiple championships. Now, do I put him now? Do I put Shea in the top of him? I'm always like this. If you can't win at least 5 or 6 championships, I ain't gonna put you in no top 5 at all times.
That's fair.
Because you got Steph Curry got 4 championships. LeBron got 4. To me, he got 3.5. That 4th one out, that's kind of iffy to me. But you got Magic with 5. You got Kobe with 5. You got Jordan with 6. Kareem with 6. They in my top 5. I would put Larry Bird up there, but he got 3. He should have won more if he wouldn't injured his back. And plus Kevin McHale hurt his foot. So that's kind of if he does end up winning at least 1 or 2 championships, I think that's put him in at least on top 25 for all-time players.
I will put Shea over Kevin Durant. I will put Shea over Luka. He'll be right there with Jokic. Stay, played the hand he was dealt, built his team up, and yeah.
But I think it's like what first time in history you have 2 small market teams playing the finals.
You said the first small market team to win in the finals?
The first time in history you have 2 small market teams playing in NBA finals.
Uh, I'll have to look, but I don't think it'll be the first. I'll be surprised
But
if it is.
Seattle,
because
that Seattle and Portland with Dennis
they were
Johnson and
small market.
yeah,
Seattle and
Yeah,
Portland was small market.
Seattle is considered as a small market. That wasn't a big market. Portland Trailblazers with Bill Walton, that was a small market. Portland still considered a small market. I have to say it's two. I said that Seattle when the Seattle won the championship with Dennis Johnson. That was a small. I think that was the last time in my
But the
opinion.
thing, but the thing about this,
I got to get
but the
in
thing
my
about
homework.
this, but the thing about this, T. Price.
Mhm.
After this finals, you know they're gonna break your team. They're gonna break these two teams up.
And why
So
y'all
you
think playing these teams up so none of these other players that played before them records don't get smashed? That's what a lot of people think.
probably so.
say that again, T. Price.
Look at all these teams got to break up, right? Look, how the world
Right.
are going to do that anyway? Because look, you still got Chet, and this is my main reason why, right? I want OKC to win the championship, so Stephen A. Smith can get off Sam Presti back about him not delivering a championship. They're gonna deliver the goods. Stay off his back and get on somebody you need to be getting on. But carry on.
Hmm.
You know, he got a lot of. He always talk about Sam Presti. Well, he had this. They did not know that them three players was going to be Hall of Famer. I mean, was going to be MVP. We didn't. They worked themselves into being MVP. And yes, OKC did. And this is another thing too. But a lot of I see it's going on TikTok right now. I don't see it over here. They talking about if Shea wins a championship, he still ain't gonna be the best Thunder ever. How he is not?
That doesn't make any sense.
Kevin Durant didn't win no championship. Westbrook didn't win no championship, or Harden. So what are we talking about?
Harden wasn't there long enough to be the best Thunder.
I know, but I'm just saying that okay. That is true, but that's what I'm just going by. You know, my boy. I told him, man, I'm not entertaining. There's a lot of the streams that them people be talking about. I don't even entertain that crap, man. I don't even listen to that crap because it ain't what they logic and they sense doesn't make any sense. Yeah, KD won. Okay, Kevin Durant won MVP. How far did they go that year when he won MVP?
They were out in the second round against the Grizzlies.
And how about Russ?
Out in the first round.
And Shea went farther them in it. You know what? That's case closed right there. I just have to remember because it's just like I just understand. Like the hate for SGA is real, bro, and it's crazy. They call him a free throw merchant. Why? When Jokic, Jokic shot more free throws in Game 7 than the Thunder did in the first quarter. They don't say nothing when Luka be foul baiting. They don't say nothing when Jay Reed be foul baiting. Who else? James Harden, Trae Young. The list goes on and on. Nobody don't say nothing about none of them other players doing it.
It seems like to me, it seems like they come after the guys who are way better than they other guys who are. And they
also come at him too, Lou. I mean to cut you off. They also come at this man too because he says his favorite player is Kobe Bryant. That part.
And that's where he became the enemy.
Yes.
If he would have sit up there and jockstrap Smith LeBron, they would have been promoting him out the ass.
And another thing too, he put his own name in that discussion. Go ahead, Lou.
It seems like to me, if you don't say that Jay Reed's your favorite player of all time, they're gonna try to take you down no matter what.
I don't care. Look, he gonna have to give his basketball back to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's going to have to. Because look, I've been saying this. Look at all these rumblings. Every day I'm looking up. Every time I turn on my TV or when I go on YouTube, especially when I go on YouTube, even just surfing the internet, I always seeing some new stuff that people are coming out saying about this man. What we've been saying on YouTube for years. My question is this, and nobody can never answer me this: how you can gain 9 pounds in a basketball game? Nobody still ain't gave me that answer yet. How? You took a sabbatical.
Well,
You come back and you gain 9 pounds. Come on, man.
can I ask a question, T Price, before I give my answer?
Yes,
So,
sir.
are we taking? Are we saying supernatural or with help?
In common sense and logic, there's no way a basketball player or anybody could gain pounds in a game. 9 pounds, that's a lot, bro. 9 pounds in a basketball game. It one.
Yeah,
Remember they
T
said
Price.
it, and y'all forget though too. Jay, this is one thing I don't understand because we've been saying this for a long time. There's so much factual information and there's so much information out here. It's crazy. But even when you have the evidence and truth, these fanboys and these fangirls, they so over blinded. They're so because ESPN they constantly sing his praises, right? It's the NBA Finals and they still talking about Jay Reed and Luka. It's not about him. It's not about Jay Reed no more. It's about these young guys now. I've been telling y'all for years that this league is getting younger and younger, and this finals right here just proved everything. Yeah, you do got a star name. They don't got no star players. We don't got no man. They do. They got a star player in SGA who is an MVP, and I don't think there's nobody. Even Neesmith. Neesmith is a great defender. He is, but guess what? SGA is taller than Neesmith. And he don't and that right. I know they're gonna throw Neesmith on it, but hey, I'm telling you, I just think I know everybody's riding the wave with the Pacers, which is fine. They're going on a magical run, that's fine. But at the end of the day, that kills everything. Defense wins, trumps everything. Everything. Go ahead, Lou.
I was gonna say we have seen him on the sidelines before take something and put it in his mouth, and we don't know what type of pills or type of stuff he has been taking on the sidelines. And we said something about that, and they're saying like, man, he probably doing it to help him keep playing. Like, no, he taking something illegal on that sideline. There's a thing ain't gonna talk about it. Because I remember the time we saw him pop some type of pills in his mouth during the game. I'm like saying, what the hell were you taking? What the hell he got putting in his mouth? Because you ain't supposed to take
all
no
on camera too, and it's on camera too. And they put it right on him too.
Because when you play in the game, you ain't supposed to take no type of pills or juicing any type of thing like it during the game, no matter what.
He's the only player I've seen in the Lakers uniform that I ever seen in my life that disrespect the Lakers uniform, sitting there eating on the bench. I ain't never seen all the great ones from Magic all the way on down. Kareem, Worthy, Byron, and the list just goes on. Kobe and Shaq, all the players that played with them, even when you had Paul Gasol and Odom and all them boys, man. Trevor Reeves, I ain't never seen no Lakers sit there eat on the bench. Never. But he's the only one that get that, and then there's no smoke for it. There's none. But this is what I say though. I'm just gonna leave, and we're gonna focus back on these finals again. The truth is gonna come out, right? And I've been saying this, Jay Reed, give Kareem back his basketball bat, bro, because you don't deserve it because you cheated the game to get to where you are. You got handed another top 5 player. And all your fanboys, oh, you got Luka and you got LeBron. Oh, that's championship. Y'all said the same thing about Anthony Davis. Oh, we got 2 top 5 players on the team, and that's championship. But they don't understand the logic of everything, though. Because Austin Reeves, he was unrecognizable. He wasn't getting all them calls like he was getting in the regular season.
I mean, right now, that wicked documentary he gonna come out with after he retires gonna be full of bullshit.
Hey, don't worry about it, Lou. Hey, God is not marked. Whatever man soweth, that's what he shall also reap, man. Like, the truth will always be everlasting, bro. That's why I don't be tripping, man. Let them have their time right now. But the same people that's sitting there giving that man praises on ESPN, we gonna see they're gonna hide their hand and hold their tail when the truth come out. Because they all in bed with each other. I say that, and I don't mean that in they all in bed with each other, pressing this nonsense. You got a man that's sitting there disrespecting people that's hyping him up, and they still not even. Man, that man is just a disgrace to the game, bro. The game has dropped since Jay Reed. Since they said Jay Reed's the face of the league, and Stephen Curry's still the face of the league. It ain't SGA, it ain't Ant-Man, and everything like that. That's what's wrong with y'all, ESPN. Y'all be talking about these players are still holding down the lead. They ain't holding down that. Steph is more recognizable than Jay Reed is. If y'all want to keep it real.
And on that game, y'all worry about Alexander putting up a lot of shots, not using his teammates tonight.
Man, stop. When Shea ever did that, bro? I don't think so, man. I think everybody underestimating Shea, man. Shea's on a mission, bro. Shea's on a mission. That's why I understand people giving Indiana the credit of stealing game ones, but they ain't faced a team that's just like them. And another thing too, Indiana ain't faced OKC with Chet Holmgren either. So I know they say some people think that Indiana has a deeper bench. I don't think so. I think the benches are equal.
I think OKC got better bench than Indiana right now, because remember remember that in that series they won the game with their bench.
Yeah.
They started wasn't getting it against Minnesota, but they bench came in and basically dominated and helped them win that game.
Yeah. And another thing too, bench points gonna be very contributed too. But then again, the Knicks didn't use their bench.
That's why Thibodeau got fired.
Yeah, and Tibbs did it too. I know I know my boy Will's happy. I know my boy Underrated Darkness. I know he's happy too that Tibbs is out of there. You know what I'm saying? So some New Yorkers feel like they got what they wanted, but they just keep on. Hey, I like the disrespect that OKC is getting. I know they're the overwhelming film favorite, but at the same time, they still getting disrespected in a lot of people's eyes, because then again, they just mad because their favorite player is not in there.
I saw I saw what Two Raw saying. These young guys acting like old heads because Jay Reed's not playing.
Yeah, but Two-Rob been calling out. We've been calling out though too. Two-Rob been saying it for years though, man. And they was gonna start hating on these new. That's what they do, bro. But then they want to call us old heads, and they the ones that's doing the same thing to these new age players now, because they can't let go of their favorite player. They just can't. I know Steph is Steph, but at the same time, this notion that Steph Curry is better than Magic Johnson, that needs to stop. Ain't no way in the world he's better than Magic. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. Magic Johnson changed the whole point guard game in NBA history. Ain't no way Steph Curry is better than Magic Johnson. I'm sorry, but if Magic Johnson was the first 6'9" point guard ever in NBA history to lead the team to 5 championships.
Then he was 5-4 in finals too. 5-4. Basically, Magic Johnson, his whole career at 13 seasons, 9 of them seasons he went to the finals. Basically, he was going to the finals basically every year in his career. That's something that Jay Reed couldn't do. Yeah, Jay Reed went to 8 straight finals, but let's keep it a buck here. Them East was hella weak. Everybody was in the West. And how come Jay Reed can go to 8 more finals in the West? The West is a harder gauntlet. And another thing too, I forgot to mention too. Y'all don't want to give Kobe his props, right? Okay, that's fine. But name a time that you could put any straight finals that y'all want to put Jay Reed on in the East, right? From the time that Kobe went 3 straight finals without Shaq. Look at all the teams that he beat. He beat all 50 win teams, because back then, which y'all forget, in the West, just because you have 50 wins, it wasn't a guarantee you was going to make the playoffs. They had some 50 win teams that didn't even make the playoffs during that time. And Kobe
Think
beat the
about
most
and
50
plus
winning teams
they
in
got to think
NBA
about
history, not Jay Reed. But go ahead.
but they got to think about every time Kobe went to the finals, he had to get past San Antonio every single time, and that wasn't easy task either.
And that's why I give the edge to Kobe, because Kobe used to own the Spurs. He used to own them. He owned Duncan when it mattered most. Yeah, Duncan beat him twice to get to the, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Kobe used to own when it matters the most. That's what that's why I don't get into this head and head thing. They say everything that these dumb behind people say, they say everything what Arena. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't respect them. I don't respect people that don't keep it real. I don't see how people, that's how a lot of these people they are fooled and bamboozled. But when that truth comes out, like Johnson said, we're gonna see what Kane gonna do when the police get a hold of that tape. Once he don't have the media and everybody on his back no more, once he get his son and I guarantee the Lakers gonna draft his other son. I promise you they're gonna do that. So he can play with both of his kids. I guarantee it's gonna happen.
Like to me, Bryce is more talented than his big brother.
But Bryce wasn't even the best player on his team in high school, bro. I watched Bryce his whole Lou, I watch high school basketball. He ain't that much different than his brother, bro. I'm telling you. Just because he's taller and everything like that, whatever, he still wasn't the best player.
They're the same archetype as what T. Price is saying. Same type of play style.
Yeah. You're not the best player on your team. He wasn't even the go-to man on his team. AAU is different. You playing with all-star studded players, man. Even when Bronny was in high school, he wasn't the best player in none of his years in high school. None of them. Even his senior year, he wasn't the best player on his team. Not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth.
Like to me, he should not have been on the McDonald All-American team. That was kind of a joke right there.
Okay, he made it, but his brother didn't. But they say his brother is better than him. So make some sense, Lou. His brother didn't make it, but he made it. His younger brother, who everybody's saying is better than him, he didn't even make it. And mind you, Carmelo Anthony's son didn't make it either. How are you a New York Player of the Year and don't make? I ain't never seen a New York player that was the Player of the Year of the state and didn't make a McDonald's All-American. It's politics, bro. Politics. Then it came out and said that the dude didn't play enough games, allegedly.
Can't play enough games. What kind of?
That's what they said. Look, they doing Carmelo Anthony's son the same way they did Carmelo.
I like, T. Price. I'm probably see a lot of Syracuse games because they're playing out division.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Carmelo Anthony's son gonna probably go out there and put up at least 18, 20 points every game he played for Syracuse next year.
We gonna see basketball season, man, and I think and another thing too. He got this. He look, he's better than Bronny. Carmelo's son is better than Bronny and is better than Bronny and Bryce.
Yeah, I seen all the workout tape with his daddy. He got all Carmelo Anthony moves too.
You know why? You know why he got all his moves? Because his dad had the time and retired and sat there and not only retired, he been practicing with his son ever since he was little. It's a difference when you put the work in with your kid or anybody. And Martavian could say this too, because I know he's a father. I'm not a father, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? When I know some people are father figures in a lot of young men's lives that don't have a father. But one thing they will say, I've seen people that really put the time in, make sure to go to practicing with them. Everything like that stuff matters. That's why when I seen him in high school, I was like, man, this dude's, man, he's the truth, bro. And you already know how come. And you know what's the other crazy thing too? Let me put another thing too. Cause you remember when Melo's son went against Bronny James. Remember they played him in high school?
Yeah.
And,
I think he was a sophomore at the time.
Yeah, but did he lose just like Carmelo lost to on LeBron team when he was at Oak Hill Academy?
Nah, not really.
Yeah, they lost, bro. Carmelo lost to LeBron in high school, bro. It was on national TV. He lost, just like Melo's son lost to Bryce. You see where I'm going with it?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, bro.
Well,
Like,
I got a bad feeling if both of them in the draft at the same time, they're gonna do the same shit they did to Carmelo when LeBron was in the draft. Draft him over Melo.
yeah, we all know Melo was blackballed, just like all these other great players was. We mentioned Rashad McCants. He was, and we see my duo. We can go all the way back to Craig Hodges. You know what I'm saying? Craig Hodges was blackballed. The list goes on and on and on. But the hate for SGA is real. I don't understand people that just he's a free throw merchant. Like, how? Like, I just don't get how people think. That's how you know it's. But when their favorite player does it, they don't consider it foul baiting and all that. Free throw merchant. They literally say free throw. They was crying out free throw merchant. That's why I don't get on X, Lou. That's why I don't get on that Twitter and all whatever that crap is. I don't get on that stuff because people just say social media has ruined everything, and it was by design by the government. By design.
The only reason I get on Twitter because I'm trying to keep up with recruiting and seeing all these new players coming to college and who's jump in the transfer portal.
I don't even get on that for that reason. I know a lot of people get on for different reasons, but I don't get into that stuff because I remember you messaged me about Vanessa Bryant being pregnant. I didn't believe that not one bit, bro.
That was on TikTok, man. Like everybody talking about she was dead ass pregnant on TikTok.
Man, that woman, man, people didn't. That's one thing about this world too. That's another thing about social media. They ain't everybody business but they own. They ain't everybody business but they own. But I know everybody thinking that the Pacers gonna win game one because they won game one in every series. Okay, so this is a different animal though.
I think we will find out who's gonna really win game one after like I say third quarter.
That's what Moss was saying earlier. Moss said, shout out to Twin, he was in here earlier when we first started. Actually, he was the first person that was in here earlier when I started this drink. I was literally just about to get off the stream, and then he came in, and everybody else started coming in after that. But I think it's gonna be a great series. I like Halliburton. I like Pascal Siakam. I like Mathurin. And I like Obi Toppin. The Knicks was great, and they got rid of him too. You know what I'm saying? And then look what he ended up doing too against his former team. He got some payback. It just happens. That's what happens. You don't give up on your player. We see this too much in this era, right? We've seen too many teams give up on their players too early. And don't you know James Wiseman? He don't even play for the Pacers, but he's on a roster.
Because what I've seen in the playoffs so far is when it comes down to that third quarter, whoever leading at that time is going to win the game.
Whoever dominates the third quarter is what I've been seeing. Whoever dominates the third quarter. You know how the Warriors were so legendary for having them huge third quarters and stuff like that? It's like whoever wins the third quarter, because even you go back in the OK series against the Nuggets, right? And even against Minnesota, what they did, they dominated. Whoever dominated the third quarter wins the game, most likely. So it's gonna be a battle, though. You know, and shout out to the homies that's from that. You know, that I know that's out in Indiana. You know, they said they don't agree with me. I understand y'all Pacers fans, but hey, it's just my opinion. I don't understand why people get so mad about other people's opinions. Hey, we can rightly disagree respectfully. This ain't no hate or anything like that. I'm picking a team that got defense, bro. OKC play defense. They play defense. I'm going to say it one more time again. They play defense. They are elite at every position. Pascal's going to be huge for them. They do got the coaching edge because they do got who? Rick Carlisle. Game 1 is going to set. I don't think Game 1 is going to set the tone. I
Yeah,
feel
it's a
like
lot of
every
paper.
team.
It's a lot of
I
paper
feel
thin
like
turning loose.
both of these teams going to hold. I feel like because OKC is trying to do, and this is another thing I don't understand about people and their logical thinking. They had like OKC done this before. They had like every team's journey is different. Like everybody wasn't even picking OKC to beat the Thunder. And then they was talking about, oh, they lost Ja Morant. Yeah, they lost Ja, but Ja's always hurt though. I like Ja Morant, but he's always hurt. And Memphis, they set their franchise back when Ja got in all that trouble. Because Memphis should be right where Minnesota is right now. Was this year. You see what I'm saying? The last couple of seasons. You see what I'm saying?
They was
But
like
Ja messed up personally.
Well, you can say Memphis was kind of almost like OKC when they started
Yes.
off.
Yes. The one thing they did is have self-inflicted wounds for their franchise.
Then they got rid of one of their players, sent them to Houston. That's when Ja got in trouble. And they fired the head coach, and blaming him for all the problems. Like, now it's a possibility you may see Ja go playing somewhere else next year.
It's just crazy, man. And may the best team win. I like it though. You got two small markets going at it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just disingenuous on ESPN part to still could talk about Jay Reed when he's home and talk about Luka Doncic. Who cares? They lost in the first round. Who cares? And it's amazing. Luka Doncic, I find it very interesting. They praised Luka last year, and then this year they destroy him. They don't do that to their favorite. They don't do that to the cash cow though, because that man always have an excuse. I don't respect no man to get on the podium and deflect and blame his teammates for it. Hey, but the NBA let this man get away with everything. So you let that's like letting a child. You can let a child sit there and do whatever they want to do, and then when you try to discipline them, they still gonna do what they want to do anyway. Because you ain't set the foundation down when they was younger from 0 to 5. I tell people all the time that has kids, because my mom had a daycare. If you don't discipline your kid from 0 to 5, you hit. Because after 5 years old, it's gonna be hard for them to try to sit there and try to tell them, try to give them some guidance, because you didn't want to give them no guidance. You want to sit there and do what society says, or live in the state where I live in, where the kids, they have more say so than the parents do. I live in a state where kids got more say so. Kids got more say so over taxes and everything like that. I ain't never seen that before. Never till I live here. And I live in a state where all drugs are legal.
Yeah, like I heard down in Texas they gonna ban porn, drugs, smoking, and all that.
There's this book that I got. I'm trying to find it. But this guy wrote it in the 90s, and everything that man said said almost everything he said in this book has come to light. Only thing haven't came true is legalizing marijuana in every single state. Because the South, that's their bread and butter. Even up north, you got to have a medical card, and that's where, because this world was built on prison systems allegedly, and a lot of factors factored into it though. But I think it's going to be a great finals though, bro. I really do. I just feel like the hate for Shea, hey, it's unwarranted, because he just go play his game. He don't go, and he takes accountability. He don't sit there and blame nobody. That's what we used to seeing players do back in the day. But then again, you got to look where he learned that from. Kobe didn't make no excuses.
It's gonna probably finally help with the NBA ratings, because the ratings have been bad over the last couple of years. Now you got two small market teams where you're gonna finally see real basketball being played. No more.
Not only that. Go ahead, Lou. Finish what you were saying.
No more hyping up just a single player in the game. Let's talk about the whole team, not just one player. One player.
Well, that was ESPN fault for doing that because that's what they do. They make it seem like the star was bigger than the player. So even when we was growing up, right, we knew about Mike, we knew about Magic and Kareem, but what they always talk about the team, right? And then when it comes to this era, and then after Kobe retired, then it started being about the player. Cause you remember, I had dudes used to argue with me talking about Jay Reed. Is I know they was trolling when they said is that Jay Reed is what they say Jay Reed is worth more than the Los Angeles Lakers. No, he's not. That's just not. And shout out for these teams to make it. You know what I'm saying? Miles Turner, he gonna have to be huge. If Indiana don't be missing open threes and all this other, and another thing about Pascal too that people forget though, he missed a lot of free throws too. He's not a good free throw. He shoots the low 70s. Free throws can come back and bite you in games though too. He ain't have it bite against him yet, but at the same time, he ain't making his free throws. He got to shoot a higher clip. He got to be better from the free throw line. And I like Pascal as a player. You know, but when I say superstar, I don't know what is a superstar because everybody say Jay Reed's a superstar. I don't think he's a superstar no more. That's just me. Just because you got the name, you not. They say Steph. So who you think? I'm gonna ask you all a question. What's y'all definition of a superstar?
Somebody who give credit to his teammates, who makes his team better. And don't take all the glory away from his other teammates.
Is that it?
Like, to me, like, I grew up watching Jordan. Yeah, he said I was hard on my teammates, but I knew how good they were. And I knew every time they gonna talk about they're gonna be the focus on me. But I always said Pippen, Grant, B. Armstrong, Purdue, and all the other guys is the reason why I was able to be Michael Jordan my whole career. Because early in my career, I had to be a selfish player because I knew I did not have a decent team around me at the time. Now I had a great team around me about time. I had to be harder than them, start giving them credit, make them better players. Because when you see, every time we watch the documentary, how many times do you say Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant were the best two players on the team instead of me?
It ain't just Jordan. It was just all the players that we seen growing up, though. You know, like Magic, and even when they had the MVP awards and everything like that. You know. They had the whole team. Even KD, when he won his award though in OKC, he had his teammates around him. You see what I'm saying? You know, but he's like, you know, we already know that, you know, Jay Reed, he ain't built like that. You know, it's always about him. And I'm trying to think of that dude's name who keeps saying this dumb behind thing. What his name? I know he's in the New York media, but he said this Monday. He was like, y'all need to stop it with this, with the face of the league crap. It's still LeBron and it's still Steph Curry. No, it's not. It is not. This is what's wrong with ESPN now. Thank goodness for NBC coming back. Thank goodness for NBC's coming back. I know Reggie Miller is not. I know he gonna have to sing another tune. I'm tired of hearing year 21, year 20, whatever the case would be. And Jay Reed, you in your 40s and you acting like you still 18 years old.
Miller probably doing the game tonight.
It's probably gonna be Doris Burke, Mike Green, and probably RJ, Richard Jefferson, or somebody like that. It'd probably be them three most likely, but I can't wait though, man. It's gonna be a great series though, man. Like the best two teams that have the best record from the All-Star break. One was OKC, two was Indiana. You got the best offense in the playoffs going against the best defense basically all year long, not just in the playoffs, also regular season. And OKC is on another level, man. I just feel like they both mirror each other so well, but at the same time, OKC ain't gonna let you off the hook though, like the Knicks did, and you know Milwaukee, it was just Giannis. Giannis did his thing, but at the same time, he put up the numbers. But at the same time, his other players they make shots. You know, you can and we live in an era though too where they praise stats. You know what I'm saying? Salute, Mike. A superstar is a box office, the needle mover. Can't miss the reach for the dollars to generate. I agree with that, VZ. I agree with that. Y'all see 08 Redeem Team didn't want LeBron to be a needed babysit. Hey, yeah, I forgot to talk about that. We're going to talk about that tomorrow.
Saw that video from Too Raw, man. That was whoo. I believe that.
And Jason Kidd was the one who knocked him down. And not Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd was the babysitter, then ended up beating him. Man, that's crazy, bro. That's just crazy. Jason Kidd had to be the one because he had that diva attitude. I've been knowing about that for a while though, too, though. But you're seeing though, Lou, because we've been saying this too, Lou. I know you've been harping on it. I've been harping on it. Too Raw, my boy James, Ticket. I don't know about anybody else that's been saying it. Oh, shout out to what's his name? Brandon Love Sport. Shout out to Brandon Love Sport. We've been saying this stuff for a while though, bro. And shout out to my boy Polo, straight to the point. We've been saying it. We've been saying all this stuff, bro. The longer this man, when he dwindled down in his career, we've seen the best of the best. Look how they did Barry Bonds when he was in his 40s. What they were saying back then. This man never tested dirty for a drug test. But another thing that y'all fanboys don't understand though either. They never liked the Barry Bonds. The media didn't like Barry Bonds. They never liked the Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds used to be an asshole to the media. Because Barry Bonds should see how they used to do his father. Or his father or his uncle. Was his father play or was his uncle that played? Lou?
His father played first base for the Giants. His godfather played center field for the Giants. That was Willie Mays.
Yeah, Willie Mays. Yeah, so he's seen the examples. But then again, you remember though, because that's when we was in our teenager years, about to be in our 20s. You feel what I'm saying? What they were saying about Barry Bonds or what he's doing, he can't be doing this. Like he's taking something like. So why Jay Reed is the exception to the rule? Because he bought and paid for it. Because you remember how the media used to be back in the day.
Barry Bonds been hitting like that since the Pittsburgh Pirates days, man.
Those are facts, man. Those are facts. See, I used to watch. See, I don't get into baseball. See, this is the main reason why I stopped watching baseball. Right after that, Barry Bonds. That's when I stopped watching baseball because I used to be a big fan of Barry. I got Barry Bonds jersey. I got his Pittsburgh Pirate one. I got his San Francisco. I got a couple of them. Man, Barry Bonds was that was that dude. Because I remember when they start coming out. Because you remember they used to have home run derby. Remember that baseball game? Remember that baseball game that was on Sega Saturn back in the day? Home run derby. That was one of my favorite games. You know who I used to always hit with? Barry Bonds or Ken Griffey Jr.
I'm just saying, like, I can tell. Like, I've been watching baseball for the last probably since 1989. I can tell who's cheating and who's not cheating. Like, because I've seen guys who hit 50 home runs who have never hit like above at least 20 or 25 home runs in their career. All of a sudden they're hitting 50, 45 home runs. I'm like, yeah.
I watched it from the 80s. See me, I watched it from the 80s. Because you remember they had the Oakland A's. They had I remember the Bash brother, who was Jose Canseco and Mark Aguirre. Rest in peace, the Ricky Henderson, the best stolen baseman ever. Rest in power. I remember watching the 80s, and once I remember the Atlanta Braves losing all them World Series in the 90s. I'm like, what in the world? Like, man, because the Braves used to be my team. I used to root for the Braves, man, and they got them, a couple of them, but they lost a lot of them too in the 90s. They used to have the best pitching staff in the 90s. You know what I mean? And then after that, Barry Bonds and stuff like that, I stopped watching it, bro. Like, for real, like, I stopped watching it. Only time I watch it now, baseball's 162 games, so that's a long time.
I'm just saying, the real slap in the face is when they came out with that movie, The Fan. I'm like, how y'all gonna do that movie? Basically based off Barry Bonds, man.
Really is.
And Barry Bonds had every right to sue them.
Go ahead and say what you're gonna say, man, because I'm gonna get everybody gonna get their little last words in, and then I'm about to get off of here, man, because I've been on this mug for almost 6 hours, bro. Because I need to get a break from this. Now I got my laptop back and running now, so we're definitely gonna cook tomorrow on game 2. Because matter of fact, let me look up the NBA Finals. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Lou.
I'm just gonna say Barry Bonds has every right to sue that movie. He had every right to not want to be in a video game after that too. Cause remember, every time a new Major League show came out, you try to get Barry Bonds. He's never in the game, but you had somebody who was built like him in the game. I'm like, man, cause Barry Bonds wanted money from every time he used his likeness, and he was like, oh no, if you ain't gonna pay me, don't put me in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I was like. But tonight game, man. I still think OKC gonna still win the series, but I gotta take the Pacers tonight. I think the Pacers gonna end up winning game 1 to me. That's all I got.
I disagree, respectfully. Y'all sleeping on OKC, man. Y'all really sleeping on OKC though. That's just my opinion. If they win game 1, oh well, but I don't see it happening. I don't predict. I just predict the series. I don't predict how many games it's gonna go in and yada yada yada. But this OKC is gonna be ready though, man. People sleeping on the Thunder, man. They gonna put it in their face. That's all I gotta say on that. Because Halliburton again. A lot of people forget about this. Halliburton had his worst games against any other team. He always have his worst games against the Thunder. That's some food for thought for y'all. They could put TJ McConnell in. They could put in. Hey, they got some dudes that can score, just like OKC got a bench too. It ain't just Indiana with a bench. You got both teams really do mirror each other a lot. They do. You know, Neesmith could get on a heater, and then I think OKC bench gonna play a factor. And then they got more bodies to throw at Pascal Siakam. You want to put Hartenstein in there, and you want to go, you know, Chet can hold his own. You know what I mean? And this team, both of these teams just mirror each other so well. But I'm picking a team that plays defense. They be playing defense all year long, and in the playoffs, they're not going to stop in these finals because defense wins championships. And another thing about OKC is, though, too, they could win on the road, just like how Indiana could win on the road. But Indiana, this ain't New York.
Yeah,
this ain't New York. That's all I gotta say. They ain't New York. They is not New York Knicks. They are not the New York Knicks. And even one thing I do, both teams kind of resemble each other though too, because they don't lose like 3 straight games in a row or something like that. I got to remember that. But I got OKC protecting their home court though, bro, because I know everybody want. Only reason I pick OKC in the playoffs started. I just picked them. They still not getting their respect that they should. And another thing, and my last quote is this: that the best team wins. Y'all can complain about the officiating. Y'all can say this. Y'all can say that. But one thing I will say is this: if they're gonna let these boys play like they have been playing during this whole entire time, the Pacers are in trouble. That's all I gotta say. If they let these boys play like they have been through these whole playoffs, okay, I'm telling you, the Pacers gonna be in trouble. Because you already know defense does what, Lou?
Championships.
And it trumps what? Any offense. I ain't never seen a team. I never seen a team in the NBA Finals beat a team that has great defense. That's been one of the top teams in the league. I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen it that I can remember of. And yes, there are teams that has 68 wins and they lose and all that. But the Pacers, I'm not slighting them not one bit. I know some people say I'm hating, but most of the people that's rooting for the Pacers anyway, they just don't like SGA. Unless you're from the state of Indiana. Because most people that I've been listening to, they can't stand Shea because they beat their favorite player. Or Jokic fans is rooting for, you know how they are. They're not, these, like me and James, we were saying this for a long time too. And we was talking about this earlier too. That's why the NBA is so messed up the way it is now. These fans are fans of a player. They're not a fan of the team. See, we grew up being a fan of team. But anyway, y'all, like, share, subscribe. I'm on my boy Martavian. He on a sabbatical. Got his mic off. But anyway, I'm about to get up out of here. I've been cooking with y'all for 6 hours, man. I'm about to get ready to chill out, chill and relax. Get ready for these NBA finals. You know, we still got 2 hours for that. But may the best team win. And shout out to everybody for coming through. Let me just look back in the chat one more time. Like, share this video. Like this video, man. You want pure truth, man, just subscribe, man. If you disagree, it's respect, man. It's all out of respect, man. Shout out to Love and Aries. Shout out to my boy Tink Tank. Shout out to Nate Shepard. Shout out to Tony Angel. Shout out to my boy The Real Lil T. Shout out to E-Dog for coming through. Shout out to my boy Gideon. J&J, y'all said Tiz trying to be Nolan Richard for now. What was said though, Ron Chan was giving an equation of how his team, example how they was practicing in high school. You know, it wasn't it wasn't that. It wasn't that. But anyway, who else came through? I just want to shout out right quick. Shout out to Cam the Hooper for coming through. Shout out to Bruce Banner. Shout out to him. And shout out to my boy Mike Miller for coming through. And shout out to my boy VZ the Great, man. Hey, we gonna get up out here, man. I'll see y'all in the morning, man. We're gonna talk about it, man. Hey, it's just an opinion. But I got OKC winning this thing. It's just their year, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Y'all be careful, man. Have a great night, man. And be blessed out there, man. And I'll holler at y'all tomorrow, man. Like, share, subscribe. I'll be on 9 o'clock in the morning, probably West Coast time. There's a couple things I got to do in the morning, but we definitely going to do a lot tomorrow. All right. But like, share, subscribe, y'all. I'm out of here. Peace.